same page in all of them.
There they go.
Kind of perfect coordination in chaotic rounds is what has brought G2 their great success that they've had.
Yo, Hades, happy kitty, how's it going? Hades. I want you to know, you are one of the first people I thought of when I heard the news. I just want you to know that I recognize it. That I respect it. I respect your support.
I think that deciding to go back on the drawing board and go back to a non-duelist composition here on Icebox is something that we've seen a lot in the past, and it's so good that
literally
after the Tejo is gone, so many teams
I found out about it, and then shortly after I was like, I wonder how Hades is going to react to this news. I'm very excited. Honestly, I don't know how they're going to work the roster, right? I think that seems to be the big question. On like, is it like a 6-man roster, etc.? Yisel jokingly reminded me that Sungmin is one of the coaches that actually very successfully managed a 6-man roster last year in Challengers. So like, that could happen. So like, I don't know what's gonna happen, just because there's no concern about what RB would play, because obviously he's the flex goat, but he's the OG flex goat. I know Forsaken's taking that throne right now, but so there's no concern about that. But no matter who, like if it's like a 1-to-1 like starting replacement, then I would be sad regardless. But we'll see. IMO Jogamo is at his best when he isn't playing duelist. Yeah? You think so? I think Jogamo does pretty well when he's on a like hard entry duelist. RB on another. I mean, well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I have no clue. I have no clue what the plan is. But either way, I'm excited. But like, I can't imagine that you would sign someone like RB just to like have him on the bench, So.
See it every single time he's out there. He's always putting up numbers, but more importantly, he's getting those multi-kills. He's doing everything that you would ask him to do, and it still wasn't really enough in that game against Wolves, despite
so who knows? But I am very excited also, just because like obviously back in the early days of Vision Seekers, RB was like the one who would crack under mental pressure, wasn't as far as I know, wasn't like the most vocal on comms, etc. But obviously he's grown a lot. He like even had IGL'd a little bit towards the end of his tenure on tech and things like that. So I think the veterancy will help Nongshim a lot, and I think his flexibility will help a lot. I think Ivy and Francis are quite flexible, but I think outside of that, there is some like shoehorning that Nongshim's had to do, and not necessarily even agent-wise, just like stylistically. So I am excited what RB can bring to the table. Now it's time for Zest. Well, apparently Zest is grinding away in Premier, right? With Carpe and Lakia.
Wolves was throwing down 1, sometimes even 2 anchor smokes on these sites. And
do you think Nongshim will run a lot of Neon with Dombi?
A lot of the time, it's just util behind him. So if you have a smoke that get in and out of, it can be a lot easier to isolate
they
him
can,
and then buy time for your
but I think they will have to change kind of how they play it.
On that defensive side in both maps.
Yeah, we're seeing some really unique setups, some great.
But the one thing I will say is, I think because he's like so good at Neon, he kind of builds bad habits for other duelists with his Neon. Also because he played it like so much. So to a certain extent, I kind of wish they didn't. But who knows? Who knows what they're, how much how many reps they're getting in during like scrims and stuff right now. But like it's a decent map pool for Neon, obviously.
The second one is especially in this map, in the sunsets, in the split, you have to keep a very good.
Are they going to choose an MVP this tournament? If yes, who do you think it'll be? And also, hello YouTube. They should, right? Because they had one at Bangkok as well. I think they are going to regularly do MVP awards now. Honestly, I mean, but even at at Masters and Champs, the official MVP is the MVP of the finals, right? They don't do one for the whole tournament. The official one is for the finals, I think. My MVP so far, I think Spring and Sufat would be in the lead. I think Spring and Sufat would be in the lead.
Maybe we can explore with it. Gen.G seem to have baked this into their strategy, and it has been working for them.
For Paper X, since those are the two teams in the upper bracket, Paper X probably, honestly, Jing, like overall, but Paper X is more even across the board. Gassan, what is your opinion about Paper X absolutely destroying Sentinels? I mean, I think it was well prepped. I mean, well, they absolutely destroyed on Split. I wouldn't say they absolutely destroyed on Sunset, but it does feel like it was a combination of both of them kind of prepping what you know would be open from the other side, right? It was kind of an anti-fight, but Paper X's anti was stronger.
We got punished a bit, and now with those takeaways, we're gonna be. I want to say.
I mean, I thought it could be a close match. I think what I thought it could be was like Sunset across the board, but you know, I didn't necessarily think that was more likely. I just thought that was possible.
I don't know if it's
there was like a feeling in my gut. So yeah. I mean, the thing is yeah, but I don't see that match and be like, wow, Paper X absolutely dumps them. Paper X is gonna win the whole tournament. I'm just glad for Paper X that their like anti was good, their prep was good, and they stuck to their prep on Split. But I think there are still weaknesses. Like, I think, honestly, in terms of prep, I would still favor Wolves for the time being. Not necessarily like overall skill, but just, you know, in terms of what they've shown, like coming into each of their next matches, I think I would actually favor Wolves a little bit in that one. But that's purely in terms of prep. That doesn't mean I think Wolves will win. But I think that's just where I stand. Saw they officially announced you're joining as the duelist. I know, chat. It's been a long time coming, but I am joining Noshim Red Force as the duelist. For Paper X, I'd vote Patman. Yeah, I mean, Patman was going to be my next candidate if I picked a second one for Paper X for MVP. But again, like, I think for Paper X, it's tougher. The reason, like, I feel okay giving a shout out to Sufat on Wolves is because I think there's a distinct difference between like the ones who are fragging on for impact and the ones who are like giving impact on Wolves. I think there's a clearer cut, whereas on Paper X, I think it's more evenly spread. Today's the day I finally sacrificed some sleep for Toronto. Nice, belly button. Welcome back. It's going okay. My flu is mostly now finally all gone. I think I sound better than most days.
I agree. What do you guys agree or disagree? Hearing a couple agrees.
Chobra, my man, the leaks of the map are coming. Wait, okay, is it still a leak? I thought I saw an official post, no? About Bind coming back?
So far in Masters Toronto. Do we agree or disagree, Toronto?
That's an easy lock.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll let them talk.
Come on, stop talking.
Nongshim is making champs to the RB. Chat, I do want to say, I said it on Discord as well, but like RB is exciting. But honestly, those who know, the coach signing, Sungmin, is the real exciting part for Nongshim. I actually give a lot of credit to Sungmin, not without obviously knowing anything about what actually happened behind the scenes. I give a lot of credit to Sungmin for SPG winning Ascension. Not that I think he was like the majority of it, but I think the different viewpoint he brought to the coaching staff and the team during Ascension last year was huge. For those who don't know, he used to coach a team called SLT Songnam last year during Challengers, a hodgepodge team of like rookies and, you know, kind of semi-challenger veterans, like 7-man roster, and he took them from looking like absolute non-competitors in the first week to finalists in stage 1, and then bringing them up to top 3 again, top 4 again in the second stage. And then he joined SPG temporarily for Ascension, and then they won Ascension. And then he joined T1 Academy. I think he's a really good coach, and I'm really excited to see what he can bring. I think him and Silkanen also had probably good synergy, so it was probably a no-brainer for them to try to pick him up.
Crowd favorite, they have to be, and especially anyone that plays the game and watches Gen G, they understand their strengths. For the other ones, I guess that you can make some cases, right? As I was saying, America's only winning.
Pearl and split out, so right? Pearl and split out Bind and the new map in. That's official, right? I am sad that Pearl is gone so soon. Why is Icebox staying? It has to, the new map must be fairly traditional.
From the voters here.
I think that the
God Sungmin is back. That's right.
You can jump on that train because they already sent. I'm speaking.
Yeah, it's official God shot. That's what everyone's saying. I am sad that Pearl is gone. I like Pearl, but I gotta imagine that. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's because they're bringing Bind back. That's what they're replacing Pearl with. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I'm really happy to see Bind back, though.
All right, team. Take a look at our
well, I totally missed what Kukuka said. Dude, Achilles is killing it. I mean, Achilles and Jen are riding the Pacific train.
God knows what, and you kind of screwed it up. So now you just look like.
Wait, did Paper then basically get shafted for Rob Moore?
I've given up, but for today,
that's messed up. Well, I guess Uber's not there either.
Gen G are going to bounce back from what happened yesterday, and for the side of Fnatic, honestly, I think that this is very, very.
Jen didn't vote Gen G. That's actually crazy.
Sentinels more, but. Man, it's yummy. What you want
me to do? Bagels Val, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back. Thank you for the Prime resub. Appreciate the support. Do you think they should just permanently remove the really bad maps? No, not yet. But I think there will probably come a time when like the real bad maps, similar to Agent reworks, they'll like go through a long rework period, probably.
I think we could try that again. I said, Toronto, are you excited for today's matches? There you go. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear, because you couldn't have asked me.
Yeah, Korea's getting very competitive in Valorant now, so that's also good to see for the Korean scene. So people are asking who will RB replace. I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I have no idea. I mean, I have zero concerns about what RB would play.
The pressure's really on today.
Oh yeah.
If it is a 1-to-1 replacement for starting roster, I could, you know, I think there's different logic for everybody, quite frankly. I would be sad. That doesn't mean I think everyone should be replaced, right? But I'm just saying, like, I could see a logical reason. But I would be sad no matter who. So, you know, who knows? But yeah, Sungmin also successfully ran a roster rotation. So, like, that's actually not entirely out of the question. It's not entirely out of the question. RB was like the totem pole carrying Titan Esports. But RB was primarily initiator in Titan Esports. But obviously we know that he can flex around. I know who RB's replacing. RB's replacing Chobra as its new co-streamer. Congrats, Chobra. You're the new duelist. I knew it, chat. All my Waylay is coming to fruition. The Waylay Phoenix? I'll be the Phoenix to Dombi's Waylay.
And all we're doing is just worrying about what's up next. In this case, it's Fnatic.
Fortune favoring the bold. Fnatic bringing out a brand new look.
Sentinels are a really good team, but I think it's a really good matchup for us also, because they play our map pool, and I think Boaster is gonna leave John QT completely, and John QT will have no chance against him.
have experience against Alfie and Boaster. Obviously, I just played against Crash.
I kind of agree with Frost that scrim sharing could be dangerous for Korea, especially. Yeah, okay, but like, are we then concerned that North America is scrim sharing against Brazil? Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying Frost is wrong. I'm just saying agreeing with Frost simply because there's 4 Korean teams is kind of, that's bad logic, I think.
After map 1, I saw my brothers. I knew they were behind me.
I mean, also RRQ and Paper X dominated the playoffs.
I love you guys so much. I feel your presence every single
You know?
having you guys support me.
Gen G obviously, you know, suffered a tough loss yesterday, but came out swinging here. Like, I think, again, I'm not saying that, I don't know, right? So, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, that's false, because I don't know. I haven't, like, investigated, but I think that is bad logic. You can agree with Frost. You can, like, think like, oh, I think this is worth looking into. You can be like, oh, I think it's cautious, but simply being like, well, 4 competitive teams, like, surely it leads to scrim sharing. I think that is bad, and that's not what Frost is doing. Frost is saying that he's seen, like, he has proof, so like that's a totally different story. But
G2 came in today angry, determined, very focused.
For us coming off a win against XLG, we're gonna use.
I have no chat. I have no idea what the roster is going to look like, but there is the potential that it's a rotation roster, a 6-man roster. But if there's anyone I would trust to try it, it would be Sungmin, because he actually proved that he can do it. Yo, what's up, Paradox? Today's an insane day of matches. Yeah, put me in for the Waylay Phoenix. We're in the 7-man roster. I'm down.
G2 esports versus Gen G.
Again, I'm not saying it is a 6-man roster. I don't know, chat, but there is a world. There is a world. I think they have a lot of options, and no matter what, I think it, you know.
And here
OG Solo and Josh Arty. You know, no matter what, like the OG SPG run fans will, you know, it's a bit of a bittersweet moment, whether it's a rotation, whether it's a 1-to-1 replacement, but anyway, chat, for now, let's focus on the game. Big game stage. Gen G G2. Gen G G2. Dude, that dude had the moment, and he had his sign flipped. Dude, I think G2 dominated this draft. Gen G picked the Haven.
Even though it was a very
bold.
so many moments where individuals were needed to carry the
Chat, I'm gonna have to root against Gen G on this one. I'm gonna have to root for Anders to just give him a masterclass. Holy, I cannot believe. I thought they were going to pick. I thought G2 was going to pick Haven.
They've been so committed to that agent across their map pool. I think it would be a really interesting.
Is it possible
idea
to turn the casters a bit up? Yes, we can.
Raise comp, the old Fnatic comp, just subbing in the Vice instead.
I mean, if you're in a situation here where, you know, a lot's on the line, obviously elimination is what's going to meet you on the other side of this, no matter how the chips fall, Kukuka. Do you go for the adjustment in your
I mean, we'll see.
Or do you stick to the thing?
I think the Lotus is also a good pick from G2. I think the Lotus is also a good pick from G2.
Chance for comfort. I think that G2 wanted to go for a map that they probably have not, you know, played on stage, as Mimi was just saying, and maybe not.
You think that guy could beat Tarek 1v1?
Because if you go for something,
I think there's a chance.
And you think you have a read on,
I'll be honest, I haven't seen Tarek play in a long time, so. But I've never seen that guy play, so like, it's doable.
Are you expecting us to pick this Lotus?
G2 lost both pistols to Paper X. They got bonused by Paper X. The last time they played Lotus, it was still a 13-11 game. They made mistakes in that series. They're in the lower bracket for a reason, but I don't want to overreact to that map because I still think G2's macro, especially on the defensive side of this map, is world class.
Yeah, the retakes I guess you're mentioning. Again, number one thing to take account of is the man that you're seeing in the screen right now is Texture. How are they going to deal with it? Is Jogimo going to be up for the task? Are the rest of the team going to be able to shut that man
So many
down?
Tarek signs.
You can feel the energy here at the Undercare Center as everyone's getting ready to go. And once this game starts, I know people are going to be on their feet, unsure of what's to come. Because both Gen
Is the Gamba
and
wrong?
G2 are squads that could very well have
No, it's
been in the
Lotus
grand
first, no?
finals here in Toronto, but they find themselves scrapping for top 4.
I think it's extra pressure.
Nongshim announced RB earlier
after
today.
being so close to winning in Bangkok.
Yes.
To go back to the same kind of demons that haunted them. Last year, they lost to Genji in Shanghai.
Wow.
They went out immediately.
Mods
after
trying
that,
to rig
and
the
Genji
Gamba.
lifted the trophy.
All right, let's see what we get for our agent select here. See what we get locked in.
There's surprises on the side of Genji. They have already locked up all their agents. Again, this is what they were
The
playing.
Trentejo.
G2.
Whoa.
Okay, that is a locked.
Locking the Tejo.
Locking the Tejo.
That is a lock Tejo. We have
The
it confirmed. Did not
Tejo.
expect that one from G2. Holy moly.
Okay,
So Tejo
on
still
Lotus
has some
as
of those
well.
Strong synergies with the Yoru, with the missiles. Drone it can still be a great tool on re-clear on this map, but you don't have the refreshable util there. So we just got to see what Trent's up to.
Yeah, and also putting Jogimo back on that Euro, he was not.
But they play the fade.
All right,
That's the trade. That's the trade-off. It's not a breach. It's not a breach. Breach Tejo.
And Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get into this one here. Now, me and you,
Interesting.
John,
They're
we're deeply
swapping
into
it
these
over
two
from
teams.
3
We've been
days ago.
watching G2
They played when they played against Paper X. They brought out the Neon Breach Sova.
Trophy as well. I mean, you look different.
Wait, what the?
No, I'm the same old Sideshow. These are two teams that we never would have expected to be in the lower round.
I'm glad, dude. That's so sick.
Two sideshows.
I need to have a word with security. This
That's
guy doesn't even
sick.
look anything like me.
That's sick that they got that guy on there. That's amazing.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The world can only handle one.
That's amazing, dude. Shout out to that guy and shout out to production for allowing that. That's so sick.
With these teams, but I wasn't expecting to see these compositions being pulled out here.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Dude, I wasn't even watching. I was looking at VLR on my second monitor, and I just like saw their outfits, and I just assumed it was Sideshow until you guys started going crazy.
As well. We're talking about two juggernauts of prior years. If you look at them in a vacuum as well, for each of these teams,
It's like when you crack an egg and get two yolks.
Potentially the best in the team, or the best team in the world. We would say that for G2, for Gen G, moments of this tournament where they've had those heights. So let's take a look at the pistol round. It's slow going for now. Gen G set up, grouped up.
The Fade Teo is interesting. I think this is in some ways a similar logic to Gen G's Teo on Split, where you can still have Fade.
Now that it's all changed up, Jorg takes contact.
So for like refreshable util, so you can still pick and choose, like if you want to use it for executes or not. Your post plants aren't as strong though.
No pressure coming out. Salvos lay it down onto the floor.
He used them separately, one to delay, one to keep him shoved in. I am interested how they're going to use it, because I don't think they're going to use it like Gen G, where it's always on executes, because it's not a double lock comp.
They want to try and take the fight straight to them anyway, before they can even escape.
A beautiful pistol.
Very cleanly done from G2.
Never allowing Gen G to cut noise and force them to go for some kind of information, re-clear. They just force the fight instantly as soon as they hear that door open. I like that. Proactive, decisive.
Ash has really impressed me. Maybe I just don't know ball. I mean, I think it's fair for most people to not have recognized Ash's potential before, because he was fine. I'm not going to say he was mid. He was fine during Pacific. But if you followed him prior during his Challengers days, you knew that he was very talented. But back then he was playing mainly duelists, so.
Target-rich environment, and he flourishes with the rest of his team by his side.
Jeez.
That's very clean.
G2 is sending Gen G home. I guess I didn't make my predictions today. I do. It's kind of sounds broken now that I've seen the draft and everything, but I do think I would have picked G2 and Fnatic.
End up winning almost like 60% of them. Following up, so
and they're
G2,
not even forcing like G2.
No, they are. They're just taking them straight up as ecos. Most
but I don't think it. I don't expect it to be. I didn't expect it to be a crushing victory for G2. But seeing the draft, sorry Gen G, but I kind of want it to be.
Cleanly, but okay, that's a nice little seize nade, and Jorgamo is no more obliterated.
Absolutely destroyed, and look how fast Karen is into a deep position here.
This is so pacey. Up through heaven, Leaf, just a head popping up, and they've spotted each other. Almost ships in the night, but still, it's going to be a smoke into your face now, and the A side is opened up relatively. They still need to clear some section of it. Gen G going to make a move on now, and fans going to be committed.
Kind of curious if at some point
back rubble at the very start of the round, so he still has one to play with along with the stun.
Gen G considers doing a fast hit and using Vice for a post plant. Ooh, dude, amazing cover though from each other on Gen G.
Beautiful response from Gen G, instantly getting the most out of their composition. That sees nade.
Chobra, are you okay? What? Why would I not be okay?
He never got a chance to play the round. Through a flash, he's blinded up and gets hit by the seize of the nade just perfectly onto his position. The rest of Gen G with
I guess they know that Trent has the aim to compensate the loss of Utos, and bringing the tail for team comfort is good. But the thing is you say team comfort, but you can't play it with full team comfort.
This time G2,
because you can't play it,
lesson. I mean,
you know, mindlessly for rebel control and then, or you know, retake or post plant.
There was nobody in the smoke that time.
I do think you still have to kind of change how you work the map, right? They changed the breach to the fades for that reason as well.
In general, tend to be the best at these rebel fights, but G2 get the better end of it this time. And a drone immediately coming out from Trent with 1:10 on the clock, just in case they've gone into a fast timing towards B.
Ender said this was Josh RT's idea, saying that using Teo as a non-dive raise that has two names. Makes sense. Right from the pistol, I kind of got that feeling because they weren't using it together, right? So it's not like you're only using it for executes, but you can basically use it to clear one angle each time. That makes sense. Use it as a raise who gets a refresh nade, but without the kills. And then you still have double drone, and then you still have fade. And then you still have the Yoru. So like you kind of fill in all the other gaps from util perspective.
They want to stand the chance of winning this round. Munchkin going for the pick off out towards spawn, but it's all watched for. Safe hands from G2, that discipline. Always going to rear through. Flawless.
Necessary risk had to be taken there with such a player disadvantage. By and large, these rounds, the last couple...
Chobra, why are Nongshim getting RB? Don't you already have a Neon Merchant in your team? Have you ever considered that Waylay Neon may be the future meta? I'm not saying that's what it is, but, you know.
Some crazy teleports all over the map here on Lotus. Pacific teams are down to cook.
Yeah, they really are. I'm honestly subverting my expectations for this game. When I think of these two teams, I think of methodical, disciplined, a bit slow at times. Willing to work the map ever so slightly, but there is pace in this game. Gen G have been throwing themselves at this A rubble fight over and over again.
I think it's really
they think they can take this easy, which they can, because the Teo can't default fight for rubble.
Then suddenly you're gaining yourself a big advantage.
Well, the problem is that if G2 gets the read, they get delayed hard, and then they're trapped. So this time they have Foxy.
Very early on to stop a potential B push. So that means it's not available.
Sideshow put a circle right. Now they have Foxy watching C along with this wall. He's been putting this wall. This time he puts it forward. He's been putting the wall on B. Oh.
moment's
Damn,
notice.
dude.
Site's still going to be gained, though. He's got no sound cues to work with. Still going to be TPing back.
Dude, and he TP's back in, and he goes back in with the ult. Brutal round against Gen.G.
Scrambling, picking up the pieces of the round, and
yeah.
straight away, it's all set up from Chobra, isn't it? Valen being the closer.
It looks immaculate out here for Gen.G.
I also saw Sungmin come out. Yeah, no, I'm so excited to have Sungmin on Nongshim. I was actually really sad to see him go to T1 Academy and not maybe go for like a new full contract with Nongshim, because I think he's a really good coach.
When Texture goes into the site there, he's having to split his focus so much on Blue Room as well.
Gen.G is just learning from yesterday. It's bad to start off hot. Yes, that's the takeaway. Tilt in the first half, recover in the second. Yes.
I believe it's the first time that we've seen them here in Toronto playing it. They've gotten a huge amount of value from either rebel fighting or getting really good lurk timings into places. I think that's something that Karen's excellent at, but Munchkin...
This is a very early timeout for Gen.G, but I do think it was necessary because they're constantly ramming their head against the wall.
Because then Munchkin's able to get in on A and work his magic. And he really
I do think they need to, I do think they need to slow it down.
But Gen.G haven't really been going
You
for that.
know Rebel's been free, just take it again. I would say even work the door, like work it faster than you normally would, because you know it's been free, and then set up the lurk and then re-clear mound.
And both of them with information tools.
Now, because of the timeout this round, especially on an eco, maybe they do the whole like typical start on C. You also have to consider the fact that there's no Sentinel on the side of G2, so like C is easier if you can just get that one snake bite out. Now you do have to worry about the Teho. Like that's where the Teho comes in as well on defense, I think. You can provide another layer of delay, just one by one.
Weaker weaponry, Munchkin, he's blinded up, just looking for the haunt position.
So they are going to go for the C hit this time. But I do think in the future rounds, they just take A easy, work the door, have Foxy9 just keep an eye on C, and then slowly clear this at the minute mark, and then go back to A.
And Texture, he's got a Guardian in this round, so I think that's the kind of fight he was looking for.
This push out, though, I mean, listen, Jorgamo is taking liberties. The deep drone from Trent Pryor. Here comes the hit coming through. Not shying away from investing the ult, so the night falls in. And here it is, bodies collapsing onto the floor. Gen.G.
Oh, I mean, it's an eco, but
G2 just taking them
that is
over.
rough.
Again, the weaponry wasn't ideal for Gen.G. Got to keep that in mind, of course.
But if the weaponry isn't ideal and Texture's the only one with a Guardian, why is Gen.G sending him into sight alone there instead of... Yeah, why are we not looking for picks? Seeing if we
because they heard the noise on A. They thought it was free. But through the poison cloud is rough.
I think of what caused their downfall. We haven't really mentioned it too much, but against Wolves, Gen.G, they threw away 2 leads.
This is a slight variation, chat. It's no breach
What landed them
for
here into this
G2.
lower bracket.
But this is the round they took the timeout for, Brent.
And it needs to come up with a good here and now, trying to face it, doubling up as that wall drops down. And there it is, Munchkin and Caron happy to collect.
I like, okay, so G2 get what they, or Gen.G get what they want eventually, right? Because they went C off the timeout on the eco. And so the next round you go back to A. You prep just in case that G2 thinks you're going C again. And then you win the fight anyway if they're not just immediately util dumping and like using everything to keep control of Rebel. They don't have a good Rebel fight.
You look at the kills, a lot of noise made. Valen's already got the one. Anticipating that
Munchkin knows the plan.
Oh, I mean, he was weak, but...
Thorns deaded. Anything to slow down the approach, the onslaught.
Where's your arc, Rose?
Delivering. Rapid run around.
Where's your arc, Rose?
G2 looking to group
He
up.
doesn't have it set up, does he?
Switch. Moving around, there's a smoke into your face now, and you're going to have to call this timing well.
Ooh.
It's disjointed from G2, and Karen's got his eye on it.
Foxy9 was actually dead on the swing. Crosshair placement.
Gen.G do not want to throw this advantage whatsoever. Weaving in and out, trying to ping pong here, but the time is ticking, and now it's
No time. Valen knows.
Chances. You can at least bring Karen down to the grave with you.
That's actually really important too.
Yeah.
They've done insane economic
Yeah, but G2 is okay with that. You were going to lose that round right off the rip, but they get all the weapons out.
At what cost? The economical damage has been ridiculous there, inflicted by Valen and Leaf. What was that hop up to delete Munchkin?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much that like that will automatically win Gen G the round, but Gen G waiting for the reaction. That's what I'm saying though. They should, if A Rebel is free, they should cause reactions there, and then you have time. Like work the timers, slow clear mound, get the snake bite out. G2 is actually going to stick with the Rebel fight. This time they're going to go hard. Ooh, Texture gets ahead of it though. That one hurts for G2. They dumped so much. Jogs off in a crazy angle, gets spotted.
Jonah P happy to use a lot of utility. There's only one Prowler to try to get kind of
still okay, just one. Oh, 2 Guardians. A little iffy. But you have Showstopper now. So that's big.
Macro game, Gen G kind of winning this round. Jorg's going to have to go for some kind of info peek. Nobody set up to punish, though.
Gen G inserting a bit of a pause, I think, expecting that G2 were going to go for some form of reclear.
But
yeah, so now they're starting to wait.
That's actually allowed Jorgamo to get back on the line. Leaf in a tucked position.
If this ends A.
They don't have any backup plans though. G2 knows this. They're peeking C.
Still Leaf gets one.
He gets one. Okay, the Showstopper kill is huge, but Jog still alive. Ooh, are they not thinking about this? He's not thinking about it. 2v2 again. You do have salvos and you have a stun and paranoia. G2's in a really good spot. Ash has C's. The C's has to kind of go big.
Paranoia sweeps, no connection onto Caron. He's still going to see this one open. Sighted.
Oh, Trent spots him.
Takes the connection. Knows that he's off of it for now. But the C's did not connect. Smoke's going to be blossoming, blooming, covering the
dude, Valen with the cover is insane. Dude, they baited out Gen G so hard.
They're looking incredible in these
G2 just has so much so much more composure right now. But again, it comes from the util. Gen G didn't have the util to be able to play that confidently.
But they find themselves in a 4v3. Even clean up Jorg.
I mean, this is just fundamental masterclass here in a 2v2 from G2. You had util advantage. You delayed one side. You get the peek out of tree with the jump over.
Locked in.
You don't expect him to be.
And then you're just waiting. Valen's waiting for the other guy to wrap around from one of the angles.
G2 under that pressure to perform a perfect lower bracket run. Seems to be creating diamonds.
Valen's 12-1? That's insane.
Bottom of the barrel purchases for Gen G once more. Slow as you go. Just trying to dodge and weave past these bullets.
I really wish Gen G had reworked C that previous round. You would have had a couple more rounds to play with. Now at most, I think you get 4, and that's already rough.
Salvo onto the other. Got to deroot this guy, but Munchkin could potentially get some kills for his trouble. Spot him for the info.
I think Gen G is getting ruined by the Tejo because they're like so concerned about it. But they just like they're not working C at all. Like I get it, Leaf is deadly, but you gotta at least get the snake bite out and deny that info. The previous rounds, Valen and Leaf were taking turns getting so much free info on mound.
No opportunity for those salvos to regenerate.
35 seconds left.
Did we finally see it? Well, hopefully we see it in the next map. Again, I'm sorry to say that for Foxy9, but I think it'd be good for him too, and the team.
There it is. It's Vice
Huge.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh, I mean, they know they're even.
He's running hot on your heels.
Oh.
Shorty in hand from that kind of range. He's done
Oh,
the damage,
shoot.
but not quite the kill. Jonah P looking to redeem, and he has indeed shut down the kill. What a shot to find. Leaves it down to Ash.
Rough.
On double digits. There's
Rough.
no chance in hell he can make it out of that spot. 7-2 in his scoreline now for
And
G2.
masterclass from G2 so far. Good anti, great usage of the comp. I love the Fade Tejo.
Maybe a bit of a mouse problem.
I think this is a good, a workable Tejo comp. I don't think it's a meta Tejo comp, but basically you're using him as a long-range Raze. We know Raze is good at, Raze is one of the duelists who's good at delaying. So you have that. You still have your Fade to cover all your bases for info.
Lotus. Now G2 fully in control.
Fade is also good at delaying. The attack is going to be, you have to work it a bit more carefully, but if you use it like Raze,
Here they're struggling to stay.
as long as you know how to work the map on attack, you already have the advantage of a 3-site map, right? If you get the Rebel fight, or you can just get Mound and then get Rebel fight easy.
I do like the slower pace though from Gen G. I think it's more likely to find success.
Footsteps already crossed past, but unanticipated the Jogma would be there to Nightfall now. Scatters across, sound user cut away.
Gen G has to commit to it.
Forwards and back, there was that gate crash.
Oh, the Armageddon.
Red carpet, roll out the salvos. There's nowhere to stand. Very few pockets indeed for Gen G to be safe.
A little bit.
Play this one together.
Little bit iffy. Salvos, just singular salvo off of that feels a little ambitious. For G2, I think you would have wanted the salvos for the retake at that point. But they have numbers advantage. You still have Paranoia and Stun. Again, no util left on Gen G. And so they have to take peeks. They have to take confident peeks. But the unfortunate thing is one of them has to win 1v2 first. Oh, no. Oh my god.
G2 again. Just box Gen G into the site.
Yeah, G2's reading Gen G. Gen G is...
The operator from Jorg is also just getting astounding value.
Gen G's like dumping everything to get in, and G2's just punishing that hard.
As they enter the site. And then also still somehow being able to
From
the up and the shorty on the retake.
I agree that this...
Gen G at some point in this tournament,
I think this Teo rework like forces you to be more flexible with them. I don't know if it's more flexible, but
they need to wake up here in this game.
Looking out of it. Completely out of it with no real chance here. This is
no shot. He got the kill?
Great with the op.
This kind of form.
Oh my god.
He's just unleashed here in the LAN environment on the big
stage. This is the round they go C. That's what I was saying, chat.
This is
off the first timeout, taking this on the eco, conditioning them right on the timeout because they're gonna try to change and go for Robo fight. Okay, I'm fine with that. Next round, you meet them on the Robo fight. I'm fine with that. But the next round, surely you take Rebel for free and you work Mound. You've never worked Mound properly before. Now it's round 11. You go on another eco. And Gen G used to be a good Lotus team.
The impetus is on him. Someone needs to step up and maybe get the ball rolling to get any sort of round they can as a timing. It's caught. Foxy 9 can't get more for his troubles, but maybe one is enough.
You know, I generally tend to... Yeah, they're getting pushed out. I generally tend to keep in mind that, like, it's harder in execution. It is. But it's a team that I have higher expectations for. It's a team that I know can, you know, make better plays. You know what I mean? Like, losing your duels right now, like Jogs popping off, etc., that's fine. Like, Jogs popping off. What are you going to do? And like G2's playing well. I don't think that would have necessarily won Gen G the map. I just think they should have tried.
A team leader, the IGL for G2. He's not required usually to put up unbelievable numbers, but he's 15.
It feels like G2, but it does feel like Gen G is back to kickoff, where they feel they have to go one-dimensional. Back then, the excuse was Foxy 9. You know, had to kind of like Foxy 9 and Yeoman had to learn how to play like Gen G, and they couldn't. But now you don't have that excuse, or you shouldn't.
This first half too for Gen G to put up anything. At least they've got the rifles.
G2 are just so active. They're already putting pressure on the B-Lurk player, finding out the Munchkin is over here.
They're all over the place. Making good usage of the fade. Hello, okay. One of the first kills going away for Gen G now. Valen gone.
I didn't know Liquid was still at Toronto, the double off. Oof, legged him.
Jorg is not missing. is everywhere at once. The TP took him out into the open, almost died for it. But did he anticipate Trent? Tucks it close and tight. He's a few more, but a spam.
Wasn't that Leaf on C?
There's a lot of teams coming for him, yet still he perseveres.
Oi. Oi.
Munchkin scrambling left and right. Dimensional drift spotted. You can see it on the HUD, and Leaf just plucks him out of the picture. It's a
that is rough. That is rough. This is a masterclass.
Here for G2. Gen.G never had
also, why does the loser yesterday? I mean, yeah, I've talked about this multiple times. Play the upper bracket first. Although I don't know if that would have changed how this one plays out, to be very honest. Oh, Texture said a bad word. Read his lips. Chat, do you think Nungshin will let me double duelist with Dombi if I aim labs? Yeah, you think so? You think that's what's holding me back, chat? I just gotta do my aim labs routines. I said this yesterday, I'm saying this again today. The first halves have been so dominant. True, true. Are they benching for... I have no idea. They haven't said. Now they have RB. You had your chance in stage 1. Damn. You don't have to do me dirty like that. What, you don't think I can be as good as RB? Crazy. Would you want RB or Zest on Nongshim more? For Nongshim specifically, assuming that it has to be a 1-to-1 replacement, like someone, you know, that they're taking someone's spot, regardless of who it is, I would say RB. I think RB's flexibility is immeasurable for a team like Nongshim. Gen.G lost this because they never worked at anything other than A. Yeah. I mean, I think they are pretty mental boomed. I agree that they would have had a better mental reset if they had an extra day. Chat, I mean, I always argue that Pacific's the only region that does it right. I always argue that this scheduling is dumb.
We needed to see a resurgence. They lost that one. They crumbled under the
but also,
they really throw away their
Gen.G had, like, teams have gotten through it before.
Absolutely. I mean, they could just be and right here. This is elimination, and you can't,
you know,
go
while it feels bad, like,
I mean, you're seeing it here reflected somewhat, but once
it feels bad, but like you just have to be better. You know what I mean?
This guy's hands, I think. You saw what Jorg was able to do with it, and Texture's been immaculate with the operator and so good on defense. If there's any chance here for Gen.G, you need this guy to activate, but you also need the economy to even put the op in his hands in the first place.
And so Gen.G need to get back into the business of winning these pistol
rounds.
Yeah,
we do have 2 days break after today, but you gotta win.
Win rate for pistol rounds. That's how you get the economy booming.
Yeah, and then also they're going to have...
Dombi Neon and RB Whaley is going to be fire for Nungshin. What's wrong with Dombi's Whaley? Dombi Whaley and RB Neon. What's wrong with that? Autumn Buzz, it's official. RB is on Nungshin.
Having said that, though,
let's see if Gen.G can win the pistol.
Gen.G need anything they can get. Paranoia used instantly with a haunt to fake like Gen.G are fighting super hard over Rumble.
Yeah, and they wanted to push out, but Ash just takes a beating. They know they pushed him back. Oh, look, G2's working the map. Opens the door and fakes over to A. So you saw 2 people here. You know there's at least one here. You've tied them up with the door. At most, there's 2 on A. And so you just go fast. This is a brilliant call from G2. Huge Razor Vines, but he's stuck out in the open. He's lucky he got one. Oh, Jogma? A little greedy. Little greedy on that one.
There's
There's a chance.
2 players controlling spawn and 2 players on the flank. Leaf could easily get caught out.
Player advantage for Gen G. As you mentioned, Leaf could definitely get caught out, but he's positioned himself well indeed. It's the first one, still fights happening on multiple avenues.
Leaf's at 1 HP.
Filling up the feed and getting the better of it for now, but it's still that 2v2.
Dude, no shot. No shot. Where are the comps?
So damn low. There's still a chance for Texture. It's not planted for these G2 players. They're going to have to get a bit of a run on. First one's a good connection.
He has to stick the half. Oh, no. No, he doesn't. I thought the beeps were faster. I thought we were already in the next phase. Oh, goodness. Autumnbus 13, thank you for the gifted 5. The gifted 5. 5 gifted. Chat, I didn't get much sleep. And no, it's not because of Path of Exile.
Munchkin should have been able to deal with it. He did hit a headshot onto Leaf actually, but he was just a bit too
But thank you for the support. Appreciate it.
A nice composure from Texture in the clutch. And G2 are not going to go for a force here.
If you got a gifted sub in the chat, please drop by and say thank you to Autumnbus.
And I think this is actually the right idea, because if they force and lose, Gen G are starting to build up some momentum. If you ignore the force, you're doing all right.
Texture. He's going to start to play greedy. That's what I was afraid of, because he feels like he needs to carry.
They haven't even forced and they're in a 3v3.
This is dire for Gen G.
Oh, that is also crazy that they didn't buy the Spectres.
He's just going walkabout, seeing if he can bait out a bit of this one. And he's not even just baiting them all, he's full committing.
Yeah, he's just taking the risk on the eco round.
They don't take the guns. Gen G appropriately defends the guns at the very least.
Just be in the Venn diagram.
Leaf's got a Marshall.
But the rotations are coming late now from Gen G, so I think he might have just
oh, this is for Nungshiman RB? Hell yeah. Let's go.
Having said that, you're not going to be playing long-range off-site post-plants anyway. Jog takes a full flash to the face.
In regards to the 2 days break, chat, after today, though, I do think that is good. That's not, just so we're clear, that's not why the upper bracket is played second. The number of days doesn't change if the upper bracket plays first. It's just Riot's preference for eliminating teams first and kind of balancing out the pacing of the storylines. I don't like it. Even from a production, I usually favor like production and narratives over integrity. I do as a producer, as producer brained, but I don't like it. But it is what it is. But the 2 days break also, I like it for teams. Like it really kind of resets fully for the Final Four. It also gives production a day to like build new video packages for the Final Four, right? The like intros and stuff. Also, they're moving venues, so I mean, obviously, I'm sure they're already setting up this week, but the 2 days break is kind of necessary.
Maybe there's a chance to apply the pressure back to G2, and they're putting a lot of their eggs into this rubble fight.
Yeah, bit of a preview of what's to come here. There's not much push.
RB on Nungshiman gives me a feeling that Chobra's going to take part in lifting the champs trophy. Hold on, let's calm down, chat.
Combination of the util. It's going to set Karen up nice and pretty. Got deep A main control now. It's going to make the guessing game off the map.
What is
that much easier here for Gen G?
What is going on with the points?
As well while we're on this attack after how Trent's going to
it landed on the friggin'
tusk. Going to be looking to use them for site execs, map control, post plant.
Forsaken, what are you doing? Freaking get out of Munchkin's body, Forsaken.
Snake bite and a prowler. Sends out that paranoia. Just a clone and Texture's watching.
You need this guy to activate.
I think they may have seen a lot of players' presence though, so now they're going to be making a move over towards C. Foxy9 gets info. Storm's going to be deaded. He's trying to slow this one down, buy some time for the rest of his team.
No wall though.
Wait, wasn't it Munchkin who was also messing up the smoke on Haven in Pacific Stage 1 as well, or kickoff?
Watch Texture's off. Watch Texture's ult here. They're going to try to push into him. A lot of pressure.
Or was that someone else?
This is actually disconnected. She still gets
oh, huge double for Ash. I like the showstopper. Foxy9 kind of agreed to that. He was just trying to buy time for the showstopper. They have no idea. Oh. Dude, Texture is doing everything he can. It was him during kickoff, right? Yeah, what's going on with Munchkin, man?
He's been getting multi-kills. He's been really impactful. Winning them the clutch, getting 3
I believe for the whole of Masters Toronto, it's in the same venue. Wait.
impact
I
kills
thought
as well.
Toronto
He's
was
rocketed
swapping
back up
venues, no?
towards the top of the scoreboard for his squad. G2 forced into a stinger buy. Not that they're bad with these at all, but they're starting to get ults online too.
Am I mistaken?
You're feeling it now. I think a bit of confidence back for Gen G. You convert the bonus like that. Spirit's
okay.
gonna be high. You know at this point, it's more than
Never
winnable.
mind then. But anyway, video packages, etc. Teams get a reset, and that way, like you do a content shoot one day, they still have another day.
The ult rounds are going to be the trickiest. And
Why did I think it was
actually
2
could be right here.
venues?
Nightfall gained.
I
Jorg, if he gets a kill, has
don't know.
Full util dump, Foxy 9 squares up. Being challenged, that's the util.
They are constantly pressuring the Vice. Odd that that's not the first thing you're looking at after you TP in. You know you're going to get stuck in a Vice setup.
There's a disconnect here. G2 have called for a bit of a pause. Util's flying back
Good reset from G2.
Cutting them up now with the smokes, including the site. It's divided.
Gen G knows to keep their distance.
Doesn't really look like there's a safe opportunity to plant here.
Drone out wide looking for info. G2 with their backs against the wall. Gen G have got them cornered.
Ooh, Phantom pickup's kind of big.
In case G2 extract themselves, but Valen and Trent are really committed.
Hard stuck. Gen G cemented themselves, rooted.
Leaf's
High-low
gonna peek for him to try to distract.
I don't even know.
If you're G2.
They're waiting for the smoke time.
Oh, they double smoke.
Propped up, now trying to take the
They tried to swing around the smoke for the double peek. NT Leaf was supposed to be the bait, but
huge performance timing.
Trent went down first.
Just misses in for texture.
Huge hold from Gen G.
Watches for it, Gen G. This is what we were expecting from them. A bit of a bounce back.
Well, Shanghai and Tokyo were 2 venues with being Masters too. Oh. Yeah, let's say that's the reason I was confused.
But this is what they're saving. This is why they didn't force in round 14. This is why they haven't invested any ultimates.
Has anyone noticed this Masters feels like each player's only good for 1 to 2 kills each round, multi-kills? I mean, I think it's just teams have gotten better. I think it's also the shift in the meta from the previous meta to this one.
Jorg with the dimensional drift.
Makes a bit of a gap.
Can turn off everybody's audio, allow Jorg to make
Double is still a multi-kill though.
How are they comboing these? If indeed they are.
I'll handle this.
Sending it now though. Dimensional drift forwards. Salvo's in, breaking blue room, gives him access towards it. It's going to go for the B-split.
Meanwhile, the RB wins champs with Notion propaganda still going on. Huge. If you're hit by the nightfall, you gotta just bail. You gotta make sure you only have one angle to be looking at.
Tremendous value to knock through that door and allow a safe path for Jorg.
I do love that. I do love the Tejo tech. Not enough teams were using that even when Tejo was OP. The instant break on doors. I think it's so good. I think it's such an overlooked part of his kit.
It's a hard fight to win. 11 rounds now. Finally, G2 get a round on the board on this half.
It's a tough one for Gen G to deal with. It's just straight out of the strat book. Beautiful idea from G2. Gets them one step closer to the finish line.
Cuts off the momentum from Gen G.
As long as you can convert those kind of rounds, you're not too worried about Gen G winning the more neutral ones. It's a beautiful idea. And it also got Trent's ult online if they needed it. Didn't have to use it though, so maybe there's another idea here that Josh RT can cook up for them.
The mouse factor.
Round's already begun.
Gets me every time.
Ooh,
Ooh, he has been an absolute golden child with that op this tournament.
And this is where the danger might start to mount for G2, because when Texture has an op, he can be a nightmare to deal with. If they were thinking about setting up some kind of play with the Tejo ult as well, that's no longer available. Entire game plan might have to shift here for Valen.
Creeping and crawling though up through B main.
I do think the draft is absolutely in favor of G2. So Gen G kind of needs this, in my opinion. Huge from Munchkin. Saw the spike as well. Saw one more. You know where the last one is. That's the scary part, where Munchkin starts to get the reads on the timings.
The economy started booming, as you said. They got the op, they got the Odin.
Convenience store food, that's the best. That's the goat.
And Texture and Munchkin looking lights out.
They need to do the X-Pharaoh clear.
Eco round. And they're going to take a tactical timeout here. I think a lot of this is going to come down to, do they have another good ult round in the bank?
Yeah.
Can they try to concoct something with the Armageddon?
Chat, let me go get a cough drop real quick.
Pit.
Still got a bit of a small cough left.
Gen G, this is another opportunity for their coaches to try to add input and preempt those kind of game plans.
Gen G
Very
good at that.
defense-sided map, though, so far.
It is. Yeah, game of two halves, really. The Gen G coaches are very good at preempting certain ideas, trying to predict, feed information. Munchkin has definitely highlighted that in press interviews, talking about how good the coaches are, I think, at actually setting him up to be a really fantastic IGL, always anticipating your enemy's moves. And they are dragging this forwards one round at a time, dragging maybe the wrong word for it at this point, because Gen G are in full control of this half. With G2, they do only have to get 2, yes, but sometimes those last few rounds can be the hardest to get.
And you might think that G2's composition should be great in the post plant, but it's difficult to get to that spot. You know, Trent usually is not going to be able to save his salvos to just play some kind of cringe post plant setup. G2, they like to play for retake a lot, but Gen G are only playing about half the time to let their opponents plant. So most of the time they're playing up front, denying you at the choke points, and Trent's going to get his util
Oh
forced
no,
out.
it melted in the sunlight.
Rounds up and over. Flash into his face, still pre-aims that haunt. It's a good play by Kara. Leading out a ton of util from these.
Gen G has the right read.
Does he have a backup policy? I mean,
They want to fight it, but it's bold, but Foxy's good for 2.
Looking for even more up and over.
I mean, he needed to fight. There was no way out.
Against the G2 with not too many guns, upgrades are going to be acquired off of that.
Yeah, Karen didn't want to teleport away because he would have abandoned Foxy 9, and in the end they go 2 for 2. Munchkin gets in to reinforce, but he takes a fight.
He's gone.
He was looking to delay. They couldn't make up their mind. They were spread so thin.
Kind of mistake you cannot make.
Dire straights here for Gen G.
He delayed with the snake bite early, and then he just...
Out wide.
I mean, he decided to stick it. They are freaking weak.
He can collect these kills, but there we go. Sees and an aid, and Valen is no more. Still, the pit remains. Defensive wall is propped up here. These G2 players are going to try and make the most of it. Ring around the Rosies. Operator in
That's...
And Ash left reeling, left wondering. He has played it well, trying to pick up some sort of rifle leaf. In front
Oh
of
boy. Oh my god.
That's incredible precision there from Leaf at the end. Needed to hit that one, because Ash had the read exactly on where he was. That is mad. The texture goes in and swaps away from the shorty to the off. I can't believe he went for that.
No, the thing about the spam in a 1v1 with an Odin is just like, if you don't hit it right away, the chances that with the tracers,
that's it. One more round is
they get you back. You know, if he had 100% information that he was like in one spot, maybe. But if it's like, oh, he could still be below or like hiding in the corner, the risk of you getting just tapped right back is like, I think he should have spammed, but it's a totally understandable choice.
The tension in the air. Foxy 9 and Munchkin both holding aggressive angles, looking to maybe be the playmaker.
I mean, I think Foxy and Karam part is understandable as well. I think what had to happen was if Munchkin was going to fill this to delay, I think they had to just all rotate and play 3v3 no matter what.
Completely flushed out by one salvo there.
I think they were just spread too thin. Classic setup for the Omen.
Armageddon rolls it out, TP into the back from Valen as well, full access Munchkin, he's already rolled away.
Whoa, Valen, you saw the pit?
Trying to take it well, goddamn man! If they needed him.
I mean, I guess he thought he was going to stay in the pit. Kind of bold assumption.
G2 call for the pause, but 30 seconds remaining, and heads are being popped straight through the wall, damage being done. It's G2, tepid, trying to make these fights out, triple
they get Munchkin.
One player left to do it all, Karon, TP. Throwing mind games into the mix, expecting potentially.
Oh my god.
But the plan is stuck now. G2 get into this one. Jonah P and Leaf to lock up this map. And one kill is all it takes.
GG.
Goes G2's way.
I mean, Gen G started hitting some shots in the second half, but this was a dominant map from G2.
But Gen G started waking up and getting back into things.
Overall, for sure, just an absolute macro outplay and prep outplay from G2. I think the Tejo fade really threw Gen G for a loop on the first half.
A candle against this G2 squad that are determined not to exit out of this tournament early.
I'm at the wrong Gen G game. Where's Chovy? That's a goated sign.
Today's game, I want us to just be high energy, okay, and always optimistic and focus forward, right? And once we win today, the whole tournament is gonna look at us and say, "Oh shit, it's G2 now. We have to play G2." Make this a proving point for yourself, and the team, for everyone around you, okay? We're going to change the narrative of the tournament today, all right? I want energy today, guys. If you guys want to get hyped, if you guys want to yell at them, whatever you want, do it. Play like underdogs. They're the ones who said we're going to take us out easy. They said that. They said that it's going to be like just like last time.
He's so calm. He's so calm while saying this.
If you guys want to shit talk them back, go ahead and do it. This is your playground today. There's no pressure on us.
They keep bleeping him out, so it sounds even more awkward. Chovy, not Chobi. Chovy with a V. He is a superstar League of Legends player on Gen G. First negative texture map. Oof. Yeah, also the Arc Rose wasn't used as much. That's a comfort issue, I think. All right, chat, we're going to run some ads. That went by like an absolute tornado. And then we'll be back. I love ads. Hell yeah. Eat those ads. Why no ads? Talk to your local government and marketing department of brands. All right, chat. No open guesser, since once they go to the desk, we'd still like to listen. But we can go through our dailies a bit more diligently today. Let's start off with Scrandle. Let's do this now, and then I'll eat my snack after the match is over. Yeah, we talked about the vitality changes yesterday a little bit. What is this? Jen Chovy. Dude, that's... Oh, they did him dirty. That's messed up, man. That's messed up. That's messed up. That's foul. That is foul. He is adorable, but that's foul, man. All right. Today's Scrandle. Pie and mash versus thick. I actually kind of like thick pizza, as long as the dough's like very spongy. The pepperoni looks kind of dried up, but this actually doesn't look half bad. We're gonna go with the pizza. It is expensive. It's 8 pounds, but all right, dude. I'm like, Scrandle has made me so curious about pie and mash with like liquor sauce or like, you know, mushy peas. All right, the curry goat versus a 38 pence samosa. Well, 2 of them, and it's from India. Hold on, surely the samosas, right? Did you see that Bind will be back? I'm excited for Bind to be back. I am sad that Pearl is leaving, though. I've tried that samosa. It's kind of average. Oh, you've tried it at the stadium? It's kind of average? But it's only 38 pence. Yeah, 82%. Good riddance of Pearl. I like Pearl. Why is Icebox still in? Oh my god, it's Wolves, chat. It's Wolves. Loaded fry. Hold on.
Fade as well,
The
more
Tejo.
viable in today's scenario.
I think mainly I was looking at informational control. I noticed that Gen.G has a certain style that I feel like we can read ahead and get ahead of the play. So why not just use 2 info agents in a sense? Not to mention like the util combos that we had. We can just carry that over from our previous meta. But we mainly just took this risk because we felt like we had to. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. That was a masterclass. Good luck on map 2.
A MasterCard
Hey,
Thrifty.
that is exactly what we were saying up here on the desk as well. They needed to throw
Chat,
something at
chili
the wall, and
loaded
ended up
fries
throwing
versus the fries look better, but the sausage roll is only 4 pounds,
that, as well
and
as
it's
the
from
sum of all of
Wolves.
its parts work together to get G2 that victory. Let's take a look at our
Dude,
prize
why are the
high-speed
sausage
moment
rolls
of
always so
match. And you know
burnt?
you got to give it to the dog. It's Jogamo, who's got just all the plays, Kakuka. This guy was on fire with the op.
And speaking of the changes, of course, the initiators are important, but
Surely
he
the
also
fries.
lays down on the comfort that
Okay,
Jogamo was finding back in the Euro. I think that for him, he feels
Damn,
more comfortable
Wolves.
with this. He feels like he has the freedom. He reads
Dude,
better and fits
what
better
is
within
going
all
on
the
with this
plans. And I think that
pizza
just like
slice?
Josh RT was saying,
This looks like they dug it up from an archaeology site. What in the world?
10-2 on the
What's
first
going on
half
with the
on
crust
defense
here?
Worked so well because they had a response to everything that Gen.G was putting on the table, and it was actually
Curry
very
versus. Oh,
similar
this is
in
only
most
2
of the
pounds
rounds. And
though.
this is the comparison on the first time that he played that.
Oh wait,
Neon,
that's
and then
freaking
today
tiny,
with
chat.
the Euro. Maybe the numbers are not that crazy.
I mean, I don't know how big this guy's
you can
hand is,
tell
but I have pretty big
round to round,
hands.
especially on that defense.
And the results.
How well,
Like I can palm a basketball.
well Jogamo was
That thing's tiny.
The biggest thing for the strength of their defense that I think makes
All right,
it
we
got to
go with the
so good
curve
is
verse.
his fast rotates with the TP, and once Jaw gets the op in his head, because if he's
That
starting
is
over
radioactive
has an
pizza.
aim fight going on, he's instantly TPing. He's really aggressive at reposting on those lines.
Sausage and dude, what is dude? The Czech Republic love their just super duper footlong sausages. But it's a beer, so they win, right? Oh, bratwurst is so good though.
And G2, they conditioned those early fights. Obviously, they have a Teo double initiator combo.
I actually really like bratwurst on a roll.
They've done a lot of different, more passive looks where they're playing deeper on site.
Oh, but the beer win. The beer always wins. Wait, what is this funnel for?
It's the operator going for those reposts in the mid round, and it was a
Yeah, the beer always wins. But see, this is close, 85%.
You really did get the idea that whenever those plays
Cat, it's just a
started to
roll.
manifest themselves, Gen.G were kind of
It's
like
not meant
lost,
to be like a
not
hot
sure
dog.
how
It's
to
just
react
a
in those
roll.
moments because G2 were
Lemon
back.
cannolis. That actually sounds kind of dope.
Like G2 were very heavy on A. They were fighting for that rubble control.
Double bacon cheeseburger. This, well, the cheese is quite thick, but it actually doesn't look that
But I
bad.
feel like Gen.G thought that they could be like one step ahead, and they simply weren't.
Yeah, they were not indeed. G2 as well.
Well, this
It's
is only
funny,
120,
watching
so
game,
this
if
this
you
has
took
to
away
win.
all of the name tags,
But I
and
feel
told
like
me that
people,
the
but
defenders were
lemon
G2,
desserts are pretty
I would
popular,
think
right?
This was the XLG game again. Like, I don't think G2
The
was
roll is
phased
only
at
there to
all
hold the
that the
bratwurst.
opponent
Exactly.
exchanged
It's
the
just
same
there so you
fast
can
reaction,
hold
the
it,
same
and then you have
confidence
some
from all those
carbs to
players,
go with it.
being on the perfectly same page.
How
in
is
all those ways,
bratwurst different
it's the
from a
exact same stuff
sausage?
that won them the XLG game, and
That's a
that's
good
so to
question.
see
It is
against an
different.
opponent that on paper should
I
be
am
way
not an
stronger,
expert
should be
on it.
way scarier
I mean,
than
it is a
XLG
type
was.
of sausage, I guess,
that's
but
a very good note there. But now we're left wondering, what does Gen.G do to bounce back into it? Thankfully, we have just the person
Lemon
to get on
cannoli.
the case. It's Yinsu standing by.
Oh,
with the coach.
90 versus 89.40.
I'm now joined by Coach Solo from Gen.G and Jen to do some translations ahead of map
Jerk
2.
chicken
now,
and cornbread.
Haven is going to be very important for you, especially having a nice start.
Dope.
So what is the most important thing on that attack side?
감독님 아무래도 헤이븐 시작부터 좋은 흐름을 만들어가는 게 중요할 것 같은데 공격 때 어떤 점이 가장 중요할까요?
일단 G2 선수들이 팀워크 부분이 뭐 전략 부분이 이런 거에 좋다 보니까 그 부분을 이길 수 있도록 공격적으로 저희가 맞받아치겠습니다.
I think we have to bring a lot of aggression into our first half since G2 they have great teamwork and great strats.
Thank you very much, Jen, and
Dude,
thank you, Coach Solo.
Solo's
Good
a
luck.
bit shaken. both yesterday and today.
All right, well, they're going to need to be coming out with a lot of
You can tell he's like, his head's not in the interview. He's like thinking about the game.
We've seen, we've seen both teams have success on this map.
Dude, this is so dope,
What are you
though.
looking for here?
I'm looking for that Vice that we saw.
Do you have the little Genrong, the Genji mascot? No, I don't. I actually think Genrong's adorable. I don't have a Genrong plushie or a hat.
Genji, even though this has been a good map for them in the past, they were able to beat Fnatic, also changing a little bit of the composition here and there. I think
Dude,
that
50 pence versus chicken paste. Oh wait, no, this is goated. Dude, this is so funny.
Had a really rough first half, as did the entire team on map 1. But he bounced back, had some big moments to win that bonus, make the map look at least a little bit more competitive.
Oh, Chad, which pie is it?
Fnatic on this map at this tournament already, and in both those games,
I'm so curious. Like, why are people eating this?
I would argue that this might be his best map with that Neon. On the attack side, his dives are on point. On defense,
I saw someone on Reddit type Tejo calling to Trent like the Green Goblin mask. That's amazing.
How do you stop him then if he's going to run roughshod all over you with that Neon?
I mean, this looks better. It's like proper gravy at the very least.
This is a map where they have a lot of good
Dude, but why is there mushy peas in the gravy? This is 76%. Chad, I gotta try one of those at some point.
Disrespect you and walk down on the extremities.
Okay, hold on. The tacos, I mean, a little bit overdone on the tortilla. Like, if you're not gonna super stuff it, I don't think you need double corn tortillas. But it does look pretty decent.
We saw it yesterday. I think it
Oh, this is priced per taco, Chad. Don't get baited. $2.30 per taco. So this whole plate is like 9 pounds.
He's going to have an easy time, at least in my opinion, replicating that.
This beef brisket and pulled pork roll.
From the rookies here for Genji, obviously.
Without a doubt.
Texture started on a rough map, but both Ash and Foxy9, not really a rookie in his book. But
If
still,
people read the price, surely you go for the beef brisket.
Those two guys were paramount in Genji, making it this far already. They need to be themselves on this map.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here for either team. You see those double smokes coming in for G2 Esports, so they're going to probably lock in that Omen. But you know, Valen's barking at the troops, letting them know what's really good before they start this matchup here. But yeah, I mean, my eyes immediately could get drawn to Texture in that Neon.
Chat,
Also, I'm curious to
I
see,
only do this so you guys don't feel alone cheering for Pacific Valorant teams, you know? I just want you to know it's all part of the show,
In this case,
okay?
I would be more looking at Munchkin and Valin. We heard a very good speech coming in from Valin. The pressure is on Genji. There's the ones that have been performing, and everything could be done.
You know, I just want you to know that you're not alone.
For them. Right now, with all the momentum that G2 had over that Lotus,
Dude, I got
honest,
wrecked, man. Dude, 230.
They have all the ingredients to put this in 2-0 fashion. And also looking at them again,
Oh, man.
from the defense. I expect to see more of the same that we saw in the first map. Jogamo, if they start snowballing, just getting in that
Food game is for Chobra finals. This is for
Well, Genji is in a spot that we did not think possible. They're facing elimination. They have to force a map 3 Toronto. Let's get some energy.
All
We
right,
send it over
chat.
to your casters.
I'm sorry, Genji, but I have to root hard for G2.
Exactly right. It's all on the line.
I need them to rip apart
their own map pick.
Genji on the second half.
That are raring to go. Valin in rare form himself as well.
Saren, you with a hydrate, everybody. Get some water. Get some water. Drink some water. Not soda, not wine, not beer. Water.
We want to change the narrative here today because I do think the narrative has shifted massively. Coming into this tournament, G2 were the de facto #1 seed. If you asked anybody who the most sensible pick
Achilles
to
wouldn't
win
be
the tournament
surprised.
would be, it'd be G2.
So vodka?
Some of that confidence
No
seems to have
comment.
dissipated. Genji going for a fast play, paranoia onto Valin, taking a bit of damage there.
Yeah.
Curious how Genji's going to play the attack, though. I think they're going to try to hammer it home. G2 did pick defense first, and G2 plays this wall. I quite like this wall. I like it if you do it from here, not from the back.
And heads up as well, just to be diligent clearing that angle.
Chogamo's already got full info. That's why they're holding close.
Now Jorg is containing them in spawn. So G2 can still keep 3 players on A and be very confident about this.
We'll see if it's Genji to get put into the blender through the smoke. In through short, double up with a crossfire. There's a lot that needs to be dealt with.
Ooh, brilliant timing from Genji. Great multi-push in through the smoke as well. They know he's coming.
Access to the A site, grabbing a plan indeed.
Turret got broken.
Despite the incredible form he's been in, this would have to be an absolute world-class miracle.
Those are CT smokes. They purposely did that to...
but they know his location.
I think they wanted to bait Gen G into it immediately because they both went back into the smoke, but then they didn't take it. So I think they were slowly thinking about thinking about main, and then Gen G just found a good timing.
Pistol round win for Gen G is a fantastic beginning. They needed this.
Yeah, I think it's a particularly good beginning because it showcases an awareness of how G2 have been playing this map, despite the fact that we've barely seen G2 play with this composition. This is a brand new comp that they've only brought out here for Toronto, and yet Gen G already are super aware that they want to be fighting tight crossfires. They're not putting a lot of focus on kind of backside behind default positions. They knew that Trent was going to tuck up close, and then I think it was Jonah P did exactly the same, and both times Gen G were aware.
Who do you think would win in the upper final?
Already anticipating an eco round play, where G2 might be facing that mid-window.
That's a tough one.
Slide across.
Yeah, triple face it early with Guardians and the rifle.
Yeah, and Gen G actually doing a bit of disrespect here too. Munchkin and Foxy9 only bringing pistols into this round. Which
there is a world where I predict wolves.
Force quite a lot.
I was about to mention it, that deep A lobby control. G2 are walking all the way up, but it was watched for.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's just spamming into the smoke, isn't it?
Yeah. Jonah P.
Oh, okay, you didn't get two.
Too much to overcome, so Gen G now turn up the pace.
Leaf's already here, though.
Get a bit of a move on. Leaf
only a classic.
Rooted into the back of the site, trying to take a time and pass his util. He's just spotted the bodies out. Foxy9 will be the savior.
Nice little jiggle from Caron.
This should just be closed shut case for Gen G.
See who wants to build up their ultimate. I mean, prioritizing Foxy9 potentially here.
What happened to Mr. Thinking Man? He doesn't read chat.
He's already got the pistol in hand as well, so he could go and chase this, see if he can grab another one. Gen G with a very
You got Foxy9 on your team, Fabio? Exactly I do need Ash to get some kills.
He just went down so early, almost without a fight at the start of Lotus. But we saw them start to get back into the game, and they do feel like
thoughts on Ash on Haven?
Shooting back.
I really like Ash Fade on Haven.
Go out of the tournament.
I like Fade on Haven.
Nobody chasing as well, looking for this kill onto Valen. So an ult orb denied.
I think Fade is also really good in a potential Viper meta.
Gen G, they keep the 3 rifles that they bought into this round. And they're going to be able
Fade's
to
not like that behind Silva. Silva is generally like in a vacuum better on Haven, but I don't think Fade is that far behind. You know, when Raze was dominant, it was a no-brainer to play Fade to help combo with it.
Gen G love doing kind of fake pressure. Take Garage early on and allow Munchkin to be the playmaker. His lurks through A are diabolically good.
Gonna be another face in mid.
You put Foxy9 IGL. I am second in Valen and Crash. He's all doing much better than Foxy9. I have Foxy9 IGL.
He does well.
Which is crazy enough when you're facing that many players.
And here's that A lurk.
So Munchkin feels pressure because the Omen's gone. He has to go a little bit more forward. G2 kind of has a read on this, right? Assuming that the Omen is dead, you know you'll see them coming from a mile away. So G2 has a bit of a read, and they know he's here. Oh. But the slow creep up. Is G2 going to push sewers?
G2 with a nice read.
Munchkin baits it out, and he has a decent read too on what's going on. No shot, this is the angle you hold. Oh my god, that is a deadly read. The texture was already on the bite. He tries to take a timing. That's
just felt forced.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't have any more smokes. I'm okay with it. It's just, it's rough. It's just G2 absolutely ahead of things. I mean, this was a nice little ping pong between Munchkin and G2, but G2 wins out in the end when Leaf holding a crazy off angle here. Yeah, but back then Fade was also broken, right? I mean, but it's not like Fade is like weak or, you know, unusable, etc. I think Fade gives a lot if you're playing the Viper because you can play around your own smokes as well. Ash? I'm okay with that.
got dangerous there for a moment, though, didn't it? An opportunity for Gen G to win. G2.
Yeah, I like the fade, because if you're thinking in a vacuum, like the argument for Silva gets stronger. But if you're thinking about this comp specifically,
it's a cool idea that we're seeing.
You have extra like ways to scout for info with the Chobra as well. So the delay, the hard stall, the hard scout, the double drone around Viper walls. I think that's all much more valuable in the composition that G2 has. Like, you're playing double controller, so being able to just make sure that you dominate the areas that you cut up, I think, is so valuable.
Viper wall is just one more element to really try and get past here. Deep haunt alongside the flash.
We've seen G2 go for this play before. Put up the Viper wall, flash haunt.
I don't think I've seen Solo this out of it. Yeah, he does seem a bit out of it, doesn't he?
Gen G had a passive start to this round.
Yeah, patient.
Very cautious.
Perhaps anticipating it, actually. If they've done their research and their homework.
Yeah, super possible. And Ash still has this drone, which is a great tool for setting up texture for this opening kill.
Don't know what's going on. I mean, probably just frustrated.
Look to try and put a stop to this one. A lot of pressure into Garage. Wall still up, and Jorgamo walkabouts once more. So many players.
See this? Okay, that.
The timing just not.
I do. This is why I like this wall, though. Like, you can do things like that. You can basically hide mid and take control of mid and cross safely.
Sets himself up and sets his team up nicely, but the snake bite is going to be.
And then on C, you only use it for retake.
You've got to get a few more bodies in here because G2 have them surrounded. Still at high ground angle.
Mini really like this wall? Oh, I feel vindicated. Oh, shoot. That's what I was saying. I like this wall. People keep saying they don't like it, but I think you're confusing it with this wall, which ends early. That wall's not good. That wall's a bit of a one and done, but this wall is really good.
He's going to have to commit to the B plant. Jonah P isolated with the timing.
Oh, dude, Jonah P.
Jonah P gives him a bullet to the temple.
I really like the way that G2 have changed around their compositions. We didn't talk about it too much, but on Lotus, it was a massive change of comp that I think led to that dominant first half. And here, though it's not specifically against Gen G that they've altered this composition, it has changed the way they've played a lot.
It's rough.
I mean, they're no longer playing, they're playing a flood, just a ton more. The snakebite there to put pressure onto the plant.
Yeah, I think this wall, it allows you to have better, easier retakes on C simply through one util. You can set up trap plays in Garage. You can you can deny info in mid, and you can re-clear mid easily. And then you have the poison cloud for wherever. You could put it on B. You could put it here. You could put it here. Wherever you so choose.
Gen G going to be grouping up now. Is the weaker buy for them.
It's definitely better than this one, and I think people don't like this one, which is a totally different wall. It's the same angle, but it's totally different. That one's not good because that one's mostly just a one and done for C site.
G2 trying to defend Garage control. They do have Thorns, they have Flash, they have tons of different tools here for Leaf to stay in control of Garage, or at least re-clear if they lose it.
And now just the Flash.
Arc Rose, you know that there's an opening in Garage. Leaf is going to check for info. See, but see how G2's playing this? They're okay with emptying C.
That's going to be pivotal when this hit starts to come
and especially if you have main. Dude, this wall's giving you so much to work with. And you have the better guns. It's easy peasy.
Around and plays his life. Jorgamo now going to be taking a peek at his own. Fights to be taken on every single angle.
It's just a spam from Jonah.
Gen G in their space.
Gen G are getting dismantled here. The light weaponry isn't even the problem necessarily in this round. But Gen G just got funneled into Garage. Leaf was happy to give it up.
But this has been the answer. It was the same thing with RRQ when they beat Gen G on Haven.
So they know that all 5 players
if you just deny Munchkin free reign of A,
but apart from that,
they have to funnel into B or C because you've got Vice Wall on B.
Is getting dominated right now by G2.
It's how you have to play against a team like Gen G when they do play so low.
This also helps like re-clearing all of this during retakes too. I really like it as well.
All the emphasis being placed on re-clearing, information gathering, deep positions that they can place players into to make the calling that much easier.
Foxy9's not having a good performance at these tournaments. He was playing much better in Split 1. I think that's a bit revisionist. I would say Foxy9 was doing just fine in the first couple games. I don't think anybody on Gen.G is doing well in their previous match, like today and yesterday.
If you can go and take it, G2 have got to be worried about it. So now the smoke comes up. Now G2 have got to be a little bit
He was doing
concerned.
better in stage 1, but I mean, but he was like one of the best players in the tournament in stage
really
1.
Is
So
where Munchkin could try to activate on his A-lane. He's just dodged a Prowler.
There's pressure on his shoulders. 3-2. It's a narrow
So Munchkin's starting to lurk on main because he's not given control. Ooh, they know someone's deep in main then. Jogamo gets it and he's out. And then they re-clear this with Jonah P. It's so good. It's so good. Now they have nowhere to go. 30 seconds. Where are you gonna go? You haven't cleared anything on B and C. Look at they've emptied C just in case there's another lurk.
And they look a little lost.
Yeah.
I mean, what
They're gonna
is the
save.
game plan here? It's just probably gonna end up being a save. They don't even look like they want to go
Brutal.
for it. They are losing massively in terms of the macro game here.
10 seconds left.
They've put so much emphasis for months now, actually, with different variations of these compositions, on Munchkin being able to crack open A on his own. And G2 are hyper aware of it.
I do think that is a big weakness of Munchkin's calling as well. It relies a lot on Munchkin getting value on
Trying to
lurks.
take the timings between those pieces of util.
And like when it's on, it's on. Obviously last year again, I think it helped that you have Meteor as well, but
The haunt is thrown. And really, Gen.G's game plan there was to go and try to put pressure
again,
on G2 to re-clear it.
in stage 1 they slowly got into a form where they played around, you know, enabling Foxy9 and Ash, and they got comfortable. But at the end of the day,
How much currently
it now relies still on like Foxy9 has to get multi-kills or Munchkin has to lurk. Like no one else is really able to take as much space, or Texture just like stomps on people. You don't really still have the same flexibility that you had last year. So they've kind of reverted. And like, yeah, this is hindsight Harry, you know, analysis, because obviously if they won, we wouldn't necessarily. Well, I think I would be saying that about their Haven at the very least, but.
And you might think, all right,
But
well, if you just do something
obviously
fast,
it's
what about
exacerbated by the fact that they're losing.
The problem is you might run into the vice
But
wall.
when you have two amazing lurkers who can take space, that alone gives you so much flexibility in a macro call. But right now, it's like if Munchkin's not winning his duels, then once it makes the other team have an easier time reading, because it's like, even if I don't get the kill on Munchkin, as long as I don't die, I deny him the information here, and we know they're stuck, right?
Or, you know, something that's going to lock you in the choke. So it's really tough to increase the tempo.
It's going to get even harder. Jonah P.
Well, they're losing a lot of duels because the first kill's coming in positions where G2 has a better read, and once that happens, their macro call falls apart.
Trying to keep Gen.G
And then I think overall, just like their mental has gotten pretty impacted. They're gonna try to pinch the pit.
They finally spot it. The wall's just trying to get baited
The thing
out,
is,
but
they have to actually fully pinch it if they want to go,
So now
because
you
otherwise the
remember
retake's
going
too
for the
easy.
exec because you know the vice wall isn't there. There is a little bit of freedom now for Gen.G, but C is tough with Jonah P's ult.
Yeah, you can't. You have to commit to it. So B is really the only option because you're not working this, and G2 knows this because they're holding it close.
Recon back in 2.
Yeah, grouping up now for the pop. We're going to see it happen.
Oh, Valen wants to double check. So they've made the call of we retake B if we need to. We've got the flank. They have no. They don't have. They're not going to have a lot of coverage on the flank. You do have to worry about the Killjoy, but
Breaking a bit of the util. There's ults to be used for G2 if they want to try and play.
they're not going to push A main. Oh, they want to use the dimensional drift. Ooh, post plant's going to be a bit tough for G2.
It's going to be collided there, at least with the Nightfall. It's going to be scattering forwards. Care on.
Yeah, this is a bit of a misread from G2, I think.
Yet he's put down entirely.
Snake bite. Oh, and the ult. They got half though. Okay, well, they spam down on it on top.
Leaf has earned himself win cons potentially, but time is ticking in a 1v3. Good luck to you.
This is
Up onto the edge. Doesn't stick it. He's looking for the fight, and Munchkin will give him it.
Bit of a misread from G2.
Good round there coming out of the tactical timeout for Gen G.
Not denying any sort of post plant
wall.
pressure
In garage,
with a Killjoy and Viper on the other side is.
And Karen here, I think he was just ulting to try to escape away from that dimensional drift. It was a
rough.
ult paranoia play that G2 were trying to cook up on the retake, and he ends up kind of evacuating and catching somebody. That's a big one, an important one for Gen G. But now Jorgamo with an operator.
So they go back to putting the wall on B. So that was a timeout adjustment.
Phenomenal work.
Fast control this time with the Neon.
But it's just a half clearance. In for a short deal to him.
Oh.
Shorty in the back pocket.
And then set up by Fade Utility.
Yeah, dude, the immediate follow-up every time on A short sewers is so good from G2. Incredible kill from Foxy9 though. That was the only thing that was going to keep Gen G alive in this round.
Viper's Pit even being committed.
Ooh, weapon advantage. He's just going to go in confident. That's a spike down. Munchkin can't stay in the pit.
Even expecting where Karen could be, Leaf is just absolutely
monstrous.
Munchkin still alive.
Oh, there's a chance.
Remain, but for how much longer? Not at all.
You thought that Foxy9 had created the opening for Gen G. He gets in, barrels over Valley.
That is, dude, Jog. I mean, but again, it's Leafs waiting on the far side with the pit. They've got all three angles covered, so Jog just starts creeping in. Because if he dies, they know he's far away from the spike. They have to peek out of the pit. If his teammates die, he knows he can take a position in the pit.
Back to when people were putting not just respect, but fear on the G2 name.
Yeah, a team that you do not want to run into at any stage.
Ash is having a quiet game.
Karen's come into this round with
I mean, I hope that that's people don't only remember the last game of Gen G just because like Ash was obviously killing it in the first couple, but just overall the team's having a rough time.
Goodbye for the next round potentially, but they're just struggling to deal with the setup defensively. Munchkin though, that's a critical kill. What a shot. The drone even spotting it off into the corner. Leaf will have to get the hell out of there. Munchkin walking around. Even Trent himself just no util used to clear that one. This is a game of timings that Munchkin has one out. Finally.
Unfortunate miss from Trent.
The spike dropped in window.
What is occurring there?
Ash in a really exposed position, and that's going to slow everything down. But I don't think G2 are going to have the timing to be able to get back into A before the.
Gen G should be okay on this for the most part.
Just really far back.
Is he going to regroup? He's going to regroup. They have a Killjoy, so you don't get free lurks. And Texture's got an op. Paranoia just to keep him at bay, so you take the positions. Now Gen G should be fine. You got the Crossfire. You got Foxy9 watching back with the Alarm Bot.
Past this one. A lot of angles to account for, though. He needs some back and Leaf, and they go for the 3-2-1 swing. Good movement from Karen. Almost went wrong for them.
Chobra VFL IGL is the real curse. What? My IGL's Kayak. He's freaking killing it.
Leaf's just going to tuck himself in. We've seen him win a clutch from this spot before, but very much different circumstances against Gen G situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think both Foxy9 and Ash proved that there was hype around them. It's just once Gen G started losing as a whole, everything kind of falls apart, and it's not a surprise that the two newer guys get shaken up by that a little bit. Not necessarily nerves for like Foxy9, but you know, in terms of team play.
That's the exact fight that Jorg was looking for. So, you know, crosshair placement's not perfect. He's on a bit of an open spot here. But he misses one operator shot, and that's the only opening that Munchkin needs.
No, I think Gen G just needs to... I think the earlier idea they had the previous round where they go fast with the Neon on sewers, I think that's the play they need to make. I think they need to change up how they use that wall. But the problem is G2 just has a really good read on how to play sewers against Gen G.
And mix things up. With 3 rounds left to play in this half.
Or the other option is to just go... Gen G should just go hard on a C hit. Just flood it. You know they're mostly playing retake. And then immediately clear garage from C instead of like... Or pinch it, right? Instead of through double doors. And then pressure link with the Neon. I think that's one other option, but...
And I think one of the things he might be mentioning here is that Munchkin is conditioned to play quite slowly on the lurk.
I want to see G2 attack because that's where you want to see the C. Oh, for sure. For sure. I'm glad this isn't a complete wash in the first half, because one way or the other, because I want to see G2 dismantle Genji's C site.
Trent could be throwing prowlers and stuff like that. So G2 might not have to worry so much.
G2's big when G2 changes it up a little bit.
They're actually swapping Leaf over to defend that.
Wow.
So it will be a more passive setup on the A side.
Genji, this is the round where they're thinking about going for a heavier C hit.
Flash Haunt kind of set play.
And G2 changes it.
Because Genji taking a bit of garage control early.
Yeah, just trying to force out where the util was. And we know that Leaf has
Leaf's completely gone away. There wasn't a fast hit here. And look at this. This is huge. So this is a reverse of what Xfero used to do. Xfero was putting the tripwire here on Cypher and watching A main for free. But Leaf is doing the opposite. He's got the wall here, so he knows if there's a lurk that comes in. And then he's just holding this, and then he can delay on both sides with the Razor Vines. So now they can just focus heavy on C. This is a Vice variation of what RQ used to dismantle Genji's attack. And they've conditioned Genji about their heavy presence on A. They do hear the Fade util coming out in Garage, so Genji should have a somewhat of an idea. Ooh. Huge trade from Ash. Speaking of trading.
They still have the opening in the entry. They still have Foxy9's ult.
You should run.
There it is. Lockdown going to be used.
Yeah, big lockdown. You've still got Viper all the way in spawn as well. No snake bite.
You got to respect it.
Leaf's taking pot shots, hoping that he can potentially get it.
G2 should consider a save, I think.
Dodge it. Is he going to cancel that one? Oh, he got detained.
Detained. Maybe missed the timing on it.
Yeah, he missed the timing on that one quite badly.
Through the back door, they knew that position was
they wanted the paranoia anyway.
Still a 3v3 G2.
You don't have much time.
Time's ticking. So is the spike TP up towards our top, trying to offset this one. Great movement. Foxy9 still alive, playing his life. Dark towards the side.
No shot.
It's a gun that needs to be picked up, but he realizes it now.
Oh my god, dude, he was trying to go for the wall bang there. Trent is so good.
Great recovery in this half from Genji. Looked like they were down.
Where's Kami? Good question. Opinion on the newest Notion Valorant roster signings. I'm very excited for both. I am big on Sungmin as a coach. So in some ways, I'm more excited about the coach signing. But RB is always going to be an exciting pickup for any team. The value he can bring is so big. The experience, now he's got experience calling a bit. He's got, obviously, amazing flexibility.
Ash deserves credit in that round as well for hitting some really important shots.
Yeah, the trade from Ash saves him, because if Jogamo gets the double there, it's over.
Genji roaring in those replays. See how much this meant for them.
Now, Genji didn't check where the Vice util was, but had a bit of an inkling. Ooh, early break on that. Then the Euro TP's back. Valen made noise.
Go fast. Going to be contending with all that Vice util. Well, not anymore. Leaf's gone.
Jogamo's on an island.
Be quite useless onto the side here. Another timing to be taken by Jogamo. He's inside the smoke.
Oh my! Oh, the paranoia. He was trusting in that. Huge, dude. The flood. Jogamo stayed alive just long enough. That's an incredible call, dude. Jogamo peeking into the poison cloud was everything. Foxy? Foxy9 doesn't know that he's on the site.
But a timing miss once more. So snappy from Foxy9. He almost managed it.
Oh my god.
But G2 close things out in their 3v1 and win the MasterCard Thrifty. They're just... The play from Jorg is absolutely perfect, just to pull eyes. Look at that, that's a free kill for Valen as he runs back in onto Munchkin, who's spamming back into the
That
smoke.
is...
The flood is perfectly timed.
It's just... No, that's not a stinger thing. That's just really good timing. It's just an amazing flood back in. Jogamo getting the one kill in the poison cloud was everything. Amazing decision making. And now they go back. Widespread default. So basically during the timeout, this is what G2 talked about. Don't focus so much on this. Spread out the map now, because Genji is starting to play other parts of the map. You've got an op to watch for this. You've got your ult for a retake.
Getting their success from garage pressure into B pops. So I'm wondering whether G2 are actually ready for that. I mean, the Vice wall has changed. We now have a Vice wall over towards the front of B.
He's going to set up another one.
And Gen.G haven't really been...
I think when this one runs out, he TPs out. You just keep eyes on Garage, and then he rotates over, I think. I don't think he stays.
Down to the minute mark. Drone reclearance.
So G2, they're trying to get ahead of it, right? They're like, okay, you're still not on A. Does that mean it's an A lurk? Let's slow you down on B even more because you haven't cleared the wall yet. Gen.G's going to go for a fake pressure here. Munchkin and Foxy 9.
Pressure in for Garage. That's a kill.
Munchkin gets a kill. That's actually huge. They're running by... Oh, that's an insane pick.
Pins Munchkin to the wall. That one
Gen.G is out of options.
5 seconds left into this round, but no Vice wall. Moving forwards now. The stun onto the left side. Holding your ground down,
Jonah P.
Wrangles controlling the rifle.
Oh my God.
Of Gen.G are scattered to the wind here. Playing with
Oh.
Jorg finishes it off, and a beautiful opener, but the 3 kills in the
Oy,
middle from the
oy.
hometown hero, who's at
Can
the
I
top
flame
of the
without getting
scoreboard
banned?
for
If you have
G2.
to ask, you'll probably get banned. You can point out criticism,
To feel like
but
they
flaming
are
is
accessing that
probably
underdog
not.
mentality again. It's a slim lead at the
Calling
moment for
someone an
G2,
absolute trash
but the game
can,
plans have all been working well.
probably would time you out. But if you're like, dude, this guy really needs to like lock in, or like someone's not hitting their shots today, or you know.
I don't really like committing to things.
They're not defaulting well, but okay. What do you understand the concept of a default? Because Gen.G's comp is not meant to hold a classic default. Also, you're on attack, right? So a classic 2-1-2 in this comp isn't accomplishing much. They've always done the default of solo here or start with 3 or 1 on A. But even if you start with 3, you plant 1 on A. That's always been their default. It just got hard outplanned and outread by G2. Now, yes, if you're a better team, you should have extra layers to it, and they did it, so that's fair. But I mean, outside of that, where else are you gonna hold a default on attack with a Viper if you're setting up your Viper wall on here? The only other option is a slow lurk killjoy into Garage, which they tried a couple times, but that was getting shut down because they would get into the site, but G2 would just crush them because they had the read on A, right? So at the end of the day, really, the one option they tried, which was the Neon sliding in fast to take sewers control, I think they needed to win that round because that's what you needed to kind of change up the pace from G2. But Texture goes a little bit too far, a little bit too quick, and just gets wrecked. Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I would say that this should have been a more dominant half for G2, I would say, considering how it started. I'm not saying that that's the only way to play Viper on Haven. I'm just saying the way that Gen.G plays, like that is their default. But if that's where you start, then your default doesn't have many other options. Uh-oh, tech pause.
This is a game that is tenuous here. G2 are in the driving seat. Gen.G, the ones that need to put up or shut up and go home.
They were the team that said they would win 2-0 today. I mean, some of that's...
Who are these guys that look like a different team from the last stage? You mean from stage 1? Or you mean from Swiss? I mean, I think what we're seeing is Gen.G is getting punished because their playbooks were not as deep. They figured out a way to work with Ash and Foxy 9 into their system. It's been somewhat one-dimensional. I've pointed it out on maps like Haven, and Wolves kind of demolished it yesterday, and I think the mental starts to break down there. That puts a lot of pressure on Munchkin, because it is on Munchkin to try to remedy that. But Munchkin is generally very reliant on getting great lurks. So I think they're just getting punished. I think the cracks are just showing. Now you could argue like, but don't they always just like still out aim? And like, yeah, like, you know, we're not seeing the crazy like you shouldn't be winning this type of shots from Charon anymore. But I think when the other team is also good aimers, I mean, look at the lower bracket right now, right? I mean, and if the other team has better prep and better positioning, it is tough.
Trent snaps forwards and the bullets entire clip emptied out and damage done. Finally a kill.
I mean, there is one of them. Not clean, but
look at Jonah P. Again, he's managed to work his way through. There's no way he's expected.
And the damage done. His players are weakened. Charon Snaps 180.
Okay.
Keeps the hopes up and keeps the dream alive of a pistol round. Win the timing. Trent out to the smoke, and it's a guessing game for where this last player could be here. Looking for it. And he
has
just
no
missed
idea.
it. Ash and Caron combine their might towards the end.
There's so many great players that are looking for team like Intralock. Well, Intro's not looking for a team. He's playing Deadlock, unless he gave up on that already.
They want to keep it going.
Massively important pistol here for Gen.G. And the question
Belly
is,
button.
do G2 force? They didn't get a spike plant. They got quite a lot of kills.
He gave up already. He tweeted he's back on
These are the
Valorant.
kind of spots where normally we aren't seeing
I
G2
will
start
just
forcing
say,
past Toronto.
not a good look for Intro.
That 3K from Munchkin is everything. Just when we were talking about
I like
how he needs
Intro,
to be playing an immaculate
but
game.
not a good
Now,
look.
you guys didn't see it at home, but G2 were thinking about forcing.
But
Some
we'll
of them
see.
more stingers, then sold them again.
We've
And the
seen
end result
worse.
is
We've
it's
seen
only
worse from
Chobra
other
one in
players
his
from
hand.
CS to Valorant and back and forth.
Mistake or not.
And they kept getting
I
positions,
don't
so
think
who
it is
knows?
either. I think he did it very late. I think that was part of the game plan.
Wall in your face makes this a difficult angle, yet okay.
There you go. Good timing from Caron.
Fish in a barrel. There's only a few angles they can be playing from. Caron is rewarded. The drone's going to be spotting a lot of bodies there. Moving forwards, taking out A space.
The drone only saw the Viper. It was flashed. Unless it saw the Yoru right before the flash popped.
G2 themselves are going to be trying to make great use out of the Viper wall, applying pressure to the A defense. Gen.G are super happy to be playing these Viper v Viper situations, so I think when Gen.G
It's going to be a set play.
Util overhead.
Oh, they try to peek off of it, and Texture just gets him. Huge.
Waiting for it. Leaf is answered. Drop dead in his sights. Caron has got a full lock now onto the side, and Ash gets the follow-up here. Flawless for them. Everybody's
Why would you hop on a game that's barely out of alpha and hoping to establish scene with develop? I mean, that's what I mean. It's just,
massive amounts of weaponry saved. Even
it feels like he was just trying to find an easy way, you know, to get ahead, you know? But it's like, you got to be committed if you're going to stick with a scene like that, especially one that I don't think was a hard sell in Korea.
So they're going to be coming into the next round, an anti-bonus with 2 stingers and 3 rifles.
It's a weird one.
Yeah, that's a rough buy for G2.
Gen.G starting to smile a little bit more, getting the whimsy back. Handshake with the util.
Gen.G has switched up their setups, though. I'm curious to see if they keep this up.
It's disgusting.
Because then, I'm no longer necessarily hard rooting for G2.
So G2 need to be putting up these rounds early before Texture gets that weapon.
I'm just getting a lot of trust in his aim here. He's crouched out into the open. He could be overwhelmed at a moment's notice. He's got no backup. There's the smoke drone. He gives him the timing, layers down that snake bite. Use pound for pound, slightest of angles, and he will need to respect that now. Bullets flying forwards.
So G2 is going to do like some fake pressure and then pressure onto C. They're trying to punish C. They don't want to deal with the wall. Oof, now Ash is on an island. Oh! Okay.
Trent
gets the kill. Huge. 2v2. You got a drone. You got recon as well. And you have relay bolt.
2v2, the drone just spotting it. Tight to the corner. Leaf will have to reposition. Close together now. Texture, Ash move together as a unit, as one.
Huge from Valen. I mean, rough econ for G2 either way, but huge from Valen to creep up close.
G2 go up, but it cost them a lot. That's a pretty successful bonus.
You do have to calm down on the all caps, though. We ban all caps more easily than any type of flaming.
I mean, 2 stingers and 3 rifles, of course. They're gonna have
Chen, it's not hard to like not hold down an extra button on the keyboard while you type.
In this round, great shock dart though onto Trent, who was extremely weak.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
This is the round where if Gen.G can win it, they might be able to think about getting the operator back up.
So G2's plan is put early pressure here and then go C, but this Killjoy util. Dude, Gen.G. I'm wondering if they're doing this only when there's stingers, possible like a half buy.
About short because Foxy9's popped his alarm bot down there.
But if they keep this up, I mean, listen, they've adapted. I mean, at that point, I still don't like this wall, but maybe that's just to mask it. They do know about it, and they are clearing it. So G2 can now condition them that they're going to break this and go to C, so Munchkin gets ahead of it. Gen G is adapting. Oof, needed more than one if you wanted the team to flood in.
Amazing play from Trent on his own. G2 have managed to get themselves in onto the site. I don't see a way back in for Gen G.
To be for Ash. He's alone doing this.
When does stage 2 begin? I don't know. Pacific hasn't stated yet, right? The first day?
What a freebie.
I would assume like mid-July, but...
Swing from G2. Ash was almost ready for it, but this is just going to be...
I mean, Munchkin has no interest in even...
It should be sometime in July. We just don't know which week.
No, he's just playing for the economy here. This was a really pivotal round. If Gen G had been able to win it, you're expecting that they start to get the economy really snowballing. And Texture could have got that up. Now, though, with G2 coming away with a victory, they stabilize the attacking economy. No more stingers for them.
You can climb up, yeah, up to a certain point.
It's the Korean team that's going to be going towards the bargain buy.
You didn't know that? It's a cheeky little spot when you're saving. Has to be after EWC completes, right? Due to RQ paper and Gen G going. Oh, yeah.
The emphasis still placed on Gen G, I think, to come up with a response to stay alive in this
Texture's taking too many risks. He is. I do think it's... But I think, again, I mean, I might be reading too much into this, but I think it's a result of... You need someone else to just be, like, taking aggressive duels in space if you want Gen G to still rely on their, like, traditional style of calling and understanding maps. Amazing shot. And it was working for the Swiss stage, so, like, you know.
140 with aim punch, and Jorgamo somehow managed to land the headshot still. On a crazy off angle too. I mean, Munchkin is ridiculous adjustment. Munchkin is really favored there.
Like risky plays is always, you know, if they make it, they're a superhero. If they don't, doesn't look good.
Actually gets the rifle on into his hands, and if anybody's going to carry them through this defense half, it's Texture, who's been one of the front runners at this tournament for MVP, but crashing out in 5th or 6th. Didn't look like it was on the cards for Gen G. They're only 4 rounds away from that being a reality, though. Texture has got to rewrite history.
I mean, now Gen G should kind of have a good inkling, though, that this is going to be a C hit.
Dodge of the flash, Nightfall, though. He's going to have everything cut away. Rely on the raw
no one's close. Big trade, Foxy9. This time you need the one and oh!
G2 are overwhelming. It's an
they stopped right before.
With the money in the state that it is, Ash can't even attempt it.
Texture getting one. I think Foxy9 should be doing slightly better from that position, but he really did only have the Sheriff. G2 going up to a comfortable
I mean, I get, you know, he was waiting for them to push out. He was holding the wider angle, and they were walking, so he tries to just pre-fire it, and they literally stopped to shoot right before. Unfortunate.
He can play for an ult orb in the next round. And then you've got one of the best attacking ults to try to take space, take information, increase tempo.
But here's the thing. So the Killjoy setup has mostly changed back. There's more variance now for Gen G, but yeah, I mean, G2's either way, C-site is weak. And there's not good retake tools because this screen is here.
These rounds are just, feels like they're just bleeding out slowly over time. Plays like this, kills like this. I mean, it's,
you know, you've got no flashes. So if you can just draw out Sova Util on A, Gen G's retake is weak AF. Like you just need Texture to just charge in and get kills.
And he's going to look for a peek in this next round down towards short. That's exactly where all 5 players of G2 are.
Time to get active.
I mean, I think overall Gen G is just kind of broken, but the nerves, the macro. But chat, I mean, we see this a lot too. Like, this happens a lot right around this part of every bracket.
How is Texture actually getting an opportunity
like
here?
top 8 before top 3. is when you have great teams, but suddenly the macro just like ruins one team because positioning, predicting, reads, it all goes into aim as well. But I do think mental is on the lower end that we've seen from Gen G historically.
It's good information for Gen G.
Easing up.
But drone is already gone again, so like with the op here, G2 is feeling comfy to try to eventually hit C again. Oh, it's the classic, it's the Foxy 9 setup.
Feels like many things here, but the pressure's now on Munchkin.
Foxy 9 setup.
It's a weird one.
I mean, it's to smoke off the alarm bot and threaten a B lurk, but Munchkin looks at it and he's like, well, that's a fake 100% of the time.
And back into texture.
Yeah, so the alarm bot stays alive.
The MVP running, and he's got to show it here and now. The
Oh,
shot just misses.
Doesn't get
Glides
the
straight
hit.
past.
They've still got Leaf
Result of it.
They're leaving. They're going back towards garage.
on the lurk.
Foxy 9 now.
Dude, they're gonna punish him. Only 20 seconds though. Dude, they use the TP so Leaf can get back into garage. They know about this. How do you not know about this? They do. They punish it. Oh my god. But the spike? Spike?
No! G2, you idiots! She wins the round, and Jonah even committed the ult.
Oh my goodness.
That's mad. I mean, we've got to see a replay of that, but I think that was literally milliseconds. I had no idea whether or not they were getting that plant down in time.
Holding my breath on that.
I have never called a team idiots like that before, chat.
The pit.
They thought they had it.
But like,
yeah, I mean,
oh my.
Big loss here for G2, but a massive win for Gen G.
Leaf, like, they were holding that double angle for so long. Oh my god.
TP spotting out Munchkin here. Things happening. Trying to follow up forwards here. This is Foxy 9 playing once more inside that smoke, but he's vulnerable. Nana Swarm.
No, it's not one mistake.
He still gets the better of it, picks up the gun, and evacuation called for G2.
The whole game plan there was just to try
because if you're running down with 23 seconds, if one person's going to walk through here and the Yoru's going to go through here, the other guy has to spam this. You know Foxy 9 plays that because you already had garage cleared. That's already the one mistake. Because the plan was to kill Foxy 9 if Yoru's TPing out here. So that's your one mistake. And then you don't pick up the spike early enough. And then you pit without confirmation that you have the timing. I mean, if you want to nitpick, like, yes, the macro was good, but as Gen G just crushes him. Yes, but quite frankly, at that point, then the macro wasn't good because you didn't calculate the time because you were going to rush in without carefully checking everything, right? So, like, I'm usually a big G2 glazer, and, like, overall, the plan was good, but the execution was horrible on multiple levels on that previous round.
Scrambling. And it does look a little bit sloppy. Like I said, maybe a little bit tilted. Josh RT is going to take a tactical timeout here. Gen G looking like they
that's a timeout.
Again.
That's a big timeout.
There's that passion. And G2 forced to take a timeout.
No, I don't think the call was necessarily an issue. I just think they thought they had slightly more time. But like, I can't believe Foxy 9 gets away with a kill there. You know exactly how the remaining 20 seconds of that round is going to play out. And like, I mean, okay, he gets a kill. That's like, they still set up the trade, so like, I guess that part's technically excusable. That part I'm only angry because they lost the rest of the round.
Situations like this, but you could say the same for Gen G.
But I think them not immediately setting up a cover 2v1 with the spike safe and just holding a double angle for the flood against Dash, I think that was poor. But that's not like a Valen calling issue.
The others are a long way away from coming online. So for quite a while now, it's going to be Gen G who have the economy advantage both in terms of weaponry and ults. It's going to require something special for G2. But Gen G do love a scrap. And if you end up getting caught by these stingers, G2 can be a very tough team. If they spot a weakness, they will swarm.
No, but the thing is Gen G never plays like G2. I don't think you can compare the style and be like, I mean, that might just be a preference of you prefer more passive defaults. Gen.G has never played passive defaults, even last year when they were dominating. It was very aggressive, risky 1-4s. Gen.G is a very contact-based team. The problem with that is if your contact fails, you don't look that good. And you need multiple layers of that contact. But that's just, you know, in that front, I would say Munchkin is kind of king in calling that kind of style.
Yeah, they didn't like the look of that one. Didn't even break the alarm bot, actually, either. And now looking to try to go back into Garage.
They don't get anything out of that for G2, but they are just hoping that they've put down enough time. They saw the gate crash, so Munchkin's on the hunt for it.
And himself playing contact.
He's waiting for it because they know that sometimes Shogamo will go for these deep TPs, the fake TP, so Munchkin knows immediately it's going to be a C hit because you haven't seen anybody on A.
Gen.G reinforcing up the C site.
But no pressure over towards A at all.
G2, they keep Garage, so they're going to go for the B hit?
Yes, he will. Done.
Great re-clear from Foxy9. Really good reads and calls from Gen.G overall. Very step-by-step. I mean, yes, it's against a very awkward buy, but you're going to try for this? I mean, I guess you have money.
And no chance now for G2. 10-10 for Gen.G here. They are pulling this back.
If you go map 3, I think Gen.G wins.
With everything on the line for Gen.G.
I think it gets dicey. I don't know. I only hesitate because I don't think I count G2 out if it goes map 3, but I think Gen.G comes right back up for sure.
Flying out from Ash. Foxy9 also got rid of his. And so that ult economy advantage now negated.
You got to figure out what you're going to do about this op.
New beginning here for round 21.
So here we go. They go for the Killjoy setup and the op, and now the op's going to push out aggressive. Because worst case, you still have delay with the turret and the nanoswarm.
Because G2 are never breaking this Killjoy turret.
Yeah.
And it
well,
sees down C long.
Slideshow makes it sound like this has been here the whole half. That's not true, but G2 is always focused on A first, then rotate. And they think you just need to punish Foxy9. That's where they're going to be wrong. But if they only go through Garage, they should keep this in mind because they purposely set up a wall here. So G2 should have a decent idea.
They're still convinced that Foxy9's going to be fighting them aggressively somewhere, so they don't want to show. They used a huge amount of
no,
to get in.
Oh, Jonah P's thinking about it.
It feels like Texture's the playmaker here.
He's thinking about it. Yeah, G2's concerned about Foxy9 somewhere here. Is he thinking about it? He kind of was, but it's a nasty shot. Yeah, this is a Texture round.
G2, 20 seconds to work with here.
G2. So now the momentum has gone over to Gen.G because Gen.G has basically read that G2 is always going to focus on here first. It is a 2v2 though. We'll see.
10 seconds left.
Deep position and forward is
Oh.
Lee. There was a chance there for Ash.
Got a Vandal. They're weak.
Just Texture.
Timing.
Spotting out the one.
He reads it. He knows. He knows how they play the double.
It's a horrible plant.
Not planted for Leaf whatsoever.
Patience.
Patience. Leaf is not budging. He
my God.
Entirely. Another tap. Texture. With the
Leaf knows.
One more for
Dude, the timing.
He needs to hunt down Leaf.
Oh my, he checked the spike. Leaf checked the spike.
Again. Texture is being toyed with. Leaf.
Oh,
breakfast.
No time. I cannot believe Leaf played that perfectly.
All with the brain.
Oh my God.
Leaf knew that Texture was hunting those kills.
Dude.
There are certain players who are always going to be trying to fake and force a fight. And I think Leaf
that's a hard read. The only time
he never even went for the first one.
The only time he checks it is when he wraps around the far side. He checks the spike and then he backs out. He doesn't go for the easy kill because he's lower health. Because he's lower health, he knows that Texture thinks he has an easy fight. That's such a good read.
Winning the round are actually going to be taking an eco here to make sure that they have the economy to close this map out.
G2
That's mad.
With Stingers, it is a crazy prospect. They're looking to
Yeah, he had to half it the first time because you saw him exit. You saw him exit the site. You would have heard him stomp through. But I mean, it's easy for us to say, chat, like, because you get the call that he's low health. That's Ash. Ash coming alive. Picture's in an awkward spot. Huge. Dude, Ash is getting some impact kills on a couple of these rounds.
Huge rounds flying back and forth between these two titans. But G2 deliberately managed their economy in that previous round in order to invest in this one. Was it the right play? I think, listen, that's a tough one. That's a difficult argument. But the fact of the matter is that G2 went for a soft buy, allowing Gen G, in all likelihood, to tie the game again so that they could win here. What is the game plan that Valen cooks up?
We got Nightfall. Yeah, we'll see if this pays off for G2.
Flashing your face in a peek, that is disgusting work.
That is... Oof. And that's the Viper gone?
Trent as well, down to 30 health.
Dude,
he got legged in the middle of that too.
He got the leg. Top of the box. He did.
That's mad.
Damage through.
Oh my god.
Through the rest of this round here, but Gen G got to be smilers from how this has started. It's an explosion out now.
Hey, they're gonna just try for a fast hit. Push him away from Link. Okay, G2.
Precarious at that, still sticking the plant.
They're gonna fight on site. They do this a lot. They have a couple people fight close on site. They don't have great post plant, but they have the Nightfall, so Trent's gonna try to play far. He's not in a position for a Nightfall though. I almost would have rather they would have Nightfalled somewhere close.
Has to be that next player in, but perfectly baited once more. And there's that wall smoked up, facing it up. Every single player from Gen G putting up the challenge. They found that 12th.
I can't believe Gen G is gonna get away with Foxy9 on C-site, man.
Map point here for Gen G. Winning 5 out of the last 6. Forcing G2's economy down, getting huge value out of the operator.
There it is.
And skewering those G2 players at the start. That is such impact.
Oh my god, that one round, chat.
I feel like I had a bit of a slow beginning as well, even on this map.
That one round.
On the defense side, though, especially with an op in his hands. He's a monster. He's a nightmare.
And one more is all it takes.
I mean, first of all, Gen G did have some variations in the first half of the map. They basically conditioned G2 to like slow clear all of this.
Their economy's just been so much better this entire half.
So like, props to Gen G. They did change it up.
Not a single player with a proper rifle.
The one round where G2 could have just crushed the C site.
3 players defending A.
So much trust in aim for Foxy9. 80 at stop. He's out in the open there, but G2 moving over towards
Yeah, just a full set play. That's a lot tagged, and the snake bite. They don't know about Charon yet.
Trying to play tight tuck to the corner, a bit of spam just catching Jogamo into the leg. He's able to get himself out of there. The weaponry.
3 Stingers, Guardian, and a Bulldog.
Scraps here to try and bring this to OT. Gen G more than in the driving seat.
Foxy9 is just going to play to delay. The Neon ult to delay further. Jogamo's dead. That's the map, chat. It's going to Icebox, I think.
They can't exactly figure out where they want to go. They're threatening like it could be a C split and looking for the B pop. All on Munchkin, no snake bite.
All in your face inside the smoke. He wants to dominate this angle nice and early. It's going to be dropping down. Faced with multitude.
I mean,
traded out, but still that player advantage is there.
He legged him.
Damage done, but he's out to the side. He's looking all over the bloody place.
Shoot. The trade? Foxy9?
Can't wrangle it. Leaves it to Leaf though in a
7 HP.
This is it, the impetus, the moment, the turning point.
Oh my god, what a game. Needing just one round to revitalize Gen G was pretty much... That is true. That's the danger of Gen G, right? That is always the trouble with Gen G. They're never actually out.
That's an incredible map. Back and forth and ground out. A 13-11 victory.
But I am upset at G2 for that one round. The melons round. Yeah. I think that costed him. You lost the pit. You lost your mental. You lost your momentum. Genji won double pistol. That's their secret this time around. What is this? What is this, Happy Kitty? Oh, this just opens it if you link it? It doesn't just open the image? What the heck? What am I looking here? What am I looking at here? Genji Sentinels? Oh, like who's played more? Oh. Thought it was G2. All good. Yeah. I mean, Genji always plays really close games in general. All of Genji's games are very close. Genji rarely shuts down or gets shut down. All right, chat. We're going to run some ads as well. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Into Garage basically every round. Well, G2 is still putting most of their forces into heavy fighting for A. With that, they managed to get themselves into B post plants 2 rounds in a row, and that's what turned this game back into their control. They won a couple more rounds on attack and then had an incredible
all right.
And we had very
oh, they're doing the standing desk thing again? I know why they're doing it. The people love the Toronto crowd. We should show it more.
Many things again, keeping these match up close.
I think it's okay. I think they should have saved it for the final weekend, though.
As you were saying, in the first half, Jogamo was that man for G2.
Yeah, Jaw was so good. Again, going back onto the Yoru here, but second half was a bit of a different story.
You don't understand. Killjoy Turret had aura. That's why G2 couldn't shut down Seaside. No, chat, they actually had. They were actually trying to punish the Seaside, like for most of that half.
on these flood retakes.
they were working the map a lot more, right? So they would put pressure here, and then, well, this is the opposite half, but they would put pressure on A short, and then they would put pressure on garage, which would force Gen G to spread thin, and then they would try to hit whatever site. I don't think they need to go in and kill Foxy 9 and plant on C. I think they just need to pressure it.
Yeah, it was just incredible to see how Gen G were adapting on the fly, but also, I mean, this really was a heavyweight slugfest here, right? We were seeing guys take left hooks.
I mean,
right
Gen
hooks,
G, they woke up though.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see.
Unhinged.
And this is exactly how much it means to these two teams to be able to fight and get to that top 4, because that's what they're fighting for, Mimi. They're fighting for top 4, not even at the grand finals, and this is a final caliber matchup.
Absolutely. The last time we had this matchup, it was for the upper finals, and in games this good, it comes down to inches, and there was one round that exemplified that. That plant not getting off for G2. Very well.
That would have been the overtime.
Yes, that would have been them going to OT, maybe winning this map. Maybe this is a 2-0, and Gen G's on a
Alright.
Korea.
Yeah, you really...
They should have canceled that A push when Munchkin ulted when it was 11-10.
I mean, everything that you could possibly want to.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think in hindsight, that one I don't think is as
And the
criminal.
heartbreak of this round is Jonah ults. He thinks they get the plant down in time. They don't have that ult for the next round as well. Then they have the Yoru ult. They think they can do another C-pop. Jaw dies out of the ult after nearly spamming.
Who's winning,
Munchkin
Paper X
down
or
to
Wolves?
0, and this game slips out of G2's grasp. I mean, what tenacity for Gen G winning such
I don't
close,
know.
showing
I think that
such
one's
big
close.
clutch moments. This is why it's a trophy-winning team that has done it before back in Masters Shanghai.
I also think if they're gonna do this, they should interact with the crowd more. But I do think they should, like...
Well, here's the issue. There's only one Canadian left in this competition.
I see a lot of Canadians
Well,
Yeah,
in the competition,
like that.
a lot of great Canadians in the house today, but we
but
got one Canadian left in this one. This is Jonah P.
I do think they should have saved this for the final weekend.
For the North, Mimi, it's a tall task for this G2 team after Gen G comes back the way they did.
It absolutely is. Jonah's been having a great series, and Toronto, I know you want to see this guy continuing on the competition. They're walking back on the stage. If you want him to survive, make some noise.
I mean,
that's right.
But the Gen G fans are here too, GB.
Oh yeah, the Gen G fans are
Yeah,
here
I was
in
about
full
to
effect.
say,
You guys
like,
want Gen G to be able to
that
take
was
this one.
a-
What do you think about that? Oh boy. All right.
It's pretty evened out, even though
Folks,
we're in America.
we're getting down to the wire.
No, that is, I'm telling you exactly. They're like, the people love the crowd. We should show the crowd more. How do we show the crowd more? We should interact more with the crowd. Like, that's probably the meeting that happened. It might also be, the talent might have asked for it because, like, Vans was getting so much mileage out of the crowd segments, but
Swapping again the compositions like they did in the first map? I don't think so. I think that the
I do
Sage
think
look very, very well.
they should have saved it for the finals. I think they need more structured ways to, like, interact with the crowd, too.
And it's a very plain, going back to a few years ago kind of composition.
G2 should be running the Sage comp again, I think. I think it's good.
For sure. I was very impressed with G2's pivot into the Sage composition. It does so much to actually get that spike down easily on the attacking side. Their retakes looked on point too. And on top of that, Jaw still has a shocking amount of agency on Sage. He's still making those plays, but by all means, this is a great map for both of these teams. It should be an incredibly close way to close this one out.
Who do you think top 4 Apex teams are to make champs? I think that's impossible to call right now. Notion's making it, though. See the new signings? Notion's making it.
Here on the global stage. You got Gen G on one side looking to see if they could very well
Notion, RRQ, T1, Paper Rex. T1 and RRQ are feeling pretty comfy with the points, though, right? Who wins, in your opinion, on Icebox? Comp-wise, G2 wins, but we'll see if Gen G... I don't think Gen G's comp is bad. I think G2's is better. I think the Sage is better. That's the only difference, obviously. But you know, if the Jet allows Texture to go crazier than, you know, playing a Sage, then that kind of nullifies that point.
They're about to come back from a very, very good map and a very good start of the series for G2.
All right, Toronto, we're going to a map 3. Let me hear you!
The energy is sky high right now here. It's map 3.
All right, let's see.
G2 versus Gen G. Elimination, of course, on the line. I'm telling you that story all day long. What we haven't been telling you, though, is G2.
I need Texture Sage. He could just wall Kara on stealing his Sage. Imagine. Imagine.
Back, I think. They've got their top dog spot regionally. Everybody knows this. But the one thing they haven't got is that trophy on the biggest stages of the game.
In Bangkok, denied by T1.
Jen's going fast.
Potential here to be denied again by another Pacific team.
Now let's see if they make the same mistake or not
From the beginning,
that XLG did.
They're up against the ropes
You go
as well
fast,
on
you
Icebox.
plant, you gotta hold on site, especially in the pistol.
Pressure just
Against the Sage.
That easily
Surely
is all it
Gen G doesn't
takes.
make a
Gen
silly
G
mistake
putting
like that.
up
Especially after having seen it.
You're expecting G2 to be playing a retake style here on Icebox on the pistol round because Jorgamo's wall is so powerful. Gen G, they're going to know that.
Full committal. Ash going for this one, the shock darts. Not doing much.
So it's about escorting Jorgamo in. He's the VIP. Get the wall down and apply pressure with the defuse.
Yep, big paranoia. Good counter paranoia coming out from Karon.
Trying to lock down and hold down that side.
They're just trying to slow them down. Look at this, playing all on site except for Foxy9. Playing close, slowing things down.
Next to step up, holding his ground down. Here's the jump down. There's G2 just trying to play these players.
Oh, Texture, huge double kill. Oh, that actually kind of... That got Jonah killed.
No half-earned time ticking away. Leaf is going to get a move on. And it's all Gen G.
Big double kill from Texture.
Add it to the tally, add it to the spreadsheet, call it whatever you want, but that is once more carrying forward that energy from that prior map.
And there were so many small things that had to work for Gen G to be
Oh,
able to
that
win on Haven.
that little dink.
And I think the pistol rounds are absolutely an enormous part of that, winning both pistols. And like you've been talking about the whole day, Brent, the fact that they've been doing it consistently all tournament long. Like 75% win rate on their pistols or something at this point. It's
Leaf with the Sheriff.
We haven't really been seeing
Triple
G2
Guardian again
force
from Gen G.
against it. They've been opting to play it pretty conservative today. And the most
Yeah,
we saw
Solo's
was
back.
Jorgamo
He's
picking
feeling
up
the energy.
one stinger.
And I think the freaking comeback, you know, the one or two rounds they needed on Haven, I think that's got Gen G fired up again. That's why I hesitated when people ask, because I think momentum-wise, Gen G is like in the lead, and I don't think G2 is a weak mental team, but I don't think they're actually as strong as Gen G. Gen G has been uncharacteristically tilted this tournament, but they've recovered off of just that one map.
You know, the G2, roughly speaking, are going to be fighting over one area of the
I don't
map,
think
playing
G2's
a retake
crumbled.
on
I
the
just
other.
don't think they
This time they're on
get
the
fired
evo.
up as
They're trying to
easily.
get into flood defend before Gen G are here.
Just popping out. Shoulder sticking out of the smoke. Shock dart.
Okay.
Hello, Foxy9. Down and out here. Ash going to go for an attempt to stick this. Reclaiming the gun too. Texture's going to be picking that one up. Probably swapping it around. We see it now. Dart, lay it down, but players are
Saw one. Ooh, that's a good bait and switch from G2. Gen G's got to watch out. Again, when you have the rifles, you don't have to play this close. I know it's Guardians, but
fighting into this one, but entrenched positions into the 1v2 for Trent, and he's
Trent's just gonna look for the kills. Wait, he might even get the round. Oh,
can't lock onto it.
massive damage. 2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs, and a bunch of armor all taken away.
These first 2 rounds delivering the critical kills. He's 1 away from getting 100.
Yeah, but we're cool with it though, because Ash got kills, so he's ramping back up for our VFL team, chat. I actually have 0 G2 players, so I'm no longer invested. The Haven is done. I'm no longer invested in G2.
But if they can get Ash's ult online, there could be a chance here.
Looking towards Leaf. You always invest into the Outlaw when he's tracking.
A triple stinger.
And money. He's the one with the Outlaw. No sightlines, no easy kills. Instead, just a battle for the extremities.
Very, dude, look at this complete anti-lurk setup.
Seeing if they could land some early damage.
They're like, we're never gonna get lurked on by Munchkin. Holy.
That's the orb. That's the ult. So Ash 5-0. has a very, very early Hunter's Fury to play around with. And if they are, G2 playing retake
Yeah, Trench is only 2 away from Silva ult. That's a good call.
For a very effective post-plant setup.
The G2 have the better weapons, so they're again okay with the retake on A.
Lurking right now for G2.
Double nano swarms.
But Ash already has his Hunter's Fury.
Trying to play retake into this would be
tough.
Pretty tough.
Not impossible, but difficult.
There's a paranoia. Different sections.
They're going to use it to actually get in.
It's going to be used just to get them in. It's 2 misses. Clearance into the corner on top of it. G just choosing to expend it. Plan down just yet. And
Oh, that's a big pick. And you've already got the flank.
Head rolls off the shoulders there.
You're not hearing the turret.
Leaf fast on the flank.
I mean, Gen.G is just, once again, playing close. You got stingers.
Capable of taking a shot.
You don't want to have to waste all your bullets to break through the wall.
To hold this one close quarters is the combat. That's what's going to be suited towards them. Lidding up these players, though. Texture can't stand up against that much. Sort of pressure's there with the outlaw in hand. He's got it straight into the back of Ash. Charon. Not long for the world, is
Big round for G2 to recover.
Very clean, and not really finding the value that they were looking for from that Hunter's Fury. I think Gen.G got a bit scared there. They weren't really willing.
That was a huge mistake by Ash. I mean, I doubt Ash suddenly just clicked his ult without talking with his team. I think they were just playing it safer to make sure they get the plant and they can utilize the stingers instead of potentially just getting wrecked on the way in. It's such an early ult. I'm okay with using the ult on that round regardless. And if you're not quite sure about that, because here the other thing is like if you use the ult on the post but your teammates all die, like the round's over anyway. So I'm okay with it. In an ideal world, you save it so that you have an extra layer after fighting in sight, but considering it's the bonus, you've got stingers. I think it's okay.
Slow up towards the top, breaking the drone. There's a wonky
I don't mind it. It might not have been the most winning decision, but I don't mind it. It's round 3.
If it was only Foxy9 on his own, I think they might have tried to force the fight there. Looking to just try to catch that solo player from Gen.G, but he had backup. Gen.G playing a spread default at the moment, but the Spike in a somewhat committed position on B.
Very slow game. Contact, swing. Potentially, if there was a player holding close. Texture just crossing out into the open. There's a re-swing from Charon.
Ooh, Charon wanted to try to get that trade.
From Jonah P.
NT from Gen.G, but that's some hits you took.
Got to wait for the next timing on it. Got to wait for the fuel to get back up. Charon's going to be jumping the gun a little bit here.
Trent
has him through the back. Paranoia.
Yeah, no, G2's like, we're never getting lurked on. That's this entire plan from G2. They're just going to play retake everywhere with the Sage. It's a big kill. Oh, Foxy9 actually punishes. And you don't get a kill with the Hunter's Fury? 2 people low. Risky round from G2. Yeah, they're going to save, actually.
He's now, Foxy9, connecting with the rest of his team to play these double nanoswarms onto the plant. And G2, I don't think they have a chance of being able to get back in on this. They're not even going for it.
Backing away.
They just want to keep their economy good. And I mean, to be honest, it's only Valin who wouldn't be able to buy if they went for this. I think the damage to Gen.G's economy is more important.
Well.
But G2 choosing the conservative approach. And one could argue that that was the reason that they couldn't close out Haven.
True. Yeah, no, Sideshow makes a good point. I'm okay with it, but...
in one fateful example at the end there towards Haven.
But I'm okay with it.
G2 should be fighting it. Gen.G get an opportunity to upgrade. They were bringing, what did I say, 3 Guardians into that round? And now they've managed to get up to 4 rifles.
A 3-1 lead.
It's a great start. And it's one of the only times where it feels like Gen.G have got out to a good start. They won the pistol on Haven, but they couldn't manage much more in that.
Yeah, you spam through it. You're ready for it this time with the Poison Cloud.
Bit of spam with the stray bullets. Not
turret got broken, so Leaf's got to watch. Leaf's got to watch Tube. There he goes.
Trying to keep an eye on all the positions here. Again, you're going to see this game of timings occurring. Texture. Lying in wait, hoping that someone's going to go for the reclear.
And they are, but with the drone. So this drone
They break the bot with the shock dart. So Gen.G's, dude, I love this. Round 5, you start working mid, and you're actually clearing all the util as well. Look at all the attention they've bought from G2. 4 people looking at mid.
Got anything to get the hell out of here? There's a lot of
Ooh,
damage.
that is rough.
Oh, that's so nice.
Putting in the work.
And now Gen G probably have to accelerate on A.
Yeah, now you have to go faster. You were hoping to stay alive just a bit longer, but
Munchkin is super happy calling for his team to contact in if he thinks he's got the read that the defenders are playing retake.
G2 just hovering nearby, lying in wait here. The plan's going to be going off. Munchkin gets this one down.
Junip's going to be very late. He's going to have to re-clear mid just in case.
Gen G still with that player disadvantage. They're the ones who have to make the play. Valen, Paranoia sweeps forwards. Nana swarms, delaying the push from coming through from
No,
G2.
they're just going to trust. They're just going to trust the turret. Okay.
Up towards the top of it, in through 410, and Foxy9 is gone.
You're on.
Straight back to the
Needs to get more than one. Gets 2. Huge.
Finally taken out, but backing away. Leaf earns up towards the ult, but he's got 2 players to deal with, and you do not want to expend it in this situation. He's got to try and lurk and find the positions. Running side to side, he doesn't know where the last is. There's a wall.
Oh, no time though.
But is there time?
Not a chance. Really nicely
Rough.
played there from Gen G.
Did you know about the
towards
RB signing and thoughts about it? I'm really excited for it. I'm really excited for it.
Forces Leaf to take the fight. Wastes a couple of bullets.
I didn't know about it. I'm just saying, chat. I'll let you all know that if you didn't want to be a bandwagoner, you had to go buy the Nongshim bundle last week.
And they're winning this 4v5.
I don't know how many of you actually listened to me, but like you're more than welcome to cheer for Nongshim. You would just be a bandwagoner, that's all.
They're coming away with the victory. Gen G look completely in control here. You know, Lotus G2 were easily
I bought it and lost 400 RR, but you're not a bandwagoner. And you changed it back to T1. That's foul. That's foul.
The better team out of the first 2 maps and then throw it all away towards the end. They wanted to come in here today, and you heard it from Valen's mouth himself. They wanted to change the narrative. They wanted to put on a performance that would make the other
Trent
teams
doing
scared
Trent
to
things
face
again.
them. And now, a little bit of doubt might start creeping in at the edges.
Notice how Chobra didn't answer right away if he knew about it. What is there to notice about that?
Maybe morale, maybe an idea, something to get some rounds in order, because Gen G, for now, only leading by 3, 4-1 being that total scoreline, but it can easily slip away from you. Easily. They know it. Gen G know it.
Both teams, both rosters have been in big game scenarios, at least the cores
I
of these rosters.
have no idea how the roster is going to work, chat. It could be a 6-man. It could be a 1-to-1 replacement. Who knows? They haven't made any announcements on that front. The other signing is not a player, it's a coach. Sungmin is a goated coach. He temporarily helped SPG during Ascension as an assistant coach, and then he was a head coach of SLT Sungnam before that, and then he was coaching T1 Academy earlier this year.
Placing swarm grenade.
There'll be a blight on the record for G2 if they go out here. They've got to turn it around. The money's not good for now. Allows you to play a bit riskier. Taking liberties, potentially getting a kill or 2. Gen G are hyper-disciplined, though.
Pulled a little bit of Foxy9's attention towards mid. And I wonder
Oh,
whether
he's ready for it.
Peak, but it's just a shocking fight to take with a stinger from this range.
Truly.
Hides away.
A lot of the impetus here might be on Jonah P, actually. He's the lone defender over on B.
Starburst in his face, and he's going to be stepping up to the challenge.
Oh, dude, he's going to stick around.
Maintains his ground here. Gen G going to have something to clear this one. Might just be waiting for the dart timing to come back
I think
up.
they're going to wait, and then they're going to dart deep.
There's that exploration, but Ash, one step ahead.
I mean,
smoke just barely blooming out towards the back there.
It's a rough one.
These kills, racking them up. The feed that is filled up with red.
Damn. Nice and clean.
Gen G determined to put their
I don't think
stamp
3
on
is
this
too
final
many.
map.
I don't think 3 coaches is too many. I think 3 is like a good sweet spot. It also just depends. I mean, if you don't have a strict division of who's doing one, then yeah, I think more than 3 is rough. But if you have a strict division, technically, I think like 6 is great. The coaches all always say, like, if it allowed, you know, if the reality allowed for it, then more coaches is always better. You just have, the more you have, you just have to be more clear about whose role is what, and a clear like hierarchy of who makes the final call, including the IGL. But
here he's 6-4 to begin.
If you have 6 coaches coaching a Japanese team on Icebox, that's too much according to Sliggy. Not if they win.
Aggressively to danger.
Well, the problem is they weren't winning.
G2's retake style is going to be helped by the fact that Leaf has earned the lockdown. He's had it in the last couple of rounds, but not found an opportunity to use it. This is a must-win for G2
AC
here.
back on.
They want to right the ship.
This was the one that the timeout was about, and you're right. Course correction needed. Beautiful
Huge. So now they're denying. So now hard read on the potential B lurks and that they've been taking contact. So you know Gen G's been taking contact on both sides, right? They take contact up to here, even up to here actually, and they take contact over here. So you're in positions to punish both. Got spotted. Texture spots him immediately. That's a big res though. Paranoia. Oh, that's a big tag. There's a lockdown. So Gen G can't play on the site. They do have Hunter's Fury again. Do they use it just to get rid of the ult? They do. They don't want to deal with the Sage Wall. That's the timing for G2 to push in, though. They know they have the numbers. Karon! Oh, Chogama's weak. He's sticking it. They know he's close. Huge bait and switch. What a double play. Lots of ults used, but a much-needed round. Gen G, I mean, they tried to play this as best as possible. Who was it, Karon, that jumped onto Nest? That was a nice try. That was a nice try.
A 5v4 and George 3K shutting down Karon in his top position. Karon has been the danger in these A post plants. He's playing either on top 410 or top A nest, and he's getting up and over that Sage Wall. That's what G2 have to be worried about, but they managed to execute and get past him that time. Texture with knives. He's the threat here.
Pit and B main. It's a tricky one to
yeah, G2 do need to, well, on this map for sure, they need to string together. They haven't strung together rounds yet. That was only their second round win.
No attempt to break it. Gen G aiming to take fights towards mid, though.
In this match, every time G2 win rounds, their economy is never flourishing.
No.
Gen G always keep it close. And so again, they're coming in with double Guardian and a Bulldog. Valen's trying to take an aggressive fight on A, but with a pretty bad weapon.
Yeah, Trent was with him. He's hopped off of it now, potentially missed the timing onto this one, reaching that minute mark. He's seen a drone for a drone. Just to clear out.
All right, G2 should have a pretty good idea. You've got Pit. There's been no sign of clearing that. You're kind of playing around contact as well. You cleared. You pushed out mid as well. Now the lockdown. Jogama's gonna. Dude, Jogama's gonna play on site. No, okay.
He looked like he was gonna stay there.
Slow wall might be critical in that spot. Just out of dodge there from the vicinity.
Ooh, quick recon to try to flood back in.
Straight in, the pit's gonna be dropped down. Reactionary from Gen G, looking to try and survive.
G2's changed it up. They're trying to flood in. What? 20 seconds.
He's pushed out. The initiative has been taken.
He just has to delay them. With the Omen ult, sure, but I mean.
The Omen finding enormous value.
There is no siege wall.
For Gen G. G2 don't exactly know where everybody is, but Trent's in a really pushed up
But you know at least one more. The Jet was coming through spawn. They're a little bit worried about mid. G2 has to group up. You can't be playing so far anymore. You have to play numbers.
Starting to get a run on, starting to get a move on.
Gen G just has to find timing. Picks. Oh, that is rough. That is rough. Texture had the right idea. He needed to peek out and get a pick.
What a scramble of a round, what a pivot having to be called there towards the end from Munchkin. A miracle really that they got the plant down thanks to Karen's ultimate.
That's rough.
But G2 changing things up in terms of how they were defending. Thanks to
no, I think the thing is I actually think in the heat of the moment with the Omen ult, it's okay. It's just Jonah P already has so much space.
They were left without too many
I think they were more worried about someone keeping an eye on mid rather than Jonah having pushed out of garage. But Munchkin basically read that G2 changed how they're playing the site. They flooded it before the spike. So he was like, yo, let's bail. And like, you have the Omen ult, so like, just send it. Let's go. Well, at the moment we get contact, you're sending it. It's just they lose too because they weren't expecting him to come out of garage. So yeah, bad assumption, but I think also just good play from Jonah P. Credit where credit is due.
Critically, no trade from G2.
Jorgamo is one away from being able to get a res. But I don't think he's going to be able to get, you know, a kill and somehow recover Jonah P's body. It's really out there in no man's land. The
Wall
Viper
just
wall,
to
by the way,
slow them.
committed super early on A.
So G2 is just starting to just force rotates out of Gen G with the Sage Wall. Interesting.
They don't want to just rely on Omen smokes.
You don't have the numbers.
Tiny margins.
Now they're playing ahead of the Toxic Stream. You don't have options. Oh.
Just the grills getting in the way of the jail. Trent is next on the chopping block. Texture.
I mean, he got the kill he wanted, but no.
Karen by his side. Make no mistake. G might have lost the past few rounds. Jorgamo, though, still trying to get active, but Ash is instantaneous.
Individual moments there, losing.
Texture's very good at the running bait. When Gen G's on, their teamwork is really good. It's just this tournament they've had several maps where they were uncharacteristically off.
It's an unusual spot, but not to get value. Normally Leaf's good for those. Jorgamo, he's going to go for a glass cannon op buy.
Oof. Oof. The what?
Looking to throw caution to the wind. It is a weird one again for G2's economy.
Drone not broken. Jonah was hoping to at least feign the intent that it could be holding.
So G2
close.
this time, you got early contact in B, so you early push out of A.
One of his own, just to clear this one all the way
But
through.
Gen G kind of has a read of this. They're just waiting and watching.
The operator in Jorgamo's hand to just watch belt, but
They will just wait. I don't know if Foxy heard that drone. He was in range to hear it, I think, right at the end.
Smokes, but no committal.
Yeah, alarm bot will let him know.
Pressure here onto Foxy 9.
Foxy 9 is going to be caught. Squeezed, in fact.
Does he know?
Too much to watch for.
He does. He heard the shrouded step. That's...
Really solid awareness. Even
Oh, if you're gonna make that noise, I feel like you have to double peek, no? What?
Trent was lurking. Jorgamo.
It's cooked, chat. It's cooked. I mean, G2, like the start of the round was a good read, but they're kind of... They're kind of just sending it.
In front of their faces, Textures already just absolutely decimating them, destroying them. His team by his side, relentless. There's no mercy at all.
Oh.
Gen G slowly.
I think it's cooked.
I mean, this is looking like a dominant half right now for Gen G, especially considering that G2's eco once more is cracked. They've got nothing to be able to work
Yeah,
with.
big round from Foxy 9.
He's in quite an exposed position. He's trying to play it.
They didn't double up initially. I don't know why they didn't. You just straight up made noise with the Omen, and you broke the alarm bot. You know he's going to be watching for you, and you don't double up.
Gen G could establish a very dominant first half here, and that's not something they've been able to manage on Lotus or Haven.
There's wind in their sails right now. 4-round lead. This could easily be a one-sided affair for the first half of Icebox. And our last map here in this elimination game.
Here.
Last chances for both of these teams.
It's got to be hard for G2 to put out of their heads the way in which they lost on Haven. So many small moments.
Second to last round, you're down to Sherson and a Stinger. It's the same, just contact play on B. Gen G has a pretty good read of it. This time they're committed. They're not even checking for the push out of A.
I've been dreaming of redemption, but the win here gets you further and farther away.
Check to the close coveys as well, so you can pick up tempo.
They want a shot at the trophy for G2.
You wait for the poison orb a little bit.
Thinking about that, most likely
A good smoke refresh from G2, but I mean, again, weak weapons. Paranoia. Oh, tech. The idea was okay from Texture. Yeah.
As soon as Texture goes down, you don't match for the rest of the weaponry.
And Ash has been such a pillar for Gen G.
12-5 and 2 for Ash. Huge.
Incredibly important kills, and once more, is that rock that Gen G can rely on.
I was scared when he got one and he didn't immediately die in the second pick. I was scared for Gen G, but they got it.
It's still a massively uphill battle for G2 if they want to try to win a Thrifty.
I mean, there's Hunter's Fury too.
Any time. Running out forward, and Munchkin, Ajar with a movement, snappy with the aim. You know exactly where Trent is now. Look at it, layers of util added on top.
8-3. See if Gen G can make it 9.
Gen G are getting a vice grip on this series.
You can feel that belief emanating from the side of the stage that they're on. I mean, that is so nice.
No, I don't think anyone ever said G2 was a perfect team. The narrative was that G2 was the closest team to playing quote-unquote perfect Valorant. But even when most analysts say that, I mean, if the community is just throwing around buzzwords, then that's the community just being dumb. But when most analysts say that, it's a quote-unquote because it's like, in theory, right? They're playing the most theoretical textbook Valorant, which I on a macro level I would agree with, but I do think Valorant in some ways is actually more reliant on aggressive plays than CS because the tools are not even. And so, not to say that you can't have hero play, you have insane hero plays on CS, but I think Valorant it's more necessary. So the quote-unquote perfect Valorant may not actually be the better Valorant, but up until this, and I would also say after Stage 1 playoffs, I don't think people were saying that about G2. I just personally, I still ranked them high just because I have faith that they learned a big lesson through their lower bracket run, which I think they did, but their read on the meta shift not quite refined. Also, just a lot of faith in like Anders cooking up stuff for them as well, alongside Josh RT, the combo.
G2 can make no mistake here. Footsteps rumbling and noise bait by Leaf. He's trying to bait.
He's baiting it. Oh, but he has to go. Oh, dude, he gets the kill onto Jonah before the turret.
That's going to be broken out. G2 trying to make this one.
Oof, that's rough, though.
Straight into the back. They dealt with most of the side players, and it does now finally leave it all down to Munchkin. Even that snake bite. No chance in hell. Rebounding of all sorts of geometry. That's a full stick.
That's
so
rough.
I
mean, Gen G's okay with it. G2's also okay with it. I will be right back.
To make this one possible. Hinges on them being able to pick up a pistol. Gen G have been winning them all. They've just been incredible in those spots.
They've been a statistical anomaly. It's looking like Gen G are just playing lights out. They've got that passion, they've got that fire. They believe that they can go even further, knocking out one of the tournament's favorites.
All right, Toronto, you know what time it is. It's time to get hyped up for your favorite teams. This is an elimination game, so both of the teams need your energy. So if you want G2 to win, let me hear you. Okay. And if you want G2, who's currently playing on America's soil, let me hear you. One more time, though. It doesn't seem like it's loud enough. If you want Gen G to win, make some noise!
All right.
And the G2 fans in the house, let me hear you! The house is packed and the fans are split. It's time to conclude the finale of the series.
Teo narrative will be unstoppable if they lose here, though. That is true. Whether it's factually true or not, the narrative will be unbeatable.
The other side of the stage here, Valin,
I don't think it's true, but
bringing up the spirits, helping his team, and just believe that they can do this.
And G2,
fans are split, but they're playing an Icebox. Fans, what are you doing? Get with the program.
Anything globally. They've been in a grand finals at Bangkok, denied by a Pacific team T1 who
I
ended
just
up
opened
coming away
Reddit
with
on my
the
phone.
trophy.
Hideo
T1 nowhere
Kojima
to
made
be seen
significant
here as
changes to
well.
Death Stranding 2 because playtesters thought it was too good. Oh, it's,
texture as their representative, and you can
that's
see in the quick base,
a hell of a headline.
Great time of it right now. He came online very early and now gets to play the defense. But this could be an opportunity for Gen G to deny G2 and shift the narrative, or perhaps even keep the narrative. As Gen G
He thought his work was not polarizing and not triggering enough emotions.
It was a legendary
If everyone
match
likes
in a
your work,
weird
it
way
means it's
for them to get
mainstream.
knocked down to the lowers. A game to be remembered.
As a off meta hunter, I dig it. As an off meta hunter, I dig it. An off meta slave, I'm down with that idea.
Been essentially immaculate in that department.
The funniest thing about No Shame RV is to tech qualify for DVC and other rosters. Well, they qualified without him though, right? They were playing the qualifiers without RB.
You mentioned it, Josh. Gen G have been near immaculate with winning pistol round wins. It's going to be an uphill battle here for G2. They need a good idea, and already Gen G, you can see them cooking up something. Triple face, wide swing. In case there was a player there, they would have been deleted.
Just
but
typical Gen G pistol round on defense on Icebox. Push out, get rid of that.
They know exactly what Valen's going to call in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 knows as well, though. They knew that was going to come. They were ready for the fast hit onto A.
Nice for the damage, but it does enough to delay and potentially buying some time here. Trent, full sticks now with a plan. Gen G, armed and ready.
The ballsy call would have been to send Jonah P back, but
already making their way in.
I think that's obviously it's very high risk.
As soon as they hear the knives out, they know that they've gained access towards it, but there's nothing else. Yeah,
that is early.
Indeed, and Gen G, one of their own. Paranoia sweeping forwards. Dart lighting them all up. Ash is
yeah, Gen G, they found the crack. Ooh, that's a crucial kill.
They've lit them all up. They've lit them all up indeed, and Trent is no match.
Great retake from Gen G.
With the pop off towards the end. The confidence
Real Chobra would wear red pajamas. This isn't even my pajamas.
Just going in their direction all
it's just like a
long.
very light, like cooling shirt.
And it's one of the best things that you could be specialists in. Because most of the time, that's going to give you a free 2 wins to start a half. And G2, they have not been going for their classic Stinger force.
I mean, it's very baggy and boxy.
2, maybe even 3 occurrences where we
really?
thought we would see it.
Looks like a pajama? Maybe it looks like a pajama on camera.
What's happening? G2 are finally going to go for it, but only with 3 stingers.
Yeah, we've seen this before, Jogamo.
Yeah, they do the triple stinger pretty frequently, though. Gen G should be well aware of it.
Bit of exploration potentially towards mid, a smoke off onto the turret. Makes it feel like there could be lurks, but as players, bottom tube, Ash is going to be exploring, clearing up the question marks.
It's quite a nice timing, though, because Gen G, 3 defensive players are having to get pushed towards mid. And that creates a bit of an opening where only Munchkin is defending B.
Alone for now, but reinforcements have arrived.
Yeah, they're quick with it, though, because this alarm bot.
I think Munchkin's calling a great game here.
Stacking with the bodies.
And Valin backs off. Calls for his team to regroup with Leaf on the other side. And still allows himself to be seen. So there's still that threat that G2 could be re-hitting B.
It's a nice attempt from G2, but the thing is like, they've still got the nano swarms.
For G2, this is
nobody in the smoke, so they start to rotate back over. And he purposely goes this way so he doesn't make noise. The nano.
Did Valin hear these
oh, never mind. That was.
He's making the perfect call. He is. He's telling G2 to come
Damn.
back B.
No shot. I don't think he would have heard it though. They were walking here, no?
Gen G getting bodies back over towards B, but they're a little bit late to the party. Trent.
That's an insane call from Valin.
Trying to avoid most of the fire, but Jogamo cannot. Straight through the smoke, that's Ash, and Leaf caught out
yeah, that's good from Foxy9, though. You knew Leaf spent way too much time on A.
Dissecting this map, dissecting the site.
Do they clear Trent?
I mean, surely. Surely, we've seen it literally happen this tournament, yeah.
The awareness is all there right now for Gen G, and where is the first push of Munchkin? Is just sticking this, drops down half, and everybody dies from G2.
I think Genji's going to run away with this shot.
They keep going. And that is a fantastic beginning to the half. All of the threat taken out of it. A 6-round lead. Plus G2 knocked down onto an eco. Every player in every little tuck spot, every threat, every danger dealt with.
G2 did need to close it out uneven.
As dominant in the opposite direction as Lotus was for G2.
Yeah, though this jersey I'm okay with on Genji. I traditionally don't like Genji jerseys. This one's okay.
Seen comebacks before, and
Still not a fan, but it's okay.
They're rare. They're not often, and it takes truly exceptional stuff. Balin's gone. Was a TP forwards trying to go for some cheeky play.
And the Nanoswarm fail as well. G2 is struggling.
All into B main. Clearance now through yellow, but they're going to be stunted out here.
The mental was shot until G2 shot their own mental. G2 said, "Hold my beer."
They are choking G2 out.
And then Genji just took it and ran with it. Yeah, but Genji does that. They always just need that one round. You really need to make sure you shut them down if you want to continue. That's where Wolves shined, I think. G2 wasn't ready for that fight. I mean, I know it's an eco, but...
But he's only got a sheriff and 3 bullets to do it. Does not know where the remaining players.
Yes, but Trent is
lurking, though, lying in
the best player in the world, right?
And perfect with the shot. 11 rounds for Genji.
Honestly, chat,
2 more needed.
No offense to Trent, but like I'm kind of okay with him not getting that because now I'm not the only one who looks silly with Osmos in #1, you know? I mean, Trent obviously performed much better throughout this entire tournament, but you know. I'm just saying, it looks like nobody could really get it right, you know? Jamkins out of the tournament. Maybe I should just put Crashies at #1, really, honestly.
Josh RT taking a desperate tactical timeout to try to right the ship. But this game...
No, I'm joking about Trent. Trent is obviously very good. It's just G2 is getting wrecked here.
Before Genji even win another 2.
It's already slipped.
It's, yeah, I mean, after losing the pistol in the follow-up, that's devastating.
The chances are just minute.
A Genji, man.
G2, I just saw this. G2 versus everyone, Death and Destruction. G2 versus Korea Paperworks. Damn, these guys have hands. What does that say about everybody else, chat?
They looked like they were out of it.
What does that say about Pacific?
Fully mentally in the game, had put a bit too much expectation on their own shoulders, perhaps even.
We were thinking, have Wolves.
I think if Wolves make it all the way, then I think Spring is. What is this? Dude, production is like. Production is doing something that I hate. Production's doing.
There's grit here with this Genji squad. Grit.
Well, no, I shouldn't say that because they are. For now, it's experimenting. If they ever do that again, they're doing something I hate productions do, which is just like. Doing things for the sake of showing things off.
Forced to respect it.
But like again, stop using the refs for that. The refs aren't part of like that shot implies like when they did the half and half chat. This is a slow round, so let me explain this. They did this yesterday where they had like the ref close up on this side, right?
If he misses the shots,
drone's gonna be clear.
And then they had like the player on this side. And it's like, this implies that they are at odd ends. But the ref, that's not the coach. Like, stop doing that. Amazing shots.
Trying to slam the nails into the coffin nice and early. It is answered back with Jorgamo. A tap.
No, it's just the ref cam's just dumb. And it's not even like a sport where like it's like the ref's like waiting to make a call and like, you know, in a traditional sport the ref is very much part of the game and like that matters. But even then you're not like, unless they're waiting for a call, you're not putting a camera shot of a ref and a player even in like other sports.
Watching for it. Res is available. Bring one of your players back into the fray. Pick and choose.
I might have to tweet about it after today because I think it's
They need it now.
I think it's so.
Are slowly getting a grip onto the side.
I think it's such a
Leaf is that backup policy, but this is explosive. Dash across and forwards as an
Disingenuous mistake from production.
The weaponry. Give Texture
Sorry, chat. I get.
Make you mince meat. Gonna be denying this
Oh.
one though. G2 getting onto the plan, wrapping around.
Wait.
In a situation.
No, G2's got this one.
Nana Swarm forced out into the open. Isolates the first kill. Shot dart, slay it down.
Oh.
Straight. Saves the day.
I.
Brought back from Death's Cold Embrace, and he's able to deliver the round for G2. What a lurk from Leaf as well. Somehow managed to evade all of the rest of the players, and they've recovered a 5v3
Yeah, it's because coaches have boxed in the boost.
Yes, they got a res out in the middle of that. So it ended
Yeah,
up being
but like
mostly a
you can just use
45,
two
but still,
players, right? I mean, like you can use fans, you can use fan signs, you can use coach zoom in, like
there's
it's just like
no real avenue for mistakes. It's got to be.
it's not good, and I get annoyed by this stuff because
Has to be the first of many.
I've worked in production, and like.
Multiple
And I also just think it drives the narrative of like.
And they're so good on eco rounds as well, Genji.
I think it just divides the esports production scene into two different like, oh, like that's not grassroots versus not. It's like no, you can coexist and just better the production.
By his side, deep dart overhead.
And so actually quite a lot of threats already dealt with there. Texture run out of knives.
Aren't you a caster though? Shocking news. I've also worked as a producer for 4.5 years.
This round navigated pretty well for G2.
Ran shows like IEM and Heroes of the Storm championships and
bring the discussion back to what we were talking
whatnot.
about on Lotus. It's the ults for the team that's up massively in this spot.
I also worked as a reporter. I've also worked. I've worked in the scene for over 10 years now, chat. It's been a little while.
Defense is going to be reinforced by massive ultimates in round 18. And that's if G2 can navigate danger here, because there's still a bit of spice in the round.
Not out of it.
I mean, if this is if Texture gets a kill, I mean, otherwise you're just waiting for exits. They're already just kind of looking for picks. Yeah.
Delivers again. His team needed it most here, but that's time earned off, and there's no hope.
News anchor. I guess I've not been a news anchor.
Damage to the economy, though,
that is true.
Would be really useful, right? I mean, I don't think he's really going to get an opportunity. He's on the exact opposite side of the map. But you think about one of the big talking points we've had throughout Haven and
Thank you.
Icebox.
Thank you, Belly Button. What do you mean? He's still young.
Margins that don't allow their economy to boom. This time, though, 4 players surviving, 3 rifles kept.
You've never been Casey at T. That is true, and I could never do that. There are certain roles that I could never do. Esports player. I mean, if amateur tournaments count.
And on the other side, Foxy 9's lockdown.
My team was. We did hold rank 1. We did hold the rank 1 record on PC for Modern Warfare 2 online, holding number 1 for consecutive weeks across 4 different game modes. But the PC scene was dying for Call of Duty and Modern Warfare 2.
Faking the double teleport play there, Valen. He teleports up and back, but he's making it feel
Nuclear
like
scientist.
to
No
pull
comment.
Eyes, trying to pull attention, hoping that he's freed up a little bit of B main.
The weight of the world is probably what's feeling like right now on G2. You got to just keep it together 1 round at a time, but the ults are such a problem.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, Munchkin has not decided to use the Viper ult in this round.
Yeah.
He's not even in a position.
You have Hunter's Fury as well, and you're just holding on the site with the op.
The later you leave it, the more this lockdown's going to be a problem.
And the Sova ultimate.
Smokes up. Texture. Gives it up, but he hears it now. There's going to be util.
Surely, if you're playing like this, you're going to use your Hunter's Fury to delay, right?
Towards Belch, a couple of jiggles, and they finally see it.
And then you use lockdown for retake? That way you guarantee a 12 match point?
Gets the hell out of there. There's 35 seconds
Oh.
left. Where are you going, G2?
Yeah, Hunter's Fury.
The ultimate early. That could have been a
I think that's.
It does indeed, but
I mean, but the plan was there. It was to delay, and now you're making the call that they can't plant the snake bite to waste time.
Munchkin! But he's gone. Down and out Texture. Trying to get instinctual as a dart. Okay, wall in his face and a dash backwards. Chobra P. At least finds Foxy 9. The spike is planted. mad dash.
Dude, no lockdown either.
I mean, so far, this has been the biggest fumble with the ultimates that you could possibly ask for G2. It's actually allowed them an opportunity to right the ship and avoid the snowball.
Takes a creeping leap.
Oh, the lurk.
He'll step no further.
No shot, man. Munchkin just use the ult, man. Whitey, Whitey, do it, Whitey. Oh, no.
That is a miracle round for G2.
No, I don't think the Sova ult was so much as a panic. I think that was very intentional. It's just it looks funny from our minimap. I think the plan was, because Ash was never playing off site, that we're gonna start rotating, but we're gonna send the Sova ult to delay. Maybe they heard one last piece of util, I don't know. I don't quite remember. But they were using the Sova ult to just delay in the case that it's on A. But you already had Foxy9 rotating. But the problem is if you already used the Sova ult, and then at that point, I think Munchkin thought too hard at that point of like, if the Sova ult is wasted, because you didn't tag anyone, so you actually had zero information. So he's like, what if they go back A? Maybe I shouldn't pit because that might send them back A. I think that was his concern.
Gen.G are in control here. It should be G2 going home. It's only a short trip for some of the guys, especially for
I think that's it's gonna haunt him. Like I get it from his position because we see the minimap, but the moment once he started hitting the Hunter's Fury, they had zero information about here. They don't know how far G2 was. Like G2 could have been here. And so I get why he didn't pit right away, but it is rough.
It feels possible now in a way that it shouldn't have been.
I guess Munchkin thought G2 was farther back than they actually were. Well, I think it was more so that like he put up the poison cloud, just be like, okay, I guess I got a delay, and then he realized they were close, and he was like, okay, I got a pit. So yeah, I guess so. I don't necessarily. Yeah, I guess he was just hoping, I guess, that they were further behind. I don't know. I think he also just didn't think that already wrapped around yellow.
He finds himself ahead. Caron pop like a balloon. Drone clearing a lot of the way. Spam into the corner. Munchkin still slips his way through, but look at that util. Just Paramount trying to push him out and away with a paranoia. Foxy9 is available as a bit of backup, and he's out to the field. What a monstrous shot!
What a shot, though.
Have the weaponry, they have the guns.
What a shot, though.
And it is cheeky plays on order.
Oh my God.
We'll take that timing happily. You can hear it. Scuffling of footsteps. And he knows exactly where.
Yeah, in the lead.
That's really nice. Even maximizing the ultimates there. Throwing the spike over to Trent in the 4v1, realizing that they've comfortably got the round and they can get closer to a Hunter's Fury.
No, but what I'm saying, chat, in that previous round is Ash ulted at 30 seconds, but Gen.G didn't know that G2 was already committing to the B site. G2 could have been hiding here, which is plenty of time to go back to A. That's what I'm saying. We saw everything on the minimap, but Gen.G didn't. So they were working off the assumption, but I think they should have Ash should have ulted later if he wanted to fully commit, right? Like that was the bigger problem, I guess.
Gen.G still have all the tools. Nanoswarm dealt with. Important one to break. Allows Caron to just stay.
All right, this time they're going earlier in mid with Jonah P. He wants to try to basically punish anybody that has to check for mid. Caron, here's the drone. He's going to get pushed away. So they know that that was part of the plan. Lockdown for lockdown.
Can Valen throw a smoke to allow Jonah P to lurk up past this turret?
Yeah, that's...
He doesn't have one online just yet.
Foxy9 will see it if they do that.
Right sneaking and crawling.
No, I think they're just going to cross.
Gen.G.
Jonah says it's safe to cross.
Oh, they're smoking off the alarm bot instead, making it feel like a threat underneath Tube, hoping that Jonah P can squeeze onto somebody.
Oh, okay, either way, they're going to watch out for Kitchen. Huge pick. That's the Sage gone. B is weak. Now they have to play it safe. Jonah P has to keep this position. Jonah P has to keep it because that gives them an extra option here on the post plant. They're actually sending Leaf in to really reinforce that. And that's why Ash is holding that, because they were hoping that Texture could win. Now Ash has to create the crossfire.
Slipping away from Gen G. They've got to try and answer back here. Trent is lucky. Doesn't go down
Oh, there's too many angles.
Falling, crumbling. Ash in a 1v2. The time ticking. Entrenched positions here from the G2 players.
Actually, dual bull half. They have to. Oh, he sees the spike. Yeah, that's rough.
Collected. What a round, what composure there from G2.
I mean, G2 with an incredibly well-called round. And Gen G, in terms of the call, I actually don't think they could have called it any better. They were working with all the information they had. They would have had to have some crazy spidey sense to read that through. You got the nice kill through the toxic screen, that was your hope, but Ash holding like the spawn area was smart as well. Yeah, Trent's kill on Texture on yellow was the big one. Because if Texture wins that, I actually think Ash's value goes up incredibly.
He hasn't quite been able to find those opportunities with his operator. And G2, 5 in a row. Something at this tournament is causing Gen G to not be able to close out maps cleanly.
One leave.
And it could kill him.
Second timeout.
What was that? What was he yelling? Why was that guy looking at him like
Might be ahead for now, but they have been losing grip of the series. G2 is not a team you want to allow in. Give them an inch, and they will take a mile. G2 are hunting for their own chance of redemption. Chance to continue their story in this tournament. A chance to even make it to the finals. To right the
Oh, Vans interviewed him yesterday? I mean, I've seen him cheering very often.
The energy has
Oh, hey, it's an ISO cosplay. Damn.
Gen G had all the belief. 11-4 up. They felt like they were immortal. It was their destiny. And now I think you're absolutely correct, Brent. The hope is starting to kindle in the hearts of G2. In fact, it's already there. I mean, you can see how they're playing.
It's going to be the same setup.
And Gen G forced down onto another eco. One of the first times actually that we're
Okay,
seeing
so the
G2's economy
recon
properly starting
to
get
just
out of
push
control.
early out of B. Jonah has a read on this, but I don't know if he's going to be ready for 2. Here's the jump! He heard the jump!
Puts him down, puts him to bed.
Doable round. Big ults for G2, though.
Deep push out through mid. He's holding the line for now. There's a plan down with nothing to push this back. Jorgamo getting a wall involved. Double face, double swing. Leaf still wants to square up, potentially to deal with these players because
He's
it is
setting up for
a
Trent.
heavy investment. Bodies.
Jog is basically tasked with holding the site alone.
Trent as well for support.
They have to trade Leaf and oh, but the paranoia.
Chop down to the knees, and meanwhile this fight taking place. Yes, chop down indeed. Cut down before he can make
Trent
a stand,
not able
and
to
an
trade.
attempt off this one.
He pushed back too far. But they got the kill on Texture, so they're okay to go back onto site. Big paranoia. It actually connects.
They're trying to take out Foxy 9 before he can get going.
Big kill. Oh man, Ash again. No time.
With the plays, G2.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
Some mightily impressive mid-round calling there from G2.
Would you rather fight 100 wingman-sized geckos or one gecko-sized wingman?
Trying to clear that flank, but instead calling for the fast pivot in, realizing
Yeah.
that Gen G were playing retake on A. They've got a free plan.
I'd rather fight one gecko-sized wingman for sure.
Look at the ult situation. And this
Yeah,
is
if
why
Gen G had better
that round, I think
weapons,
it was
that round
18,
is different.
was
But
so important because Gen G had their
that
chance
means
to go up to 12,
G2 can't
and they
just go for the
squandered it.
slow lurk
Now
solo
G2,
mid, because now you have to watch
all
out
of
for
the
the B push
advantages,
out.
Looking to equalize.
Gen G's... Wait, what is this? Dude, Gen G's so late. They changed their call.
Slow, relentless march over towards the A side.
They changed their call before... What? They were stacking B and then they... Gen G, what are you doing?
Total it overall. It's full side control now for G2. Slight gap, potentially over. But a pit now is going to be removing all of those sight lines. How do Gen G play into this?
Oh, I think you save.
No way.
They're backing away.
You save.
They're saving.
Giving up already?
They're
You
giving
save.
up the round.
Because at most you're gonna pull out the ults, but then you might die and not be able to buy up, and then you'd have to play for OT. No, I think this is the right call though for Gen G. But Sideshow's cast there was good because it's dramatic. Like it's such a dramatic call. But I do think this is the correct call. I do think this is the right call.
He won a 1v1, and then G2 decided to eco.
Gen G need these guns. You're so right. If there's any chance for Gen G, though, listen.
But I like that they're building up that this might be the one that breaks Gen G's back. Because obviously it is if they lose.
Denied a weapon, and Foxy90 only had 50 credits to his name.
It's a good cast on that round. But objectively speaking, the save is the right call in my opinion.
At the end of this match, maybe it's the right one. 7 rounds in a row.
7.
After an 11-4 lead to tie the game back
Dude,
up.
7 rounds after winning the bonus, mind you.
Banger of a map and a series
Incredible. 11-11. This comes down. I mean, G2.
Looking for a tag early so that Trent can lead with a Hunter's Fury.
G2's fine either way. They've got ults.
Not giving anything though for Gen G.
It was tucked tight to Gen.
G2's positioning just for a fast hit onto A again.
Trucks forward here, the drone needs to be
Dude, that one mid lurk round into B ruined Gen G, man. They're so slow on the rotates, and then they got ruined on this push out, so they're cautious because they've got so much to lose.
The thing is though, if Tex just swings and takes a risk here and goes 1-for-1,
G2's like, hold on, we don't see anything. We don't see any other further movement. So they want to put some pressure somewhere else. They're going to start to make it look like they're working other parts of the map so that they can go to A. It's such a good call from Valen. The round-to-round call is so good on this from Valen.
Leaving Texture alone.
Texture is alone. One of our players in the MVP
Oh,
running, he's lit
he's
up like a bloody Christmas tree, and he has to try and back the hell out.
He has to spray. He has to try to get a kill. Dude, no ults used on this plant. You've got Rez and Hunter's Fury.
There's 27 seconds left, Gen G. They got players in. Trying to play this
Gen G, you have to try. Dude, what's Karon still looking for?
Will it be kills? Will it be collected? Will it be kills?
Because it's not planted, they're still looking for it. That's insane.
Push them back to the brink.
G2 has conditioned them so much.
Are desperate now. They group up to last hurrah.
Oh my god. I mean, dude, this is just G2 messing with Gen G over the course of the rounds. They didn't go here because they didn't actually see everybody. They think they might have stalled them enough that there might be another last-minute call to B. That's crazy, man. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over.
G2 are up to series point.
No, G2 is absolutely in their heads. G2 is, dude, 7 rounds in a row, multiple layers of conditioning through mid and B. G2 is absolutely cooking Gen G in their heads.
And it's writ all over Texture's face. He wears his heart on his sleeve. And he can't find his footing in this game anymore.
Holy. And now they work B, man. They make it look like it's a fast hit. This time, though, Gen G, they've kind of accepted it. They said, okay, they do adjust. They do adjust. They just don't have the perfect weaponry, but it's not so bad. Just 1 Bulldog, 2 half armor. Ash has Hunter's Fury. It's doable for Gen G. But they make the wrong call because there's still nothing on B. So they pushed out A, they found the Killjoy util, and they back out because of the drone early. And now Munchkin's all alone. They are looking for him. Oh, the wall gets set up. That's huge. What?
Are online. Gen G, they're playing for overtime. G2
lockdown.
closes out. Lockdown. So Hunter's Fury committed.
You will get it. the turret's going to allow them to be okay, not worrying about mid.
Patiently, Util to come back online. Smokes are blooming, blossoming. Fuel is up. Players are set in their position.
They dodged it. They dodged the paranoia. That's massive. Oh my god. Not over?
Looking to put the fear
over.
into everyone at this offense.
Holy dude, what an incredible second half from G2.
That is a miracle comeback. History.
Dude, they were cheering for Gen G and they're just screaming because they were on camera. Fake fans, IMO. Dude. Dude, just an absolute mental boom in the second half by G2 against Gen G. They just absolutely boomed them in the round-to-round calls. The round-to-round calls, oh my god.
But G2 would not give up, would not give in. And I think Valen's right. I think they have changed the narrative at this tournament today.
Rough for Gen G.
On the face of these Gen G players, I said it earlier, but listen, when you think of
You thought maybe we were seeing a bit of the old Gen G, a bit of last year's Gen G after that comeback on Haven, but yeah, they still struggle. There's still more cracks than last year. It's rough. I mean, I think like pretending that Gen G's always been a choking team is very disingenuous, but I think I mean at this tournament, yeah, their mental cracked pretty hard. I do think for Wolves game, I think you have to give Wolves more credit. But this one, it's rough.
There is a reason why you should never doubt G2. They proved it again, but the question on my mind is
That bad ult became a turnaround. True, but honestly, it's kind of poetic because chat.
I don't even know how we made that comeback. It is what it is. But we know we're the most disciplined team, so we're gonna keep doing our thing. You know what I'm saying?
It required a lot of individual brilliance from
It is
every single
poetic
one
that
of
it's a
you.
bad
What was
Viper
the
ult on
motivating
both
factor
maps
for you to be
that
so
turns it
locked
around.
in?
We ain't going back home. That's it. Simple as that. We gonna be here for the whole thing.
Oh, well, the fans want that now. You've already completed a lower bracket run back in America.
I don't like that they do this.
To that experience?
I mean, it's the international now, so we're on the big stage. But if we complete this, our storyline's gonna be insane.
This only works because Jog is so natural on the mic.
On the stage, I need to get some energy from this man, my captain, my IGL.
I think these guys have been like they know how to work the crowd and talk on the mic. So
But I heard revenge, and yes, we did. Oh my God, bro, I'm shaking.
no,
right
this
now.
is good though. Jog or Valen turns around. This is good. This is how you should do it.
I really didn't want to leave today.
Yeah, Jog
because
almost
this
made
crowd
it
has
look
been
good.
Phenomenal. And let me tell you what, we're gonna win this shit for NA. Let's go.
Damn.
Valen, you know, look, you were the favorites coming into this tournament after losing in the upper bracket. As you know, people always like to doubt you. They pray for your downfall. So tell the crowd, tell the fans why you are the favorites, why they should be with you all the way.
Because we have the best resilience out of any team. This brotherhood, the way we hype each other up, I was like, guys, should I peek pipes again? They're like, yeah, Jay, go, peek them. And man, the trust, the brotherhood, the resilience in this team is why we're gonna win this tournament.
I fully
That's
believe in you.
amazing.
Toronto, let them hear why you still believe in G2.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for Gen G, it's rough. It's rough, but it is, again, it is poetic in my opinion that both maps 2 and 3, it's a bad Viper ult that wrecks the team and gives momentum to the other side. But what a banger series, though. I mean, like, the iconic moment is actually the kind of the fumble on both sides, but also, like, both teams, they took that and ran with it against their opponents. I think there is a mental problem for Gen G, but chat, I think like I'm sensing a little bit of disingenuous tone, from everyone who's saying that, because the way you're saying it implies, it makes it sound like last year's Gen G suddenly is now breaking down, right? we saw this exact problem with them at kickoff with the new roster. They brushed up how to play it, especially, with Suggest coming in and playing one match. And then they eventually got through stage 1 and it looked good. And so it's okay. I agree that it felt like they might have figured, kind of the recipe with this roster. But I think it's just a harsh reminder that nope, they've still got cracks that they need to fulfill. There is a bit of a mental problem. I actually think it is I think it's more than a mental problem. I think it's actually more of a macro strategy problem. I think it's how they play the game. And then that puts too much stress once they get figured out, because currently they don't have as many layers as they did last year. But, that's obviously for them to figure out. But I think just being dude, Gen G they choke so much is that makes it sound like it's last year's squad that started just choking, you know what I mean? And it's I don't think that's true. I think we just forgot that they had similar problems at the beginning of the year because they looked pretty decent in the end of stage 1. Have to credit Valen's calling as much as the mental. But well, I think for Icebox, I do think it was G2 actually mental booming Gen G. Whereas I think on Haven, G2 kind of mental boomed themselves a little bit, and then Gen G ran with the momentum. But I just think it's a reminder that Gen G is a bit one-dimensional this year compared to before. And you know what? Obviously, I bought into the hype because they looked so good in the matches they won. But I also kept saying things on their Haven and other maps that there are some very distinct things that Gen G they're not getting punished for. And they eventually did, so... Yeah, it's not a good look the way they went out of the tournament, but I think give it some time, let it sit, and I think you'll realize that it's more of a macro problem and a depth problem, I think, for Gen G. We're seeing them tilt on stage, so I get it. They do have a bit of a tilter, but either way, a shame for Gen G, but an incredible second half call from Valen, really. That one I will give full credit to. Yeah, I also do think technically it should have been 2-0 if we're going to go down that route. I do agree with that. All right, chat. I'm not going to miss my chance to run some ads, though, because we got another banger coming up where Fnatic is going to move on. So we've been reminded to drink some water. Everybody drink some water. I'm going to run some ads, and then I'm going to go grab a snack. I'll let you guess. I'll give you 5 minutes to guess what I'm going to get, and then we'll be back.
Hello everyone, this is John Kitty, IG of Sentinels, and this is Meet the Team. Second, our superstar duelist, best in the world, Zelsis, the vet, Vibe Merchant, as you guys all know him, narrates, the EMEA Slayer, came back to America to lift a trophy, Bank, the best anchor, best Phantom player in the league, and then me, just cinema, I guess. Yeah, in difficult situations, people tend sometimes to be a bit stressed, they're speaking fast and it's really hard to hear each other. So as the captain, I just make sure to tell everyone freeze, calm down, relax, just focus on my voice, let me call, and just, lead them.
Nice, good job, boys. We're so in there. Hey,
same thing as yesterday, baby. We're just warming up. Let's go.
Just need a warm up.
If I had to choose a good duo in our team, it has to be me and Zelsis, the best of friendos, obviously. The two unks of the team,
We got very young as a team. Last year we were probably a lot older, to be honest. We picked up Bang and Narrate. They've been honestly amazing. I can't complain. Obviously, it's taken us a while to get used to each other, but we've got there. They're both playing very well. They've really integrated themselves into the team, and they're showing their skills on stage, so I'm happy to call them my teammates.
Two, through. Nice. One more. Pit him in. I'm booking. We're so in there, baby.
Good retake. Let's go.
I've heard of this guy. It's very important to get along well with your teammates. Like, your synergy outside the game is going to translate inside the game. We just enjoy each other's company, so it doesn't really matter for us what we do. Like, it could be watching an NBA game or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. It's always fun.
Coming through. Flash for you. Yeah, flash, you know? I'm facing Marsh. Two after. Race fade. Hand. Two hand. Hand. Main. One hand. Main. Nice shot. Let's go. Go, Sean. Go.
I think my biggest advice to people trying to balance life or Valorant and the gym, for example, do it tired, do it whatever, you know, just make sure it gets done. And I think that's the biggest thing. I think all humans forget that they want everything to be perfect, so they don't do things that they should be doing because they're scared of not being perfect at it. I think you just have to do it. Listen, as a player, you guys barely see my legs, so you don't need to do leg day. You just need to do all upper body. That's what wins you Masters.
SEN City, here to play, here to stay.
Thank you guys for watching. I hope this was as entertaining to watch as it was for me to film.
Thanks for watching.
I'll see you guys next time.
G2, after that dramatic win, managed to stave off elimination, bringing us down to 5 teams. And soon, we're going to be left with 4. Welcome back, everyone, to Day 10 of Masters Toronto and our second elimination match of the day. It's Fnatic versus the Sentinels. Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka as well as Mimi as we look to break everything down. And well, look, like our first matchup, this one also has some history, and this history actually leans quite nicely for the Sentinels because an organizational record, it is 3-1 in favor of Sentinels. But Mimi, we all know those are different rosters, different journeys those teams took, but it's still interesting to see the history there.
Yeah, now it's only Poster left from the players who were on the stage in Reykjavik 4 years ago, but there is more recent history between these teams. They played in Champions Seoul just last year, and so trying to get that rematch now for two rosters that, well, if both had changes, have the same core, Paya.
Yeah, exactly, and we're also speaking about the same circumstance. The second round of this lower Sentinels ended up sending Fnatic home and ending their run. But I still think that as a global, as we're looking at it, in the history, there's been various iterations of each of the teams, and they've changed so much that I feel like when Sentinels has been successful, Fnatic hasn't. They cannot be at the top together.
Interesting.
And they have a very similar kind of change since that game they played in Seoul. Both of these rosters lost storied players. Tens and Sassy for Sentinels no longer on the roster. Some of the most experienced players there. Durka not on Fnatic anymore. The player who was with them since the very beginning. But both these squads have found new players that have filled those shoes well. And now they're in a position to yet again face in an elimination match and try and make top 3.
Oh yeah, it's a this is exactly what you live for. If you just love this game, you love watching this game, you're going to see two of the most prolific teams clash against one another. But let's go ahead and hear from a guy who knows a thing or two about these high pressure matches, and let's check in with Crashies.
Oh, hey, it's the
I'm now
GOAT.
joined by Crashies from Fnatic. Now, Crashies, you've been such a mainstay of America's Valorant, and now you're in the EMEA region. But today you have a chance to kind of complete a little bit of that redemption, eliminate an America's team that you used to be a rival against. So how much does that motivate you, and do you think you've learned enough from EMEA to be able to take them down?
Definitely motivates me. I mean, obviously, like you said, I'm used to playing Sentinels. I played them a lot in my career. I kind of know how they play. And now I kind of have like the EMEA playstyle as well, so I feel like I have a little trick up my sleeve. So yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, thank you very much. I can't wait to see it.
The last time he played Sentinels, though, was in Stage 2 of Americas last year. NRG lost that match. That went on
What
to
is
be
this?
the same stage where
Stack so
I think a lot of
frustrated
the
with
fans
Gen G
here will
losing
remember
first map
it
that he
was
pulled up
that
the map to
choke
display. I think he
against
could have won.
Cloud9 that eliminated that roster.
I
He was
think
no
this is
longer on the team
unfair
after that,
from
and he
Stacks,
couldn't get any
though.
opportunities
I think
in
the
America's
Lotus
band. He had
wasn't
to go all the way
winnable once
to
you,
Europe
like,
to get on
unless
another
you caught on
tournament.
immediately how G2 was playing with the Teo. Although, well, actually, no. I'm cutting them too much slack. They really didn't work C a lot, right?
On the other side, we have Narrate. You didn't believe
Yeah.
him. We believed in him.
Yeah, never mind.
Put him in tier 1. Funny enough, the last match that Narrate played on EMEA was against Fnatic, and they also lost. So it is also the redemption from both of the sides.
Oh,
Nobody
boy.
likes each other.
Yeah,
but
clearly,
they all do.
clearly. But you know what Fnatic does like? Bringing new ideas to the table because
They don't.
they were here. We saw some interesting stuff here. We saw
At least one new comp.
come on, you know.
That's news. That's big news.
Also, give
we
me
got
the
cereal
ability to segue
and bananas.
into that content, okay, Bea? Goodness gracious. No, I'm kidding, of course. But here's the thing, though. We did see some new ideas from this Fnatic team, which, to your point, Bea, is a thing that you don't see a lot from this Fnatic roster. But I think it
All right,
goes
while they're working on
over the
this,
course of time with this new team.
Exactly, and especially if we think about the fact that it was in Ascent, something that maybe we did not expect, and many teams, definitely RRQ, may have not predicted, because in Lotus, this composition we've seen from them for a very, very long time. Staple, same as for Haven. Those
today's
compositions, they've shown
connections.
for a very, very long time. They created the meta around it. Many people
Coffee.
followed after.
I got coffee.
But then the one on Ascent, bringing in the Chamber and the Vice, is something that we did not expect, but could be something to identify them from.
It ended up being really fruitful, though. Alfier, starting on the attacking side of this map, had such great work. I love the way that not only
What
was
is
he
a
finding value
rankle?
on the lurks, but on a lot of rounds he was entering with the team, setting up his TP gate in main, and then walking into these sites and basically just being a turret in the post plants, continuing to fight forward. That continued into the second half of this match as well. It was a great
Alpha,
map
yay.
for Alpha. A
That's
player who
foul,
struggled
man. Alpha
earlier
has
in this
always been
tournament,
good.
but stepped up big time when elimination was on the line.
And in many occasions, as you're saying, he has not been showing up. On Haven, for example, when we saw him with the ISO, he has us used to a performance that is off the charts. And it was not until Ascent where we saw him back in the chamber that I feel he was comfortable enough. The aggression that he was able to show, covering an A and putting all that pressure in the map, is if Alpha is having that kind of day, you
Words
better
with
pray it
a
doesn't happen
consonant
until map
attached to
3.
it.
Yesterday
Arm,
for
ankle,
Fnatic,
ear,
when they played,
oh, body
that was
parts.
for me showing that the veterans can step up to the guys who have been around for a while. Alpha, Chronicle, they both had really good
what's
matches.
what's the
and
last
for the
one?
most part, you know, looking towards guys like Kayak, that rookie player in the early stages for Fnatic. Now everyone coming online in this lower bracket.
And then, of course, on the other side, though, you have Sentinels who, look, they had some great games here in Toronto, but that PaperX game, man, that split 13-3 Kukuka, an absolute thrashing. And even though Sunset went down to the wire,
I know, that's such a connections way to look at things.
You know, Sentinels had to be mad about that.
Absolutely, especially the way that this Sunset ended with, was it John QT not being able to get that final kill, that sneak defuse literally in his face while across the smoke. But yeah, go on.
Sorry, I just saw that Jin kill again, and I could not stop myself from bursting out because it was just crazy what PaperX was
squarely,
doing. This
like
map
dead on.
Was an absolute slobber knocker. They destroyed them in this game, and Sentinels, they looked shocked, right? The players weren't trading for each other. No one was hitting their
This
shots.
music
They
is
were
so bad I thought my
completely out
phone
of
was
that.
ringing.
And it's heartbreaking for them to come really close on Sunset to making
Dude,
that
why does
comeback happen, to
he?
getting back into that game. But for them, fortunately, it doesn't come through. Now this lower bracket and a really tough opponent.
But for Fnatic, now that we were seeing those maps, they've always loved to split. So for now, for today, it is a question mark if they're going to leave it open, showing what they showed yesterday in the phase that we saw when they played against PaperX.
Yeah, it's very true. But of course, you know, when you think about split and who is going to be the players that will step up in those situations, got to always lean on the pride of New Jersey there, because you got Zekin, who could very well be the difference maker for this team, Mimi, as we saw him really perform in that PaperX game despite the loss.
Absolutely.
Crazy that FNC called to come after G2 won one round. Really?
This tournament thus far for Sentinels, but in this game, he was one of the biggest reasons they nearly came back on Sunset. Had some really impactful rounds, especially on that defensive side.
Hold on. Don't give me spoilers yet.
you reflect on this team's year.
We got
you look
three
at their failure in Bangkok.
chances.
Second was the one right after they got eliminated from that tournament, sitting down and having the hard conversations with the team, criticizing himself, the other players, the team, and really helping them to focus in on finding improvements for stage 1.
What?
They found those improvements.
What is this?
Made it to the
Coffee
final
astronaut
against
P
G2,
whale?
made it close, and are now here again. He's more than just a young aimer, Bea.
And speaking about conversations, back when we were in Madrid, the conversation about the MVP was still not a thing. We were still not handing out the bracelets. But that bracelet would have been for second. So he has now a chance to enter the conversation if he survives today to become the MVP of Toronto.
Ain't that the truth? Well, earlier Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with the captain of the squad. Here's John.
He's of the same pod, yeah?
Every day is a good day when we get to hear from the one and only John QT.
That's
now, John, in
oh
these
wow, I did not
tournaments,
think
you know,
about
it is very
astronaut
important to
coffee
be
and
able to
whale.
recover after a tough loss. I wanted to ask you, what is your role when it comes to the emotional
Second played quite
and the
well.
mental
Second played really
comebacks of
well.
Sentinels?
Just making sure the team always believes that we can win, and bad days happen, which happened yesterday. And yeah, obviously not our first rodeo. We've been here before in Madrid and Champs. And kind of funny, it was against Fnatic 2 in Champs, and we had the better of them. So yeah, just making sure everyone is focused, motivated, and ready to make a run. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
And you heard John mention that there. This guy took his team to a trophy in Madrid, and that was his first international appearance, and this guy managed to hoist the trophy.
I told you
every
once
you know he's got what it
Pacific
takes
gets
to lead
rated
this
higher,
team
we
to
get
the
grouped, and when
That
rated
was his
lower, we get
rookie
more
year
success.
After failing to ascend with M80, got the big opportunity to play
What?
for SEN.
Paper X was getting rated pretty high, though. I rated Paper X as the most likely team to win from Pacific coming into the
probably
tournament.
the worst year for this organization, and now in his sophomore year,
And they got through
as
just
a
fine.
leader, trying to beat Fnatic again and go on to try for another trophy.
And he also mentioned as well, Kukuka, which we covered in the
I rated
beginning,
Paper X the
that
highest out of the
chance
Pacific
match
teams
as
coming in.
well. So John QT is very familiar with the pressure of these situations.
I just know the people who
with
put
the
together
fact that he's
connections
gotta
are
play against Fnatic
insufferable
in the same
IRL.
situation.
Yeah, to me, it's the turnover time. Like
Yeah.
if you want to have a good match against either Sentinels or Fnatic, you would pressure that time, but you're not going to have it in this instance. Everything that you had prepared.
You
had to be
can't
ready
just
already.
change your narrative like that. If I predicted that before and they're doing fine now, like you can't just be like, well, now you're cursing them. I put out a video of it. It's not like I'm like saying it out loud for the first time now. Chat, suck it up. If your team loses and I predicted them, then I guess they have a choking problem.
Chip on the shoulder with that rematch from Champs.
Both of these teams could very well be contesting for a trophy when it's all said and
That ain't
done.
my
But
problem.
What makes this matchup even better is that it is a classic Americas versus EMEA clash. You love to see it. It's of course going to be a challenge no matter how you slice it, because on the one side you have a very game and prepared Fnatic that knows they have what it takes to go to the top, but on the other you have Zekin and the boys who could very well lead the charge. Folks, let's bring out your two teams and welcome Sentinels and Fnatic.
Oh, people can try to witch hunt me all they want. Just lets me know who the people are that just selectively use superstition to cope. All good. Lets me know who the people are with weak mental and weak belief. Dude, the people who complain about that, who get violently aggroed by my predictions, you're the fake fans, just so we're clear. There was one fan that was like, well, strong teams don't believe in curses. And I was like, you're damn right. And I guess Gen G just wasn't strong enough.
It's the last chance for EMEA versus
Hold on, Valor 2 Asia's always got bangers. We do have to see the Valor 2 Asia one.
better teams in this situation, Kukuka. You have Fnatic, a squad that has time and
Oh,
time again
no, I saw
proved
this.
to be one of the best that the region has to offer, whereas Sentinels, they've
Honestly,
been
though, the
here
Wolves
before.
Paper X game, I think, is
Trophy over their head,
tight.
just like Fnatic have. So neither of these
I
teams are
think
shy from the
I
spotlight.
want to pick Paper X, but
had such a resurgence since
I-
that kickoff.
it's tough.
They're proved to be feel renewed coming
Tough.
into this tournament, and as we
Sen
take a look
picked
at
the
ultimate
Sunset.
map select, Sunset is going to be
I mean, I think that's very fair. Fnatic Sunset was not good.
decided to ban that split after what happened yesterday against Paper
Dude, the
X.
Pearl permaban is killing me from Fnatic, man. How are they going to win this tournament with a Pearl permaban?
Almost always picking Haven, Icebox, or Split. Those are the big three.
The
but a lot
Ascent
of those
pick,
maps are a crossover with the strength
I think,
for
is valid out of the remaining teams, the remaining maps. The map draft, I think, Sen just has a better pull with the Pearl permaban.
chamber and dominated Pacific's #1.
And I think that one of the reasons why they probably went for that Ascent is because I do not think they showed even 20% of what they have ready in that map, because we saw very repetitive rounds. And
I am predicting Fnatic here, but looking at the draft, I would say that SEN has a better shot.
So I think that is what gave them confidence.
I'm predicting Fnatic just because I have them winning the tournament, and I believe in them. I believe in them, right? Even though they look weak, I believe in them.
Yeah,
that's what a true
really
fan
Coach
does,
Kaplan
chat.
as well as Coach Milan have their work cut out for them. Let's also dial the time back to Champs, because let's not forget, Sunset was the battleground where these guys first played when they face off against each other. Mimi,
How many teams have a permanent in this tournament?
It was a 13-11 scoreline in favor of the Sentinels, but that just goes to show you that this
I
one
think
really
Fnatic's the most egregious, right?
For the Sentinels
Out of the
here,
remaining teams?
They've always had a bit of a home ground on Sunset. Fnatic still trying to prove that map, show us what they have ready to go. If they can beat SEN there, then go into it.
As bad as I want G2 Fnatic, but G2 SEN needs to happen. I mean, that would be cinema as well. The upcoming matches are going to be cinema no matter what happens here, but oh no, we can actually read their notes.
Is because Sentinels has chosen
I was thinking about RQ. I was like, well, well, that's a tough one.
The map, and the man on your screen right now, Kayak, well, not Boaster, is going to face up one of the biggest challenges of his careers today.
Oh man, you can feel the energy in the air as well, Mimi. The fans are on their feet. Everyone's ready for this one because they know the stakes. Both of these teams thought that they would be contesting for a
Sunset.
right
You think
now
Fnatic fixed their Sunset? Their Sunset was so bad.
Scrapping for a top 4 placement. And the pressure is on in a way that I don't think I've felt before at a VCT global event for some reason. You feel it. It just, like the anticipation's through the roof here.
It's there, but these are also two teams that feed off that
I doubt it, but who knows?
Celsius, you've seen Boaster.
Thank you. Thanks for the faith.
Two best emotional leaders playing to this crowd here in Toronto, standing up, feeling that
Have a good one,
energy
Yugi boy.
and channeling it to win, to make it to this point.
Round after round, we've been seeing, or sorry, fan after fan I spoke to, actually, it's split down the middle.
Celsius is copying the warm-up stretches. Hey, Crashy's doing them now too.
If you're a Valorant fan, you want both of the teams to make it through, but of course that cannot happen. There can only be one survivor today. Can Sentinels bounce back from that loss yesterday, or is going to be just like
boy.
Genji, and they're going to be defeated? I think that
America's
especially
versus
this first map,
EMEA.
this Sunset is going to have a lot
No,
of
Crashes is gonna carry.
The team who deals better with the nerves of the situation that they're in will succeed.
Right,
G3. G2 leveled up. They unlocked the G3. Better than Half-Life confirmed.
Both teams as they look to lock this one in, Mimi.
Fnatic really does not play Sunset. Since that game we talked about, where they lost to Sentinels back in Champions Seoul, the only time they played it was their loss to Genji. This is very much uncomfortable territory for them, but with the map changes, being a team that permabans Pearl, they're going to have a good Sunset.
Yeah, coming into the tournament, having a permaban, being a team like Fnatic, but still having that downside of
Sentinels is also notoriously good at Sunset, and they've proven it at this tournament as well.
And they had to be ready to face off Sunset.
Crashy's knocking out both America's teams would also be a cinema story. Yes, I want that storyline. I want Crashy's
and they were unable
to just showcase that he's just above America's.
So that allowed their opponent to get in their hairs, to get the confidence, and get snowballing way before them.
This is it, folks. Last match before we lock in our top 4. The pressure couldn't be higher.
All right, same setup for Fnatic.
Is losing their minds as they get ready for this game. You see everything all locked in and ready to go. And you got to wonder, who wants it more?
Same setup for
Toronto,
both.
Who do you think wants it more? Do you think Sentinels want it more?
Breach
Do you
Fade
think Fnatic want it more?
versus Viper Silva. Double controller, double initiator. It's the Fade is going to be crucial in my opinion. The Fade and the Viper. So we'll see. And Paul Hype.
I'm not above
sending them home with a smile on my face. Mike, this is a tale of two Titans in Toronto. A matter
Dude, that's a fire shirt. Is that an owl on Hypox's shirt? That's crazy. It's like an owl on a lemon tree or something.
Yes, absolutely.
See, this is really going to set the tone for this series. Again, everything on the line here. Elimination basically looming for both of these teams, and some concerning losses previously, the more so being that Gen G loss for Fnatic.
Oh, it is heavy weighted, right? There's a lot to be looked at here between the two. Anything about the composition?
Dude, SEN Fnatic in my 2025?
I mean, GB was saying,
Sign me up.
This is one of those grudge matches where you've got to turn up on the day.
Any given Sunday, it's the form that's going to decide this one. No surprise, maybe some tweaks along the way, but we should have an absolute banger to open the series. Things for Fnatic set up outside A right now.
All right, the Viper wall for a hit. Also against the retake, basically. They still got a poison cloud to try to cut up the site. It's a big one. Buying a lot of time to set up for Chronicle on the side of Fnatic. Kayak gets through. He just needs to stay alive. Gives that space back. The smoke comes back up. Oh, Chronicle needed to win that. That's a big kill from Narrate. Huge kill from Alpha here. Well, why were they all looking the other way? Fnatic.
Fnatic almost playing into that pinch there, a little desperate to try and recover. Just too much damage done on the way in.
I gotta see the minimap during this.
Find the opener they needed, but it's back.
Oh, they're gonna show it from Sen's point of view, though. Yeah. Why was Alphair helping look into spawn? I guess just for a crossfire. I guess.
In terms of the head-to-head,
but like you're open to B. I guess he already. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he got one. They just kind of assumed that it wouldn't be a immediate trade. Guess we see the minimap. They don't. All good.
He's always been exceptional. For Kayak, it's a impressive run.
All right, mid-toxic screen. Easy double for the Outlaw. That should be that round.
And SEN don't want to allow Fnatic to get off even the starting blocks.
Slow down round two. Off the rip here. It's Alpha with a Sheriff, though. He's the one that's probably going to look for a pick. Right, almost entertaining the idea. Actually, the trade-off. Alpha down to 20 already. So going to keep that Sheriff in check for the time being.
Right here.
Yeah, I think breaking that wire is fine.
Goes, yeah, little off angle.
Just let him know that you're thinking about it.
I gotta say, for me as well,
I mean, that's
such an unsung hero of the Sentinels team. I mean, there's a lot of highlight players, right? There's a lot of personality to that Sentinels side, but Bang is always such a safe pair of hands. Such a solid player.
Could he possibly be a top 10 player, chat?
It's a nice shot. They need a whole lot more of those, though. And it looks like Narrate would like to close his count
Curious.
down, and he does. Safety found for Sentinels in the first two. Rather unfazed thus far.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable as well, carrying across 4 of the weapons here. Recovery. Well, that's going to deter Fnatic initially. Slow things down for their buy round.
All right, let's get to the buy round.
Sure.
Dude, this Fnatic Classic. Like, I actually think the colors are pretty. It's just, I just don't get why they're those colors.
Don't expect him to be at the forefront.
One Guardian for Boaster, but full armor because of the Outlaw, that's why. Can't go for the half armor.
From Fnatic.
I like this.
Just putting out the feelers, yeah, Zekken on a deep angle here.
Yeah, it's a question mark of how long he holds it. Deciding against staying up for too long, but an initial show of force. You can see a little bit of a deeper exploration over towards that A side as well, putting up that one-way smoke.
This could be a nightmare.
Still with this line.
No, Kayak and Crashies are going to crush, and Bang is going to try to keep Sen alive. All good. All good.
Could be feeling the brunt of that down to 10, and that's an early big bit of damage.
Yeah, Kayak being down to 50 is rough. Bang's ready for this.
Bang will be called upon. Actually just shouldering
Oh, dude, I can't believe he wasn't even jiggling that. He just stood there. He was pulling a Lysor. Just stood there menacingly.
Place for Sentinels and 45 seconds left on the clock. I think now Fnatic Going to try and put something in motion towards B to once again pull that rotation.
But you got to look towards the minimap. Look how deep they're sitting on this. A couple of players maybe just keeping an eye on if you kind of want to put Bang into the equation. But for Sentinels, they're not giving Fnatic opening chances. They're not allowing them these picks. Even Zekken, who did have that deeper line initially towards B, slipped back.
So they're back here, but they're going to make some noise. Yeah, I mean, this is risky. I hate fakes on a buy round, but it doesn't matter when you've got Kayak.
Zelsa's then going to try and find some timing. 14
They know there's one more here.
Alpha gets it done. Zelsa's maintaining the space, but the rotations are coming in.
Does Chronicle go through mid? Ooh, trying to fight ahead. Dude, he goes and fights ahead because he's low health with the Guardian. If you drop it, whatever. Boaster needed that.
2 kills for him. 3v3 in the post plant.
Oh, Alphair is in such a... He's in a do-or-die position. This round depends on...
Zelsis actually doubles down.
An Alpha, an unknown position, but now given away, but Zelsis! It's a 3K and it's dreamy from him. You know he's standing up. You know he's reminding them of who they are on this server. That retake, really special stuff.
Holy.
Going for 10 HP, but instantly Sentinels fighting it back.
Dude, how... Oh, they just completely line up.
Fnatic a little cautious to continue pressuring towards
They just completely line up.
A little bit of a fumble here on the bonus, but
God, I remember when people absolutely hated Pansy for glazing Fnatic when they dominated in 2023, saying it's biased, not realizing the Fnatic was just good. Well,
stingers. It's only the neural theft available.
Maybe at least 1 or 2 people from that crowd will have learned. This, I mean,
It feels rather similar, doesn't it, to
think that is. I mean, we started seeing a lot of bonuses at the beginning part of this year, like regionally as well. So I wonder if it's just people figuring out how to use their econ, how to use stingers, things like that. I do think at this tournament it's partly that the map pool and patch changed so that like teams have some pretty distinct strengths and weaknesses, and if the opponents have a good read on it, you can lead it into a good bonus. What?
Almost didn't finish his dinner, but second, quick as lightning dives in, removes. It's easy for Sentinels. Not a sentence I expected to be said.
No, she was biased. Source equals me.
Coasting through these early rounds, Lauren. Fnatic probably need to get...
Yeah, but what are your credentials? Well, I guess you're Sliggy's belly button. At least that counts for something.
And haven't really forced any sort of adjustment.
I mean, honestly, chat, I'm not even disappointed. I'm accepting that Fnatic starts 1-2.
Yeah, we'll see a timeout here. Early pump of the brakes from Fnatic.
They look cold, Mike.
Or start off 1-0. They can't start 1-2, then the game would be over.
Not getting much say in the way these rounds go. We've seen how deep Sentinels are sitting, making them really play to try and get into these sides.
I mean, the belly button has a bunch of nerve endings if that counts for something. Is that a fact? Such a weird fact to know.
Every time, hard to clear. Then you can throw in Zelsis to the mix. Whoever you want, bang, playing it back in from kind of top middle. He's been excellent, 7-1 already. Yeah, Kayak's had a couple moments, but none of it's felt like it's a threat to the round yet.
Like I said, until they can force an adjustment, put basic Sentinels in a position to employ Zekken
okay, that's
elsewhere.
We didn't need to know that. We didn't need to know about your personal hygiene, belly button.
Trying to exploit such a thing, but towards the minimap here, it's pretty much
always aim for the belly button. Oh my god.
Fnatic leading towards a set piece.
Oh god. Okay.
Early. Slow default.
That's why if you touch your belly button, it feels weird. Really?
Come away with something to work upon, but walked into the similar setups on repeat.
Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
If we want a bit of a game here, really. Yeah, a couple ults nearby.
Wait, let me touch your. All right. We're getting mosey up, chat. How many of you actually immediately went to touch your belly button when you read that?
Nice line over from elbow.
Fess up.
Kayak has done well on his entries, but it's a tough endeavor, and Bang's been so cold with holding this as well, just shouldering it before in those earlier rounds.
Might even be a re-clear.
It does feel weird. It does feel weird when you touch your belly button.
Bang just taking a peek with the TP.
And the one thing I love about how Sentinels approach playing Fnatic, there's no fear about it. They play like they're the favorites, which you could argue they are.
This
in
toxic screen, they just watched for it.
There
This
isn't
still
that
has a trip, so
hesitation or
this is the
worry.
real
They are
important
as
angle.
calibered, as prolific
But John's
as each other
actually
in
just
that
going to
regard.
rotate. They're just going to try to get out of this. Okay, there we go. They call him narrate over. It's very thorough from Sen.
Right side, catching towards top middle, joined by narrate. They've got a good beat on what Fnatic want to do, but this slow, steady pace isn't catching anyone off guard yet.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Ooh, they want to try to punish somebody that's checking mid?
Still have to give away the game if they want to close down towards him, though. And there it is.
The pinch. Oh, dude, that's a sick play. They distract with the trip and then they peek out Boba. That's a good play.
And they've won it out. That was a very procedural round almost from Fnatic. These final 3 players, it's tough to come back into this.
Especially with such deep control from Alpha. Obviously boasted to complement that as well. Still a way back in here if they can win a couple of these gunfights, but the spy cam will reveal Sentinels in mid. So got to pick up the pace now if they still want to make a go at this.
I mean, they have money, so they're going to try for it.
Just going to look for exits on the other side.
Yeah, I guess they've realized that they're in a choke point. So they'll just look for kills, but they won't find any.
They did decide to go for it, but
Fnatic are ahead of it. They just clear this, and they know that it should be on the other side.
Like he had to sit deep CT, and then you had pressure top middle.
It still doesn't feel great that Zekken can then sit on a deeper angle.
Chicken and rice does sound good, though.
That's such a big win from Kayak.
Tweet Sliggy a Q-tip ad. Chat, we got to get away from the belly button talk.
Something like Zekken out of the site.
This is gross.
Certainly doesn't feel like it's a guarantee. Fnatic on the board.
Lazy Daisy, I think the timing of your chat was a little bit mistimed. Chobra stream and chat always makes me hungry.
Nice push. Really good round.
Yeah, I mean, even now, that doesn't look overly happily about it.
No, I mean, we saw frustration early, and that's not something you're used to seeing with Boaster. He's very, very calm normally, if not always leaning towards the positive, but let's see how this looks.
So Sentinels, it's going to be very similar. This is their default every time, right? Sometimes they'll check here. Maybe they'll put up an aggressive trip, but otherwise, because of that last round, this time they're holding mid, and also Zelsis is there in case it's a push against the op. But the main thing is this A main fight. They're always going to fight for it, and Fnatic punishes it. They get 2. 2 for 1. No Neon, but it's a big trade for Fnatic.
Maybe somebody in rotation.
Zelsis is going to start moseying on forward. Zelsis is looking for a winning play. He knows he has to make a play that allows them to win the round. Chronicle suspects it. Oh no. They have no idea. He's constantly using the cam. They have no idea.
Around we go, completely unawares. And Zelsis is going to clear this.
But Zelsis has no idea either.
The operator. He's been quick so far, but he's got a lot of pressure now.
Oh no.
His way. Decides against
Okay, well Zekken has to reset. He's got ult. He's going to look for 1, and then he resets. Now it's a 3v3, and he's got Neon ult. Fnatic has to watch out. They're planting default. They do not have this. They have the tripwire.
Do they fight forward?
Zelsis is going to try to wait. He needs them to fight first.
Zekken swap over to the rifle.
All right, they make noise first, then he breaks the trip, and oh, what?
How did Bang get that? Maybe a buff to smoke? I don't know. But Alpha, with an
Alpha,
you get away with it.
What?
Apparently, Chronicle makes it up to going to Fnatic's way, but bloody hell, that felt
Dude,
close.
that was...
I mean, the shift walk out as well.
Oh my gosh.
Sideline. Still some question marks on this side of the map.
That was a series of insane shots.
And this is classic Tron, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Now, how does Bang get this kill? Oh, it's above the smoke.
It looked like it might have just come straight through.
Yeah, but Alpha just friggin' pre-fires the smoke. Kron with 4. What an incredible round.
Maybe a swing round for Fnatic.
Big round for Fnatic.
The operators are Alpha actually going to pick it up himself. With how slow these early rounds have been, actually potential for...
Yeah, it's not bad.
To pick up a Zelsis
But for Alpha to get value, they need to actually meet SEN somewhere.
And someone like Chronicle, those 4
so that there's a reaction elsewhere on the map.
You need that, right? You need your backbone, that spine to the roster.
Much deeper ahead of this poison orb now.
I love this diligence from Fnatic. They're feeling that there's variety to this and there would be adaptation.
Sentinels have shown that they want to re-clear this and fight for this space actively, so...
Yumi stays hacking.
No surprise to see Fnatic
Check everybody's
sitting
PC.
back.
The
So that was the thing. They were waiting for the push out. They deny it and they wait with the op. Now they re-clear and they're putting pressure. They see 2 in market. They know there's a trap play. That's 3. That's minimum 3. Fnatic, that's 3 on B side. You're so slow.
Even with Zekken peeling away from
3 on B side.
Again, 40 seconds
You
on the
had
clock.
3 on A.
To potentially a site, just 2 members of Sentinels, but John QT, not sure the
I
cooldown
mean,
there on
at
the front line
worst,
will be able to
but you
apply
put
some
pressure on mid, so like they are going to be slow on the rotate unless they just
Bang, you've still got a lot of
double
utility
down.
rates. Same with Bang as well with Paranoia. Now the pressure. Narrate can't
Huge.
stand it too much util, just the dart to turn his
Goat
eyes.
recon
Bang
from
now
the
aims in.
goat
It's good for one,
crashies.
but not good enough for the
Uh
follow.
oh.
John
Hold on.
QT on rotate through CT. Does it for
Kayak
now.
is weak. Wait, what? What?
Oh, it's an absolute fumble and a half.
No, but no, but chat.
10 HP.
You know what's crazy is I thought he wasn't getting hit by
He's
that.
desperate to get out of the way of it.
Oh, you can see it's gutting
Yeah.
for him too.
Absolute heartbreak because it's not recoverable at that point.
No, that's spike gone. That was it.
He's not in the indicator.
Oh, and if you're saying you're grinning, right? You're like, cool, nice one, appreciate that. No plot.
No.
Perfect, but
Hold on. No.
that is going to be devastating.
No. No.
Certainly a tilter.
Broken game, chat. Broken game.
5-2 now the scoreline.
Broken game, chat.
In hand for Zekken
Riot
as well.
small indie company. No, that has nothing to do with
I mean, they've been
crashies.
given a little bit of freedom on the side of Sentinels towards this side of the map. Zels is walking mid previously, getting ahead of that camera.
That's enough for him.
Definitely, yeah.
Don't think that jump spot.
And now they go for a fast mid hit. Ooh, he only gets legged though, so they know the op was there. Huge double swing, amazing trade from Narrate. At that point you're already slowed down. Oh no, Fnatic.
Stunning. But still, look at the HP. Kayak down on 20. Boaster 30. They are low in this.
Walking wounded. 50 HP between them. Bang, nearly caught the backside of them.
I mean, dude, why is Kayak always sitting at sub 50 health?
Might be able to get a plant away, but certainly not going to be comfortable regardless where Fnatic, but Zekken can close the gap so damn quickly.
Oh, dude, Boaster gets sprayed down to 30.
Bang, there he goes, and that's going to catch! Just a shot through the smoke, and Zels is going to catch Boaster. Now Kayak has to do... Oh,
He still gets
Christ.
one.
I was going to say miracles, and he almost did it.
Oh my god.
Good for the first, but Sentinels standing tall here. Nearly fell off my chair.
Look, if he'd hit another, I think I'd have done the same, but...
Yeah, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up after that one good round, chat. It's Fnatic on Sunset.
Not looking too uncomfortable. It feels like they've got a good concept and a good read on what Fnatic are trying to achieve.
Honestly, maybe we should just play some Path of Exile for the first map, chat. Fnatic's gonna lose this map anyway. They're gonna make a comeback. It's gonna be a friggin' 6-map day. We knew that in the draft. I don't know why. I don't know why we're watching this.
Slipping a little deeper, giving up. I haven't felt like Fnatic looked that deadly yet.
If coaches make basketball players run when they make a bad play, what do Valorant players do when they make a bad play? They have to friggin' go through the
and towards mid as well.
training area,
First real switch up here is Zels
the firing range 100 times.
Just thought he was hands off keyboard for a second in the camera, so I was like, oh god, it's all good.
Do not speak it into existence. So a lesser purchase here. 2 rifles. On the side of Fnatic.
Looking for a bit of an econ play.
Side, though, they don't know about this Zelsis. Again, maybe a good counter to Kayak's ult. Maybe just be aware of what they'd want to be doing. But Baggy's
The
still
neon
in.
ult.
He's knocking over one. He
Oh,
can't handle
dude, I
that.
can't believe he
Too
actually gets that kill.
Going straight up towards that top mid side.
Gets a weapon.
Now a chance for Zelsis.
The half buy
Spam can't
working
get
out.
connected and has to back away.
Oh, he's so lucky to get out of that. Able to break the sight lines here, even though it's tagged by the drone. Plant comes through.
Health is a little iffy on Kayak, but do we consider putting the pit up? We do. Okay.
Certainly now with the pit.
I like
Yeah,
it.
really deep hit from Kron as well.
Sen's already thinking this is okay. You have the op.
That really cuts off CT. You can't even be considering it at that point.
Yeah,
But then
they're
if
looking
Kron
at the
has your
save.
ball, already look at the
Sen's
two
already
players,
thinking
Boaster
like,
and
hey,
Kayak on site.
No,
we
Eyes
take
on
that.
That's wraps.
No shock to see Sentinels giving this one up. Do not
Right
fancy
on,
their
Yissel.
chances.
Go get some
We'll
sleep.
go on to the operator. Again, Fun's really looking pretty comfortable regardless at a 6-2 scoreline.
Unrelated, but Bungie just announced they're delaying Marathon.
I mean, Ultimates to bring into the next
Wow.
time, really.
Who was surprised by that one? Although it is rough for the people who are excited for that game, if any of those people were left.
Initiate Ultimates on the side of Sentinels.
They saw friggin' Arc Raiders making a hullabaloo about their release date being October, and they were like, hold my beer.
Throwing the pit on top from Fon, that's pretty much checkmate. You don't want to be going back into it. Yes, I guess
Well, it's a marathon, not a sprint, am I right?
It, but still, it was too
You're not
it just felt like too
technically
much of a risk to go
wrong.
for it. So for Fnatic, a bit of stability found, but this slow and steady pace certainly not setting my world on fire. But it has
That's
got
all
all
I can give
three.
you, though.
Now, to continue forward would be fantastic. What's the adjustment?
As someone looking forward to it, I'm happy. Actually, you're a true fan of the game.
Figure out the
Wow, good
tempo.
for you.
And that was off the
Good
back of
for
that
you.
ultimate.
So previously, only 4 rounds found by Fnatic versus Gen G. So maybe that's why they're a little...
They're waiting to see if there's a bigger reaction out of SEN. SEN's been focusing a lot on that A pressure early.
Certainly not what you want to rely on.
This time, though, it's just straight up. They're more focused on mid to B. They're more concerned about that.
This sunset really sets the tone. Standing ahead.
Same
That
idea.
has been on the money. He's the only one dedicated
Crazy
towards
recon,
Rates,
by the
actually
way.
managed to make it back over somewhat in time. Still behind the smoke, but another one placed down from Bang. Consideration to play it forward. Great connection.
Big
on the ult as
nightfall.
well. And Bang's position does get considered, but you still
Oh,
can't kill him.
what?
Takes away Alpha and no trade
That
there for
flash.
Bang. Blinded and hungry.
And the... Oh, my God. Kayak gets him, but holy, what a... Dude, Bang is just tasked with staying alive. And it's an amazing set flood.
Towards either side, to be honest with you. And it gets absolutely dismantled by Sentinels.
Well, both were fairly bad from Fnatic. The defense was also really bad.
Bang probably won't ever be in your highlight reels, right? 2 safe kills.
Both
there,
were
but
bad, though.
The value he is bringing is second to none. He's top of the board currently, but as said, safety kills. Even the coaching staff looking a little frustrated at the tempo. Kaplan there just, hey, it's all going well. They're 7-3. Nothing's really phased them yet. It hasn't pushed them out of
I
their
can see
comfort
why
zone.
they would be frustrated, though, because you're
rinse and
basically...
repeat now.
This is only working because Fnatic's bad at Sunset, right?
Scrambled purchase
If Fnatic was
once
better
more
at Sunset,
problematic.
and I mean, maybe Sun, you know, they play up to the team's level as well. Maybe they don't feel they need to do more here, but
To be this time. I don't know if it's a read into this. Cool, that is
it's a
good
bad
info on that.
Sunset, chat. It's not a very exciting map from Fnatic, but we knew that. We knew that coming in.
Finally, isolating Bang. It's been a problem.
Consider this the palette cleanser, so we can get excited about maps 2 and 3 again, chat. Think of it like that, you know?
A little bit of a fake out Alpha.
On the fadeaway.
Okay, fair enough. Second, you got a 1v5. No, you don't! Alpha, you absolute nutcase, catching him easy.
And just like that, a flawless response from Fnatic. Able to find success.
Mr. Chobra, do you
towards
see
top mid.
Fnatic winning grand finals from loser side with the band Sunset Haven and Pearl? No, but I still believe in it.
Try and, I guess, mitigate the risk on the back of this wall.
I do think their Haven
This
is
time around, the isolation
will
of
be
Bang is
better,
perfect.
but I mean, I think their Haven was also just notoriously bad because they just refused to hit the actual weak parts of Gen G.
A sense in the map pool. You're gonna need to see him firing, right? But 7-4.
Sen giving this
okay.
round to Fnatic so they don't feel bad? No, we don't need that, Charity
A
Sen.
complete shutout here. Fnatic
We want to
have
get to the
found
main
enough
dish,
rounds
which is
to
maps
build
2 and 3,
forward now.
Ascent and Icebox.
Again, similar scenes to that last round here.
Please don't say stuff like that. I have Fnatic winning in all of my pick'ems. I have Fnatic winning in all of my pick'ems.
Something.
So, who's copying who now?
I mean, they're drawing the rotation towards top middle, right? You can't leave it open. Narrate has to react. John QT has to be present. This time, Narrate very present. Down to 20, but he's done his job in this. They want to try and get some pressure through Market and Alpha.
Dude, it's just
disrespecting the util.
so...
Felt like a desperation play almost.
Sure.
And then look how deep they are, Mike.
It's just so
making something of nothing, to be
sluggish and individual and
find the wall bang.
just not
now
great.
Down to Chronicle and Crashies, a 2v5 to try and convert here into a 7-5 half. A tall order.
It certainly is, and I have to credit the discipline from Sentinels, because the tempo and pacing from Fnatic, which has been discussed, is very slow. It is very cautious.
You're the
but
main
Quan,
dish.
30 seconds.
I don't think that's true.
Need more this time around.
Hating aside, what is Fnatic trying to cook on this attack? They're not. They know that mid is easy to take as the attackers. True. I do think they adjusted a little bit to what SEN were doing on A main on defense. They were trying to bait out the responses from there and then hit B, but the B hits were always a little rough. And then they didn't have any further options. Also, they're like constantly trying to use. I don't like this Viper wall. They're constantly using it to like try to do fake pressure in top mid, and then sometimes they'll because of that they'll like go through it themselves. But it's like it actually, if someone's waiting for it, it creates such a weird fight for you because when it goes down, you're open to both angles. I don't like it. I don't like it. And then if to make it work, you have to invest both of your controller smokes. Chat. My cope, and I mean it. My cope is that they're just hiding Pearl for the grand finals. There's no shot that a team is permabanning Pearl for 2.5 years straight. There's just no shot. Welcome back, Crashies. That's a foul tweet. Oh my god. The old Paper X try to perma Haven. Yeah. Same with DRX, you know? Permaban the map that you've really cooked up on. We know we can win on the other maps. And then you got him. Then you play the meta game. Get him in the grand finals. And in all seriousness, I think Fnatic has a major map pool problem. Or just do it like Gambit, play a random comp and win. Dude, you talking about that Haven game? The Brim Haven? That game was sick.
How do we see this one going down?
It would be funny if they did that only to be demolished anyway. That was DRX's problem. That was the old Vision Striker's problem. A new map would come out and they'd hide it, and they'd be like, "Oh, we're gonna use it at the International." They'd hide it all throughout Challengers Korea, and they'd be like, and then they would like tell the Korean cast like, "Yo, we've been cooking in scrims. We've got this map figured out," and then they would face Fnatic on Fraction and just get absolutely raffle stomped. And it was like, guys, just get some reps in.
It's really a bit of a one-sided affair, but the vast majority of SEN on the money. I mean, John QT able to get there in time.
Less time to prepare. Team Liquid missing Nuts first game, and Heretics only losing to top 3 teams. Not that bad. Dude, I can't believe Heretics lost to only top 3 teams. To be fair, Heretics looked like they were going to lose to almost anybody at this tournament.
Now their attacking side left me wanting a little bit as well.
I cannot believe that that continues to be true, though.
As I do with Fnatic's attack.
No, I mean, because that second half versus Gen G was kind of blink and you miss it.
Yep.
It was over very quickly, which is...
Bang, it's 13-7-3. Kayak at 9. Crashies at 3-9-3.
Like an 8-4 half, to be honest with you.
Rough.
To come away with as many as they did. Can they build upon that now?
Yeah,
so Fnatic uses this mid wall, which I'm not a fan of.
Clearing on through. Paranoia late, actually.
It's fine, but like, not a fan.
Straight on the side, Boaster. Good denial. Takes a whoa!
Huge.
Get out of there.
Massive. Whoa, Crashies. Work with the team.
Just getting into the scrap remain the rate. Sense of packing in the pistol.
Another situation where you think Fnatic have got the early win to get around under their belt. And Sentinels just strip it away. Most of 2 fantastic kills that stun on the first, actually. To find
wrap it up, bring us to Ascent.
Under so much pressure. But Narrate,
give me my Ascent. Not my Fnatic.
That was
No, but even there, you know what the problem was? Was like Crashies was waiting in the cyber cage. Crashies is here. But Alpha's like not looking to swing with him as the cage goes down. So Crashies is waiting until the last minute, then he has to jump back, and now you've given the timing over to Sen. Like, just play confidently. Like that. Do that. Do this.
What is going on, Mike? Are we in deathmatch?
Fnatic seemingly now looking to play a little more aggressively, taking the fight to Sentinels as you would have wished in the first half. Boaster put a classic in his hands and he's shining right now.
Right? You're not going to do...
Besting Zekken twice now.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, we saw one. Spotted. Zelsus just doesn't stop. He's like, nah.
Maybe able to see if he can get maybe something to
say, yeah, can he recover anything?
They've still got the main weaponry. You're looking at it, right? The two Bulldogs are still there. It's one Stinger that's gone down.
Yeah, he thinks he's got more time, but...
Right place, right time, and Crashy's knife out ain't gonna do it. 10 discovered for Sen. And I like Fnatic trying something.
Booster in carrying mode? Listen, I'm down for it. But only if they're going to win the map. Otherwise, it's not going to change my mind about their Sunset. So we got to just watch maps 2 and 3.
Broken purchase once more.
Okay. Nice, boys. Come on, let's go.
Narrate's pumping them up today. Damn.
Any comfort the Fnatic have even attempted to find. I haven't found it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I got to say as well, the part being in my mind, this hasn't just been the Zekken show, right? It's everyone else stepping up here.
It's kind of impressive Fnatic has made it this far with 3 maps they probably would want to first ban. Honestly, though, Haven I don't think is that. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's just egregious because we like. I don't think they're losing Haven to every single team. Sunset and Pearl, though, I think they're losing to every single team.
Pressure on Fnatic in this regard, right? They have to stay on their toes. They can't afford to drop the
But
ball.
it is actually a crazy stat.
That could have changed the outcome potentially.
Just goes to show that Crash is the GOAT. What?
It's a very, very secure setup here for Fnatic, though.
Yeah, well,
It's just what you can get away with when you have someone like Crashies, you know?
But still alive is Sen. You're right, going to take down Alpha, and they have to back away. There goes that.
Yeah, losing Fracture kind of is rough for sure.
Looking for the site, but back to back.
All right, wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up.
Crashes down to 11 HP. Fnatic have to give this up now.
There's no way back in. The flank irrelevant.
Planted.
This is unreal. Sen looks so comfortable here.
Fnatic look a little lost, to be honest.
I mean,
with you.
Sen's very comfy on Sunset.
See just the one from Fnatic very early on.
Love to see
I am eager to see Sentinels
Here, it was both Chronicle
on
and
that
Alpha,
ascent.
but Alpha's posted up close and personal with his utility. Again, maybe a lack of information, but Crashes has already kind of figured out they drifted back into mid because that,
Also because
contact found, but demonstrates
Fnatic was shooting on their ascent against RQ. So the big question is what else do they have cooked up if they're not winning every single aim duel?
On the chopping block here.
A little bit dangerous for him.
It has been a while, I believe. It's an easy 2-0. No, it's going to be the comeback story.
Maintained here for Fnatic, but a long road back in, and that, I mean, the only saving grace being that they've held on to
I firmly believe, chat. I'm not even worried because the Sunset is already, well, it almost was better than I expected. It probably is better than I expected just because I didn't expect him to win the middle 2 rounds, round 5 and 6.
All right, it's kind of crunch time, right? It feels like we've gone here with a bit of a whimper from
I mean, this is an absolute must-win round, and that's why Sentinels is just going to push the tempo. Just pressure it, and they say, okay, you guys going to re-clear this? There it is. Kayak, though, pushes out.
Zekken goes down, and maybe still a chance to get some control in this one. Oh, that's lovely. Kayak just a shot through the smoke. He'll take that every day of the week.
5 still alive.
Now backing away, conceding this space.
After Gen G lost, are you sure about cursing Crashies? Chat.
If Sentinels commit, but
I've been rooting for Crashies and Fnatic this whole tournament.
Potentially some ideas.
Fine.
Threading the needle here in this Fnatic setup. Still guarding it.
Kayak's cheating. No, I do think that a big takeaway for Fnatic and Kayak is that, like, he started off hot on the tournament, and he's, you know, even when they've had tough games here and there, like, he's still keeping up, as we say that. He's still keeping up. Because I think the other big concern was, like, well, you looked a little shaky and a little slow in the first, you know, the first part of the year. So what about playing against the best in the world? But I don't think he's missing a beat.
Nutmegging them straight up middle. Not a chance. And now they've got to try and fight it back in, right? But you've got Chronicle and Alpha. Not really easy to bring this utility in. Double stacked up on the site. Gonna try and get themselves away.
Ooh, nice bait away from John QT. Oh, Mary? Okay, but the bait from John was so good.
Down to the 1v1, but time is running low. John QT calm under pressure.
He's pretending that he did half? Oh no. He's just gonna stick it. Oh my god. Dude, what is that?
Trying to bait out the steps here, but Chronicle doesn't
Oh
back down.
my god.
Brazen with the defuse.
To do that at that scoreline.
Yeah.
That would have been
Dude,
fun.
that's such a... I'm like trying to figure out, like, in what world you think of that as your logical play in that 1v1 from Kron. It's such a bold move.
That's how they're able to flip this advantage back in their favor. But bold moves from Chronicle.
Bold moves, yeah. That's what I said.
Fnatic cling to life here.
The opposite of melons? What would that be? Lemons?
Actually, again, we're seeing further aggression, or at least...
Yeah, I mean, Kayak, he wasn't set up for success either. But I would say, like, even once they started changing their plan a bit, I think, you know, he, like, needed the op to really start getting online and stuff. Like, even halfway through stage 1. Oh, that is...
That's a nightmare, isn't it? Trying to back
yeah.
Really got Chronicle's utility now to rely on. And this wall committed towards mid, so Sentinel's plenty of options. Actually drawn Alpha away as well, so going to leave that utility control of A-Sign. And actually,
Ooh, big Cypher ult. They're going to see that it's 2-2. Chronicle's trying to get ahead of it. Ooh, this is actually what Fnatic wants, though. Well, oh, that's a massive pre-fire.
Still so much more to be done. 20 seconds. Where's that spike going? Bang's got his ult if he wants it. Oh my goodness.
Timing.
There's no way they read
Here's
this,
it.
though, right? 13 seconds.
So they go back in.
Delsis, yeah, a little lazy peek in here, but actually behind the wall.
Good God, this is just centimeters away from being deadly. 5 seconds has to commit on the plan here, and Kayak closing in.
Oh no, oh no.
It's on Kayak and Crashies.
You've missed the timing.
2v2 here. Bang and Zelsis.
Crashies has to get this kill.
Takes the head off of Crashies, leaving just Kayak, the young gun. Good for it on one. Looking for a second.
Oh, dude, what is that relay bolt? Holy.
But he has been exceptional for this team.
What an incredible 1v2.
This Kayak with the Red Bull clutch.
Oh my god. Dude, that stun was nasty.
In the finest of margins, and Crashy's a little disconnected. Obviously, the anchor over towards A-Side.
Dude, he bounced it off the angled wall, hits it dead on the stairs.
Outrageous.
What in the world? Scutt's like...
Nice try, boys.
Oh my god.
Lovely little Red Bull clutch from him, and again, the conversation around
Oh my god.
It's a learning lesson with him, really.
I think he's definitely in the running for Rookie of the Year for sure.
A lot of us saw on the socials, he wasn't feeling his best. But coming in here, putting on a great show at 15 to 12.
Damn,
it is that
dude.
kind of old adage of, you know, everyone
But it shouldn't have gotten to that point. Oh, 100% agreed. But chat, like, Fnatic's not winning this map. So, like, we take what we can get. You know what I mean? Crashies has definitely been starting slow on the Sunset. That one, I can't defend.
Timeout for SEN, so just don't want to let this slip away too far. They still have timeouts to work with, so why not burn one here? See how far they can take.
Who are other rookies this year? Let's see. Who are some good options?
to the top of the board.
I mean, I would say any of the MIBR guys are kind of out of contention already, unless they make an incredible run through champions. I would say Cushy is still a contender. Obviously, overall, RQ didn't do that well here, but say Cushy's a contender. I wouldn't say Ash is a contender. I would say Patman could be a contender.
Defense. Now we go back in. Trying to draw the eyes.
I would say that Juicy could probably become a contender. Verno might become a contender still. That's true. That's true.
Rotation game. Actually, it's early commitment back towards B. With Kayak now picking up the slack in mid. He's got friends up there.
He's got 3 up here. Probably the play you want to avoid. But they think they've got something, and Crashes catches, encourages the counter swing.
Wow,
nice
good pinch.
Punch at the top and middle. Well read by Fnatic in that one. Good timing as well to punish Celtics on the left.
Whoa! How did Neri lose that one? He was like moving and shooting.
How did you just read everything?
Why is Cushy a contender but MIBR not? Well, the nature of the 0-2, I think, is not all 0-2s are made the same. But I corrected myself. I think Verno could still be a contender. Forgot that Verno was a rookie.
How did that round just come out, Mike?
I mean, it's such a fantastic read. The setup was beautiful.
So there's still other candidates, but I would say that
play this out.
30 seconds left.
If you're looking at it, who needs ult? I guess Crashies could do with this.
I would say that Kayak is probably the most dominantly in the lead for now.
QT should get his ultimate if he dies or finds a kill.
I mean, the other argument I would have is, like, I know they lost to Gen G in that first match, but, you know, MIBR got knocked out in Swiss, etc. But Verno, I think, could still be in competition. And the other guys aren't completely out. It's just I think they would have to do a lot more to prove it. I already mentioned Patman. Patman was in the initial list. Cushy versus Ash, which is a better initiator? I would say Cushy, but Cushy's like he's been playing initiator, whereas Ash transitioned earlier this year. So who knows?
The dominoes started to fall. And talking of Snowball, Fnatic almost have all 5 ults ready.
Oh yeah, they're really fantastic.
Yeah, I mean Patman. Yeah, Patman's a tough one because you have to really think about like the impact he has. More than anything, I do think Patman's frags are also, like, he's very solid on the gunplay too. But that's one of those things where it's like, it is going to be role bias, either duelist or initiator, either way, depending on the person.
Time again, and Fnatic stumbling on the first hurdles on their attacking half. Here we've seen
this could be another 11-4 Gen G G2 situation. I mean, listen, I'm just happy for any rounds Fnatic gets from now on. They got one extra round than they did against Gen G. That's a win in my book for Fnatic.
And burning a bit of the util too. This is ticking the boxes here, protocol list-wise.
Yeah, but second, so what is this? Second and Celsius pinch fake onto B? Is that the plan?
The discipline's not going to be giving that up from Fnatic. They've been playing this
A
slow and
minute
steady
still to go, though. So Sentinel's they've got time.
To entertain
Wow, Chad, I had my arms crossed and it's like sweating.
Now 45
so humid and hot.
Those cooldowns to come back online in Alpha. Camp set up. Will potentially read this backside of the fake. Now still TP here for back.
Still got all the trips as well, and look
yeah,
where
so
they are.
he can sit here, but with the utility as you've noted, they're gonna know there's been no progress towards.
So they just put fake pressure onto A. So they're just trying to spread the map real thin, and then Second needed to get that kill. That's a big kill. Oh, Booster didn't get stunned. Oh, they're rushing now. Oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Alpha. Don't, just one of you has to peek. Just one of you. I mean, I think that one, though, Neri was looking real good for the most part of this map. That one, I think the team just panicked. I think their comms just broke down the moment that Boaster got the first kill and they realized he wasn't stunned.
I mean, Boaster's done so well here.
Is that going to always use that crosshair?
But this TP back as well.
Oh, that is rough, man. Yeah, so Neri just has to rush out.
It's the clock then that suits Fnatic. Nobody has to swing onto these angles. They can wait for Zelsis to make a move.
5 volts. This is actually the 6th. That was going to be Sentinel. Zekken going to go for
Big
just
paranoia drawn out.
But now you can see already
Boaster is like doing whatever he can in the second half. And the ult, they know it was a B stack. But on that, Fnatic resets. Wait. Who's watching this? Who's watching this? This is the Trip's only watching for A.
So the Trip behind him.
Who's watching mid? Oh my god. Ashes, please.
Trying to hunt him out.
Ashes, please.
Oh, Zelsis.
Kron?
Oh my god.
Kron! Why is he droning there? Why would he drone here if he doesn't want cover of Kron? Cover my ghost.
Alpha's still here.
Oh, Alpha! He's warming up for Ascent. The warm-up routine is good.
That plant doesn't feel comfortable yet. Gotta wait out the ult from Crashies.
Dude, Zelsis has been going pretty big on this map too.
A second attempt at the plant.
Come through now.
Patman is like Sylvan. You know what? I like that comparison. Sylvan has so much impact. Dude, he gets another?
Back-to-back clip that I don't care. Zelsis has to be a hero though.
Chill. Together. Just swing it together. Thank you. My goodness.
Still alive after that man on your screen just went nuclear.
Dude, Boaster doesn't even stop him from standing up now because they haven't lost the next round all this tournament.
I mean, the first one crucial just to slow down the hit here. What? Show me the second. It's exactly the same.
Oh my god.
That's disgusting.
That's unreal.
And then finds the spec as well through the wall.
Dude, damn.
He's here. You better watch out for him.
And Fnatic now.
5 rounds, Mike.
Knocking on the door.
Dude, how did they get 9, man?
Sentinels don't like that.
How did they get 5 rounds in a row, dude?
I said that timeout
Oh my god.
I can't remember the first half,
Super early.
That's insane. I haven't checked. I've been meaning to. I haven't checked Sideshow's video on the T1 Bangkok win, the very, very delayed video. But I assume he's talking about Sylvan's smoke timings. Because if you look, smokes generally have an easy time of getting assists, but he had an insane assist rate at that tournament.
As well for Fnatic. Do have Narrate's ultimate, but Neural Theft, Kayak.
I think I remember talking about that during our watch parties as well, but
I didn't expect to see a world where Fnatic win this map, and then that changes how the
No Void.
Right?
Good morning. You're up early.
Especially after the first half.
A Korean cast in this next round of this banger. Sign me up.
Wait,
I got you.
For this game?
For the series.
Yeah.
I want Alpha Air's eyesight. He was talking about assists and holding smokes really close in aggro. About how he used them as well. Yeah, I'll have to go watch it.
Yeah. I've still got Kayak now. This like high stakes CS and.
But dude, Sylvan's assists per round in that tournament was insane. Even in kickoff, I think.
That operator used to get him out of that ditch.
The catalyst for him.
But he's certainly not been in any ditch so far. He's been having a mad performance. So another layer added to this.
Maybe this is a read into the pace or the tempo shift.
자, 이번 라운드 이제 한국어로 중계해 드리겠습니다. 자, 센티널즈가 타임아웃 이후에 이제 컨택으로 가거든요. 근데 이게 지금 오퍼가 있어가지고 확인됐는데 욕심을 부렸어요, 제켄이. 이게 네온이라서 한 발만 쏘면 내가 가겠다, 약간 이런 거였는데 지금 카약이 아주 물을 탔습니다. 자, 일단은 뭐 벌써 여기에 다 같이 왔기 때문에 황혼까지 쓰면서 들어가야 돼요. 근데 이게 황혼을 먼저 써야 돼가지고 지금 숫자가 부족하기 때문에 궁극기로 지금 들어가는 거거든요. 카약 설마? 자, 안전하게 해야죠. 지금 5대4기 때문에 오퍼가 있더라도 리테이크 가능합니다. 자, 궁극기는 없어요, 센티넬즈. 그러면 균열이 돌아올 때까지 시간을 볼 수 있는데 지금 섬광에 지금 브리치 스킬이 다 남아 있거든요. 가능은 합니다. 푸나틱도 지금 느려요. 미드까지 오느라고 느린데 페이드 쓰고 그러면 이제 균열 곧 돌아옵니다. 피망에다가 자, 한 번 더 밀어내주고 섬광 또 하나 남았어요. 섬광 하나 또 쓰고 이거 100이 맞았는데요? 잠시만요, 100이 맞았는데? 이러면 정신이 없죠. 이러면 균열 돌아온 게 상관이 없는데 나레이트 트리플킬. 근데 여기서 카약이 죽으면 안 돼요. 카약이 죽으면 안 돼요. 카약이 죽으면 안 돼요. 그럴 수 있어요. 시간 되나요? 시간 되나요? 아, 0.59. 아, 카약이 죽으면 안 됐는데. Oh my god. Holy. Kayak had to peek that, but like, oh, he had to not die. He had to just get the kill. Oh my god.
Knows what he's done. He's got Sen to 12, breaking that
Oh
momentum.
my god.
Sentinels back, looking
Dude, if
ready
they
for
won
this, but
that,
gotta keep going now.
chat, what did I keep telling you? Fnatic's losing. Listen, we should be happy that they got 9. It's a crazy showing. Chat, 21-13.
Poetic for Narrate to be the one doing this. Finding comfort.
For whoever was asking, I know the ability name is in Korean because I used to cast in Korean. I used to cast like alternating weeks, Korean and English.
You're down to 2.
Oh my god.
Alpha. Big names. Same to be said on the other side. 4 players waiting. Sentinels 2 kills away from map 1 under the belt. Kron waiting. Alpha.
All good,
Contact made,
chat.
Narrate down. Next
What
player
did I
has to come
say?
in.
I told you they're not winning
Unison now.
Sunset.
1 right, 2 left.
It's incredible. I mean,
Has a little
honestly,
look.
good
Right,
warm-up going into
waits
Ascent.
for the swing. Now we're going to need a magic moment from Alpha. 6 bullets and the time's not on his side, but second. 12 HP.
He's misread this.
He thinks he's gone over.
My God, Zekken is absolutely...
No shot.
ice.
Zekken stays there the whole time. What a call by Zekken with 12 HP.
Looking like they were able
Oh man.
to miracle here, but
No, but chat, this is actually a loss for Sentinels. You let Fnatic get 9 on Sunset? Fnatic should be celebrating. They should be dancing on stage, man.
I'm hitting with some stupid fights. I'm gonna go with who should I go first? I think Zelsis.
The good old stupefies.
Zelsis is gonna get a big one. I want him sat down the whole game. Zero reason to stand up. 1, a 2, a 1, 2. Stupefy.
Oh, no, he went too hard. That's why Zelsis popped off.
Was not in the middle. That's not an IGL spot. So I'll stupefy him back to the middle. Stupefy. Bang. About to bang him out with a stupefy. Stupefy.
Have you
Narrate
done second already?
No, Zekken I have done on Narrate.
We need to
give him a double one. Give him a double, Jake.
I'm gonna
the
hit
big one.
Narrate
We could
with a
wind up
Give him a
stupefy.
double.
Wait, yeah, we
Stupefy.
Alright, wait, we do the big one on second.
Everyone, ready?
Charge up.
3, 2, 1. Stupefy. Yeah. That. He's stupefied.
He is very stupefied.
It's so funny. Start supporting Sentinels right. Fnatic fans, have you not seen their Sunset? They were meant to. You should be celebrating that they got 9 rounds. I'm telling you. All right, chat. We got our stupefies in. Now it's time to get our ads in. I'm gonna leave the audio on because I'm gonna step away for a second here, so you guys can just watch the desk. We're already demonetized anyway, so enjoy it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey. Let me show you how the Fox does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did we get
Sentinels. I'm now joined by their coach, Kaplan. Now, after what happened on Sunset yesterday, Fnatic were coming back into this series as well. In the last 2 and 3 rounds, who would you credit the most to keep your team in it?
I think it's tied between Zelsis and John. Zelsis really called us out for needing to tighten up and clean up, and then John got pretty specific there about what has to be done to make sure we close out those last couple rounds.
Thank you very much, Kaplan. Good luck.
Thank you.
We were expecting fireworks, and boy, oh boy, at the tail end of that game, did we get just that as Sentinels pick up the victory on Sunset despite the best efforts of Fnatic to try and bring things back. It was all for naught as Narrate and the boys in Sentinels managed to clutch up. And as a matter of fact, that takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because you gotta give it to Narrate for that incredible play, Kakuka, that we saw him pull off there.
It's an incredible play from him, but also a huge misplay for the side of Fnatic. They think that in this 5v2 situation, everything is already won for them, but with that position and everybody just rushing onto side to get that defuse, Narrate finds the perfect spacing to isolate all of those fights to get very favorable fights for himself, and Crashes is not able to defuse the spike for less than a second.
And what a moment this is for Narrate. His first Tier 1 opportunity was in EMEA, playing with Karmine Core. He was familiar playing against this Fnatic team then. Now back in North America at the Tier 1 level, showing up to a global event after their disappointment that was Bangkok, and putting up a map like this, winning a 1v4 clutch to close it out, and now be a map up and close to staying alive.
And also, in my opinion, that was not the most impressive thing that Narrate did this map. In various occasions, we saw him getting multi-kills. His utility is always the opener through everything, especially when they're from their attack and Alpha is being so present on mid, just being an absolute pain in the ass. Narrate proved that he won. EMEA lost in this case.
Yeah, I mean, Narrate did so many things right there, but Mimi, I mean, the other thing that we were seeing too, and this is something that we've known Sentinels to be quite good at, those retakes, the way that they play around and utilize their utility to great effect.
And if you just look at the retake win percentage, it doesn't look incredible for SEN, but I think what they did very well on their defensive side was having a game plan into this double controller composition. They played really passive at the start of their rounds, being willing to play retake A almost all the time, and instead putting more forces into mid to fight, shut down the lurkers, and then play either 5v4 or even number retakes. And in all those situations, Sentinel's utility, their coordination just looked on point, and it was rounds like the one you're seeing that snowballed this first half for SEN.
We had actually heard from Coach Kaplan what the expectation was for the team, and they were saying that there was a lot of conversations in the squad, Sentinels, that, hey, we got to tighten things up, we got to make things work here. What do you think that conversation is like for Fnatic?
The conversation right now is, let's forget about the rounds that we almost win. Let's focus on what's literally ahead of us, is thinking about Ascent, thinking about everything else that they still have to show us for this map.
All right, well, let's actually get some words from Coach Milan and get ready for map number 2. We have Yinsu standing by.
I'm standing by with Coach Milan before we head to map 2. Now, throughout the history of Fnatic, it is a rare sight to see you guys pick Ascent. What made this map your most confident going into this matchup?
I mean, it looked good against RRQ. It's a map that Sentinels hasn't favored a lot, and I thought we would throw them a little bit of a curveball and see how it plans out, you know?
Well, I hope it goes in your favor. Thank you very much and good luck.
And I think everyone in Toronto feels the same way, because we want to see a map 3 here, Mimi. But for now, we have to focus on Ascent. What should we be expecting?
What we should be expecting is the same thing for Fnatic. That new Chamber comp they debuted, Alpha, Bea, you were talking a lot about it. He was incredible towards the second half of Sunset, and it was the same to be said last time he played this map.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, what is Sentinels going to change to, if ever, right? Is Narrate going to stay in that Teco? We saw G2 earlier just going back to something that was comfortable for them and putting the Teco back in. I don't know if the plan is going to be the same for Sentinels, but someone else that I'm looking at and someone that Coach Kaplan was speaking about was Celsius. Him on that Vice, I think that if someone has a page of Fnatic's book or possibly have and understand the usage of the Vice in this map, is Sentinels.
this has never been an amazing map for SEN, at least for this core of the team. But when you look back at last year, when they were playing at Champions, they were running a double controller comp, the Cypher Deadlock, that became pretty popular in North America during that time. And I'm interested if they want to take any notes out of that one. I've loved the double Senti looks that a lot of different teams, including Fnatic, have shown on the map. So if they have something new, I would expect it to be some variant of the double Sentinel.
And you want to talk about the run that this team has had, Sentinels, on Ascent. It hasn't been pretty, right? 2-1, not all that bad. They haven't played it here, so we're going to see what we end up getting as the agent select is going to go. And look at Alfie already locking in that chamber there, Kukuka.
He's not even hovering. He's not even letting us, you know, theorycraft. Maybe he goes for something else. But very important as well, you know that the chances of you picking this map and you starting on the attack are like, let's say 95%, okay? Some people, especially if it's a pick. If it's the last one, maybe it changes. But we saw what Fnatic were able to do in their attack. A lot of that aggression on mid, all of those straight denials that this composition offers. Sentinels got kind of obliterated by PaperX in their post plants when they played against them in the uppers. They were getting caught off guard by players in off angles when they were retaking. That's going to be the same thing with Alpha, but turned up to a new degree. Every time Fnatic get the spike down, watch for where he's putting his TP gate, how he's positioning forward. And now for Sentinels, we have to talk about them because they are locking the tail, they are locking the Vise, and this is looking to be the same comp as long as they don't lock it on Waylay, and they've done it. Zekin goes for the Waylay, the first player to pull that out here in Masters Toronto.
What?
Well, if his first Waylay, that is for sure. I don't think that he has played the agent in an official match, has he?
Not that I could recall.
I don't think so.
But also narrates on the Tejo as well.
Is this Joggable? Is this you?
G2 played this a ton in Americas with that Waylay in the mix. The slow is great. You can dive into market, all these different things. GB, this is a hell of a curveball.
All right, folks. Well, it's now time to find out if Sentinels sink or swim. Are we going to get that map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, thank you. All eyes turning towards Zekin here. Mike, I thought that maybe Alpha up on that chamber, maybe even Kron on the Vice.
Not the headline tonight.
Nah, Zekin on the Waylay. What are we seeing with this?
I mean, it actually almost suits to play into this, right?
It
you
does.
can almost dive onto Alpha a little. Well, I said a little more coordinated, but there's a lot of pressure now to try and. At the end, there's not many counterplays, right, to a chamber getting up close and personal, able to dip his toes and get out, but. Could be a trump card, the Uno reverse from Sentinels, and that's where Milan even touching on, bringing out a curveball, but hey, how do you react now?
Yeah, I think they've just one-upped you in that matter, but we dive into this dome where we get to truly see the test of these two creative sides. Fnatic on the attack, and of course SEN then on the defending side. And let's see how this looks. We got a lot to learn. Already a 3-play stack on this B site.
Bit of pressure here, a probe sent out in terms of the util from Crashies.
Almost missed it.
Play towards short. It's Alpha to lead the charge. We'll find John QT, but actually no damage done there.
Oh, Sen's got the Waylay.
Bullets spent.
The Waylay Tejo. We talked about Ascent being another map where we could see the Tejo.
Shot from Kayak, quick to try and hunt that down. Does get denied the springboard forward, but Narrate's screwed. Yeah, Kron was hungry for that. And they're fighting for that space behind Tree, taking over towards Heaven, making the site really uncomfortable. There's two players trying to tuck in towards Hell. And if they get the spacing right here, Fnatic, it should be pretty light work. This was really well crafted, Mike.
Ooh, time. Oh!
The miss on the first, but Alpha connecting with the headshot. Zekin now need an ace to find this pistol.
Have I told you about the story of Zekin's 1v5?
Fancy.
I have not.
He was on a Waylay, which is crazy,
Was
right?
it?
Yeah.
On one of the second map.
It must have been probably a different game because I don't see it happening now.
This wall, too.
Kron's playing the no fun allowed game.
The fun police.
Yeah, they've turned up. Sirens are on. Yeah, it's having a go, but it's...
Oh, shoot. Not my goat Crashies. Okay, wait. Fnatic, calm down. Holy.
But around nevertheless for Fnatic here to get the first in the second map.
Dude, that ult bug is weird too because why is it colored
They
red?
had at that comeback on map 1, but said Sentinels. Well, out curveball here at map 2, and maybe some early
Something just fell off from the
learnings
shelf.
here to find. On the side of Fnatic. Excited to see, really. I mean, it will be the face-off. Maybe not in the first half here between Alpha and Zekken. Maybe not so much Kayak in that regard.
Zekken with the Sheriff. 4-man buy. You got the Outlaw, Guardian, Vandal, and Phantom. Really heavy buy.
Try and go farming here, but a big investment. Kron, Kayak, prized possessions they don't want to be losing, and a 5-play stack. So they better avoid one side of this map if they.
I mean, this is the play.
They can just test out the waters. This puts a lot of pressure.
This is going to be a contact comp anyway.
To make sure they don't fall into these sort of traps in place. And it looks like they're aiming towards middle to begin with.
The space to play into for sure. Still cautious. Give away any early advantage here in round 2.
Ooh.
Oof.
Okay, Narrate goes down. Nice. Enough correction in the end from Alpha from that second. This is good for him. Again, you want to see confidence being built. The other 4 for SEN. Not really all that enthused by this round, are they?
No. Especially when you look back towards the minimap now. The big gap. Ground to cover.
Good call from Fnatic, though. They'll be happy enough with that.
I think Fnatic need a lot of rounds this half.
Cautious of
yep.
I will see if their defense is a bit more varied. I mean, even on defense, if your aim is good, then you can take very aggressive angles, but...
Yeah, really scratching their heads now.
I said not here. Zekken is getting closer. Door's shut, though. Nope. Door's open. And Fnatic would like to find the opponents. It does seem a little bit of hide and seek so far, but Kayak going to take down Zekken, who did have that Sheriff. So the main sort of danger weapon gone. Speaking of weapons, there is
can we not do that? You guys have a big buy. Can we not?
Or keep it out of their hands, but Zelsis, this is a lot. That's 3 players here. They're going to make Fnatic work for this, though.
Dude,
yeah.
They need to get out.
Market here.
Okay, oh, they're right at the edge. Okay, oh.
Okay, Vandal back in.
They planted backside. I forgot where they planted.
And the Guardian still in rotation.
Yeah, difficult to really police the weapons in that situation. Almost want to force Fnatic.
What's up, Jay Kizzle?
Maybe to fall to the spike, but the plant position. A little bit of safety here. Damage done though.
Why does Boaster have so much money though? Well, we'll find out.
For the purchase here.
Curious if they go for an attack op on round 4.
And obviously the offset to that being Alpha.
Nope, they're just going to buy up their rifles.
So the ability to buy up effectively a Guardian in the back pocket. That works.
Right side of the map for Zekken this time. Does have Zelsis here too. Alpha propped up towards B main very early. Again, this tempo from Fnatic.
Alpha needs to.
We've been kind of talking about this very, very slow and steady.
Oh, he set it up for the early TP.
Question marks here of what Zekken's going to be doing.
So what Fnatic was doing a lot was just pressuring this with either the Chamber or the Yoru against RRQ. So you see that Sentinels is kind of ready for it. That's a nasty shot that Zekken wins. Alpha dying. I mean, you have this wall anyway, so they slowly shift their weight over to the A side.
I quite like the deeper positioning from Narrate.
The flash to check for main. That's okay.
As well. If he can police this, it'd be impressive, but it's
or to help clear, rather.
Fnatic once again taking that territory. Kayak tries to get a little technical with it, but Narrate.
Great reset from Narrate.
So far, so good. Actually,
what?
And is rewarded.
Crashies, what's going on today?
Massive value found.
My goat.
Will force now Unicorn Boast to consider just holding on to this weaponry.
Not many opportunities for play here with that spike going through tree, as said. If it all goes wrong, you're kind of stuck there.
So they do have the benefit. It's only Alpha that's broken. Himself as close to a real weapon as you could hope for with that amount of credits left in the bank. The Sentinels here on the board on a SEN. As wise, it's only really Kayak and Alpha making progress here. Crashes as well, actually. Yeah, and the rate goes.
Depends on who you're rooting for. Oh, Genji G2? I mean, it was a banger game. It was a banger game.
Onto Crashies as well.
But obviously, how you feel about it is
We'll see him certainly establish himself early on here on Ascent.
depends on who you were rooting
A
for.
little bit scary as well if Narrate starts going early. You
And
saw how that last map ended.
Jen, let's not cross any lines here. Let's not cross any lines.
Oh, and a little bit of a deeper exploration coming out from Zek in there. So this feels like this fight's going to be happening a lot, right? Between Alpha and Zek and fighting for that sort of...
I know you're usually just joking around, but
A.
that's...
This time Zelsis there with
You
them.
can't be saying things like
They
that.
are waiting. This time Alpha, a bit of damage done. Zelsis wants to clear this util, but couldn't quite crest the corner.
We really want to see them remove the...
That's 3 players.
Yeah.
They should have noted on this side of the map.
Yeah. We'll see if Fnatic... They need to work the map more, though, with a Euro and a Chamber.
Now. But this time around, the difference being Fnatic sit behind this. Spike still over towards the B side. And Zekken still commanding the space into B main.
Zekken's been
oh!
outdone this time.
Holy.
These two so far in these rounds.
They're trying to clear. They're trying to pressure the
By a
Vice.
bit of time, we saw that earlier rotation coming out from Narrate.
This
Now he
Razor
wants to
Vines.
get back
He's
to
going to buy
Zelsis
so much time.
Seconds. Can he keep Fnatic away from the door?
Ooh, Narrate already used his salvos. Even though the Vines were used. Ooh. Alpha tries to creep in through it.
Kind of pinned in at this point. Had to give up Cat.
The rest of the team is through. Zelsis just couldn't find a footing. Great setup from Sentinels, though. It's 3v3. Doable for Sentinels. Only one flash drive. No flashes for Kayak.
One flash for John QT. That's it, pretty much, and one smoke for Bang. Difficult to breach this side of the map. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Two towards Cat.
There's the flash.
Swing. Away we go. Crash.
Huge. Oh, what?
What is that? Bang still firing
Kayak?
on all cylinders, though. He knows where Kayak is.
Oh, my.
It ain't enough to kill him. Kayak survives.
Dude.
And make it out like bandits.
Dude, how does Crashies survive through that flash?
But Alpha crispy on the entry. Yeah, weird exchange here between Zelsis and Chronicle.
No, it wasn't a team flash. What are you talking about? He antied it, no? Narrate turned around as he jumped in. I mean, at most, he would have been half flashed. Whereas Crashies looked like he was full flashed.
Damn, okay, timeout.
I think Narrate just couldn't find his footing in time.
They've hit the brakes here. Maybe not liking it, maybe just kind of trying to get a grip on this. Again, you're playing up against a comp that you probably aren't super familiar with.
Oh, he team flashed Zelsis. Yeah, but that's not even the problem. It's the fact that Crashies sidesteps Narrate.
Trying to keep in touch with them quick.
And you could argue it's maybe some of the rounds that are most frustrating to lose because it's not necessarily.
That was insane. No, team flashes don't last for less. It's just that you can obviously coordinate it so that you have your back turn, so it's only a half flash.
Those are tilters. You're not really testing the sight hole.
Yeah, I mean, Narrate was mid-jump. I mean, if Zelsis wasn't team flash, then I guess he gets the kill, but earlier. But Narrate trying to steady his aim on the landing, I guess. Can't get it. Crashies sidesteps it.
And it does feel
incredible.
Like a coin flip between the two of them, but they have been going back and forth.
Doesn't Kayak look and play like he's Benji Fishy's
cousin?
I don't actually think they look anything alike, but I, for some reason, get what you mean.
Still scored out almost enough for Bang there, but not to be. 3-1. Fnatic firmly now starting to build a lead. The operator is in, but
let's play.
So's Tour de Force on the other side.
Oh, Tour de Force.
Taking a look.
Zekken kind of needs this. Fnatic already has 3. They do want more on attack. I do agree with that.
Zekken decides to rattle off a shot, but back away. That opens up.
That's what I said during the RQ game as well, because you can work this really hard. And Sen's aware of that.
Active fight.
They watched that game. Oh, whoa, whoa.
And it's done. Oh, how are you diffing Kayak in that?
Dude, Narrate is on one today. Okay. That still puts pressure here. Fnatic, but they don't have any control in mid, so they have to just chill. They chill, which actually stops the rotate from Sen.
something work here in range of the
Wait, why is Alpha going back as well? I thought Crashies was going just at 40 seconds. No, you make Crashies a fake if you're gonna do this. But you've already taken too long.
Slight advantage.
Oh, I not like this call from Fnatic.
Curious. Does have the spike himself as well,
Sen has the read. Sen has the read. They realize it's too obvious. It's too obvious. Oh, the sound fake is so obvious. Crashies got hit by that as well.
The word melons is coming to mind. 10 seconds. Fnatic, yeah, they're getting closer, but Bang's still here. If he can deny the plant, that's everything.
Where's the cover? He's not planting. Dude, oh my god. They got so lucky. He was planting on the other side. Oh my god.
Look how disconnected Kron is. This is so difficult for Zelsis to clear out. Crashy's dart. Shock dart's back in play as well.
Oh my gosh. If they win this, they are getting away with absolute daylight robbery.
Surely comes in, and it's there.
Oh my god. Bang chooses the wrong 50-50. He wants to take... Oh my god, dude. That is actually insane. How have they won this? How do they get away with this every single time? I'm rooting for them and it frustrates me. Oh my gosh.
Shows his hand with the operator.
Bang goes there because
Able to deal with it.
if he doesn't get picked off immediately, he can see the spike planter before they see him. And he can keep an eye out on a wide angle as well. But unfortunately for him, it was planted here. Huge crunch. Big crunch. Holy. Dude, this is a Giga Tiles crunch with the Waylay.
Boaster and Alpha have a mountain to climb. Alpha rattles off the bullet. They now know where he is. Spike's in a dangerous position too. Alpha wants that back.
It's all skill. I mean, I'm rooting for Fnatic, and I don't think so.
Now, where do they go? It feels like it has to be towards
all this pressure elsewhere.
Why do you think Sen chose defense first? I am curious. Does Sentinels? I actually don't know. Does Sentinels have a tendency of choosing their stronger or weaker side? Because I wonder if they chose it.
They catch more than the timing.
Because they know that Fnatic's going to want to consider this the stronger side. You just need a, X number of wins, and then you can make the run for the comeback in the second half.
You've still got this wall in middle. He triggers it. Trying to bait it out to look back like a B. A double fake potentially. And a late lurk up cat.
Oh my word.
Sentinels generally...
That was close.
Oh my god. Sentinels generally does like to play retake, yes.
They have to respond to it to some extent, but it is the play towards A now. Plants can be coming down. Can Boaster and Alpha navigate this?
2v3.
That's huge, actually. 5 seconds on the smoke as well.
I mean, Alpha is...
Door shot as well.
He's got the op.
Where's he off to? They don't know we do.
They don't have smokes. They do have the ult.
Go in. Ult's popped. Alpha's out of it, but they're going to flood the site now. Sen looking to try and clear, trying to maybe catch Boaster in the meantime. Paranoia is still in play.
They know that one's main. Paranoia for him. They know he's not on it. They know he's not on it. Huge. Now it's Boaster's turn. Oh no! Oh, Alpha, yeah! You are... God! Oh my God! Holy!
Almost felt a little awkward there. The Paranoia could have connected potentially.
Oh my goodness. Oh, dude.
It takes everything from Alpha.
Holy.
And this pace change really from Sentinels. Actually, the second timeout.
Oh my gosh.
Boaster's up.
Dude, the chamber has given him so much confidence.
Those are the ones that get you. Those are the ones that frustrate you.
They look beautiful initially for Sentinels. Like I said,
great idea.
Use the faker of Valorant. We don't have one.
Let's take the fight to
Yep, love that.
And initially, a huge victory.
I don't think anyone comes close.
But again, Zelsis half a second longer, and he catches Boaster with the spike.
But also have to give credit to Boaster.
Well, did you
playing
move?
like a fiddle.
No, but in the last 12 months, that might have been when I rearranged my like room.
Towards CT, all of these ideas that
Yeah, but who needs the faker of Valorant? We have the Lockio of Valorant.
It was a double fake back in towards that AP.
Can't even type, so excited.
Manipulating the map.
Incredible round from Fnatic.
perfectly. And at 5-1, there's a reason there's this double timeout.
Thank you,
called
Sarah.
into effect.
Drink our water,
Would
chat.
love to be a fly on the wall.
God, wouldn't you just? Hearing that.
Again, because that's when you watch the minimap back, and it's a round of seconds, millimeters almost. But a huge win for Fnatic to find
Nongshim
their
RB. Good shout.
Sentinels now.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like
Second.
Faker, it's just like the splash he had coming into the scene, immediately rising to the top, staying at the top for several years, and then sure, a little bit of an up and down for his standards, but the longevity overall is still across and still rising back to the top. Like that whole sequence needs to happen, and for that to happen, you have to have a big splash right from the get-go, regionally and internationally, and then maintain it for years. And we haven't had that. We've had a couple who had the big splash, but
Going through that checklist very well, making those rotations now difficult, and Alpha gets let off the leash. Has a glance towards middle. Is still building towards A.
Say, oh, we're here for Kayak as well, so the drone will come through if it doesn't confirm. Maybe you see actually.
I mean, we'll probably eventually have, you know, goats come up in Valorant here and there, but the Faker is different. For those who follow the league from the beginning, Faker isn't synonymous for goat. It's like, it signifies something a little different in my opinion.
But with 25 seconds, it can go wrong. Fnatic could have left this too late, but let's find out. 24 seconds, they got to make a play here. Stall coming in, and Crash is taking those brave first couple of steps.
Ooh, that's the spike. Oh, dude, they needed to get second there. You saw him. Vines. Oh, second.
What? Sweating bullets. This one's over. Heroics from Zekken doing the damage to Fnatic.
And gets the ball.
Oh my god.
Success here.
Val has only been around for a third of the time of League of Legends. Well, yeah, but Faker was being called that within the first 3 years of his career, and that was 5 years for League. That's what I mean, is like, you need that impact, like, from the get-go.
And then you look at all that, and Bang's still there, just waiting. That rock solid
Like,
play.
personally, I would say that there isn't anyone who comes close to, like, oh, I think they're on that run over the years. You know what I mean? Like, not even comparing to current Faker.
But can they keep these reads up, right? They gotta
I mean, also the game is different, right? So maybe it enables it more, but that's why I just think that the Faker comparison is, it's almost impossible to happen, I think. I think it'd be incredible if it happened in Valorant.
Second one away from the ultimate again, but John QT in the rate.
No, I don't think Durka, Leo, or Chronicle is close.
Now Chronicle. Rip away the advantage here in terms of the purchase for Kayak. That's 60. He runs through. What?
What?
Sorry, is Houdini in the server? Because that was just simply magic. How has he gotten two there? No right at all. Great knife timing on that one to connect, though. Gets at least tonight to invest the ult. So now the plant's going to come in, but they're in a
I mean, so as this round wraps up, I would argue that in terms of the beginning comparison, Aspas is the closest, but, you know,
The first, maybe.
couldn't keep it up. And I would say even before this tournament, Aspas was already out of question for being called like a faker of Valorant. He, you know, maybe eventually he could still grow to be one of the GOATs, but because
heroics from him. Right back, cool, okay, Kayak's behind us.
it's just, but also you have to consider that Faker's beginning of Faker's career was, you know, it was coinciding with the T1 roster, right? So like, yeah, that matters too. It's a team game. What else can you do? But you know, the pieces have to align.
For Fnatic. Wow, maybe that's the turning point for them in terms of momentum and establishing themselves now with a 4-round lead. Certainly got the funds to support that. Oh, he spots him in the smoke.
What?
That is absolute filth.
Dude.
That's Narrate as well, who's looked so
That
sharp.
is insane.
Yeah, Kayak is an absolute gunner, apparently. Okay, we've got a couple of... So Kayak's been sat on his for a while now. We've been kind of keeping track of that. Kron's got his in that previous one, but actually the knife denied it, and then they had the round regardless. On the other side, though, Zekken won away. John QT's got his. Narrate's got his. Need to see something around this, though.
Yeah, but again, that doesn't mean that you can't have goats, right?
Expecting Fnatic to have all of this mid control. Not much of a test towards this.
Yeah, Sentinels have not been dipping their toes in
no
the early
operator,
round.
no challenge.
I just think that I think to understand for League of Legends what Faker means, you like have to ask someone who was like there. Like you have to ask fans who was there from his debut.
Oh God.
Like the entirety of that, and like the first 3 years, then the first 7 years, and then the first 10 years. Like it's a whole thing. I'm not saying that he's the best competitor in anything. It's just that's how it. You know.
Ahead of this now with the spike.
It's a different trajectory than some other greats.
Okay, this is nice. So this time around, do get to invest the ult here. So just those classics waiting, but I've heard something about those Sentinels classics. That makes me a little bit nervous here. And even Kayak investing util, they want to clear house. The bang!
Oh, bang!
Outrageous stuff from Bang! He could be
How's he got 4? How's he gotten 4? What?
The desperation to capitalize on Chronicles Ultimate is their downfall.
No, well, people use it as synonymous to GOAT, but to me, it's the fact that you have an unknown, you know, to the general public prospect, comes in their rookie year, just absolutely styles on established veterans, right? They might not win immediately, but they get top 3, right? But everyone agrees that they were like potentially the best player of that season. And then within that year, they go to the best tournament of your category, you win, and then you just don't lose for another 2.5 years. You lift every single trophy you go to. And during that, there's like minor roster changes, and you're at the center of it all. Like that start to me is unheard of. Like both regionally and internationally, you know what I mean? Oof. So to me, it would be like if Osmoss showed up, Loud wins Champions, and then Osmoss dominates Americas and wins Champions again. In Valorant, I would say even doing it just that one full year would have probably counted in hindsight because of how variable the game is. But yeah, and then obviously long term, like he elevates new teammates to championships. Like that's a whole separate level. Dude, Alpha here is just answering right back.
Ridiculous. Fnatic slow and steady has been working, smothering Sentinels. The plant up next. Bang, I mean, he was a hero before.
Like, I mean, listen, I have no problem with people using it as GOAT, but like to me, the reason there will always be an argument for, well, no, like nobody's really the Faker of whatever, is because of that. It's because you can be the great, you can be the greatest of all time and not be the Faker of something.
A little bit deeper initially, waiting for that early wave of util, and then maybe taking a glance, but it felt like maybe just a bit of discomfort on the agent for Zek, and it didn't look like, obviously that was what he wanted. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dearie me.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I mean, that definition is kind of too specific to really fit. No, but that's what I mean, though. I'm not saying that you have to follow someone's trajectory entirely, but within Korea and at the time for League, like, this was, you didn't think this was possible. You know what I mean? Like, that impact and then continuing it, and then now the cherry on top is that he continues to do it 10 years later. Then it goes back to that of like, wow, that's the start you had. So it would be different from, let's say, someone starts off slow. They're like, you know, top 8 regionally for like 2 years. And then they grow into it. They go to a couple of internationals for their 3rd year. and then let's say starting like 5th year of their career, let's say they then dominate for 5 years, this person would probably be a GOAT of that sport. But I would not consider them the Faker of that because Faker just did it without any build-up. Like, that's what I think is crazy. I think that's the crazy part.
You look at Fnatic, of course, rewarded so far with this chamber adjustment.
Sure, in terms of matchup of the teams remaining, which team would be the toughest for who is us? Paper X?
Fnatic have been in control in terms of, like I said, playing the entire map.
I think that's just
very early on, but
to me, that impact will always stay with me where I'm like, I think that's just almost nobody's ever going to recreate that.
Try to dig their heels, and that also
But
hasn't suited
again, if you're just saying who are the GOATs of esports, Faker would be included and other people would be included. You know what I mean? It's like a square is a rectangle, but not all rectangles are squares. So, like, to me, Faker is just a type of square. But rectangles, GOATs, they'll exist all together. That doesn't, and again, that doesn't mean Faker is a better GOAT. I just think he's a very specific case that can't be recreated. That's why I think it's worth highlighting that. Dude, why are they always short on time?
Does Kayak get given that freedom? No, he does.
Oh my gosh.
Right there, denying the plan, and Fnatic leaving it way too late.
Yeah, I just think that's worth because if the argument is, well, no one's ever going to recreate that, then I'm like, well, I think that's worth specifying then, because nobody's ever going to recreate it, you know. By us, I mean Paper X.
Some of these situations.
Actually, I think Wolves probably. We'll see. Fnatic ideally would like 8, considering how this half has gone. I do think they're gonna have a tougher time. The Tejo, I think, is gonna be brutal if Narrate uses it correctly against Fnatic on defense.
Feel truly down and out, no matter the scoreline, no matter the map, no matter the matchup. The way that Fnatic are playing this slow RVS ground has been hard to build momentum from. And again, Bang getting caught off there. Just that kind of 1v1 over on A main that was slowly building.
Yeah, it was a warbang as well, so that's just the edge of the... John be on the top of the boxes, but have to wait and see.
He's not been having a highlight game. Narrate, on the other hand,
John QT. Oh, that's if he's going to stay on, he had to get that one kill. They need to clear. They need to clear the site, and they do. Taking out Narrate first really was brutal. And then the crossfires. Wow, they actually make it 8-4. Holy.
In the pathing back for Fnatic, making it up to
By your description, I'd say Boaster comes close. Well, no, because you're focusing on the current status of Faker, but even then, I would say that Faker was hard carrying in the early parts of his career. That's Faker growing into a leadership role while still carrying important matches, right? And I'm not trying to, like, just glaze Faker. I just think what he's accomplished is so unique. Since Gen is gone, yeah, I think Gen G would have been probably the other one in terms of stylistic matchup for Paper X. I think Fnatic got enough attack rounds. I think so, but I do think that Sentinels can actually dismantle Fnatic's defense here a little bit. Yeah, Faker still has carry performances from time to time. I mean, I would say, like... I would say there are probably other sports, like traditional athletes, that have similar trajectories. And I think that could probably be argued. But in esports, I don't think so. And I think it's probably tougher. I think it's harder to find that for Val since its history has kind of grafted to CSGO. I wouldn't say so. I think Ospas's debut had similar impact for his debut season. I would say so. I would say Ospas's debut season had the same impact. It just didn't carry on at the same level. But he was still, you know, near the top, right? For the next year. So it's not that I think like I'm just, you know, like Faker's just special. I think I remember looking at Aspas and thinking like he could do it. If Hyunmin was able to lift a trophy this year, I would say within Korea, like within Pacific, he would be another one where it's like, he could do it.
However, my eyes
but yeah, but again, yeah, I agree. I agree that Valorant, because it's an FPS and also it's like an ability-based FPS, it's going to be even harder for that to happen, which is why I actually think the argument is kind of moot. Like, I don't think it should be a comparison. Because, like I said, I think if someone's able to do that for even one full year, like individually, like from one champions into the next champions and winning all your like regional trophies and maybe even like top 2 at both of the other masters, like if you're able to do that for one full year, I think that's already like equivalent to 3 years of success in league. So
3, or do you have it in 2? Only 4 rounds to their name.
I do agree that you can't have like the same exact numerical status. They already push him back, and this is going to be the trouble. The drone is going to just brutalize Chamber and Yoru because it can suppress, and then the salvos will do the same. Kron actually gets one kill. That's a little criminal.
It was a very well crafted approach, but still does a bit of damage. And look at the rate. 34 HP and tucks in towards help. Looks like Short is the way forward here. Slow and steady for Fnatic once again, waiting, and Sentinels tired of it. Try and get involved again, punished. Zels is the only one to make
They don't want to get swung on, and they are paying for it.
Doing what he needs.
Holy.
Now on his feet.
Forsaken will probably be one of the GOATs. Oh, I think Forsaken can grow into being one of the GOATs for sure. But it's just like looking for a reaction. Little Lysor roleplay.
No pressure whatsoever. Move the tip of the spear here and into a 4v4 ahead of the plant coming through, but Alpha.
That was tasty.
Connecting on the headshot here to seal the deal.
Nice shots, bro. I love Kron. I don't know. There's something about Kron's demeanor.
Sentinels can get anything going here to maybe flip round 2, but only classics.
I mean, this is starting to look like that Icebox third map is becoming a reality between these two.
I mean, SEN will have a chance in the next round. I would not count it out just yet.
Can do work, but again, shot in the dark and Alpha is rewarded.
I was like, where are we going? I forgot he was playing Waylay.
Peel away now, John QT, the only casualty. Zelsis HP bar as well, down to 32.
John's been having a bit of a nightmare as well. Rough game for him.
Able to really have a say in a lot of these rounds.
I mean, it's just timings on A.
See a fairly thankless roll.
Jump peek on Heaven. You've got the wall here. The crossfire from Kron. He's just going to spam through if they do actually get through. Yep, they spot them. Smoke.
See the paranoia.
They know one guy's through. Kron doesn't want to get jumped on. Okay, he gets 2. Spike is down.
This time, hold on.
But that's a Spectre given over. And it's a 3v2.
So Narrate gonna go for the plant and Zekin
Drone.
guard duty.
Okay.
I'm gonna find the first and they look to flood. Zekin gonna be trying to make this one happen here. Narrate by his side, gonna spot the players, do the dance.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the Waylay getting tagged with the drone is brutal.
For SEN to get up to anything.
Keep 2 rifles from this. We'll find the 10th. Ult charge wise, going to prioritize crashies.
Dude, I'm so glad. Speaking of Forsaken on YouTube chat, I am very happy to see that Forsaken's like taken on the basically the vibe leadership. You know, the mental leadership of the team. Like not just as friends, but you can tell he like takes it on as a leader instead of just as a bunch of buds. It's immense maturity as a player.
Long road back into the second half with Fnatic kicking things off with
I think Dota's puppy is the closest we have to decade-long longevity at the top. Yeah, I mean, longevity-wise, longevity-wise, you've got a couple other candidates. Obviously, if we go into solo esports as well, like StarCraft. Dota's definitely got a couple. I mean, CS has, I would say, it has a couple.
Yeah, Fnatic rounds to play with almost, so expect them to ride the economy out. Maybe looking to actually get an operator on the board nice and early.
Dude, what is going on with these visual bugs on the Observer?
And now Paranoia comes in. And Alpha's really got such confidence. Smoke was still in play, and he knows it now. Oh, the snap towards Zelsis was filthy. Still going to get his man. I thought it was Zekken on the chopping block, but he gets to live.
Zekken recalled to avoid being pinged by the dart.
I mean, they are getting shut down.
Almost a surprise to see.
It's an interesting setup on the buy round from Fnatic, or the anti on their bonus rather.
Now. Damage done to Alpha and Crashies.
Kind of a heavy stack towards mid and A. Just leaving this open.
It's an opportunity, isn't it?
That way they can deny if they go for a util play on tree, but if they go for a util play here or here, they just let it happen.
Towards Bostu, who now has the Bulldog instead.
The time is going to be, I'm not going to say late, but it's going to be short.
I mean, it's tight if they don't make a move.
Look at this
Chronicles already.
Nothing behind him. Yeah, this is going to get deadly.
Tejo allows Waylay to get in.
Need to clear back Boathouse, and they're not investing utility. Want to keep this quiet. You buy the time.
Ooh, huge kill from Second. The flank is already here. Oh, Boaster needed one more, but Crashy's got two. Oh no. Crashies needed one more.
A ton of damage done. Fnatic frugal in the purchase here, so what feels like.
To me, Forsaken's a player where 90% of Warriors are willing to drop a player to pick him up if he ever becomes a free agent. I think so. He's like always worth trialing for sure. Dude, Narrate is going off in today's match.
Said the purchase in the previous now to find an operator in the hands of Alpha.
That cat spray. Oh my god.
He's been present time and time again here in B main and hasn't really had anybody to greet him.
Okay, so you know that's not the Yoru over on B. Ooh, immediately trips the wall, but Kayak.
How's it gone that way?
What?
Do they speed up off this, or how do they want to play it? There's a little bit of a question mark around that. Maybe push out on B potentially because the wall got cleared, so they gather up towards Cat. It looks like they really want to continue towards A, but Rob's been solid too.
Yeah, they're just committed to A. They're not even looking this direction. They'll leave Zelsis on the lurk though. Makes noise just to check. Alpha still waiting. Chronicle needed one more.
Good layering here. Nice scaling up towards the side.
They always need one more.
She's still got plenty of util. One of the Hunter's Fury, so.
Drone for drone. Only one gets tagged, but Zelsis is there. Saw him. And with the op, you gotta save, but Zelsis is on the hunt. Zelsis is on the hunt.
To build back in. Second was actually trying to remove that advantage. Don't want to see another one given away here.
They are close.
He knows mid is safe because of the trademark. Surely they just check sight once they get in, yeah?
Through CT side, you can see where they are, but I think they're going to pause.
I think he has no idea that they're already here, but I think they would just check sight.
But again, starting to see a little bit more life in Sentinels, Mike.
All right, they don't actually even peek it because not all of them are comfy on econ.
Still feels ridiculous.
Spam back as well. This is Kayak got the Phantom as well, so no traces to even aid that from Zekken.
Oh, chat. Give me 1 second. I gotta help find a file for my wife on her PC.
Well,
I'll be right back.
Disrespecting the utility, but certainly knowing when they have to dial up the pressure.
All right, well, this is now looking like a big round as well in my mind. As much as the purchase is low for Fnatic, I need Sen to look clean on this.
And it's actually the next that's going to be crucial in terms of stringing together this comeback. Have tour de force and potentially still an operator.
But Alpha is here. Alpha scares the life out of me in these scenarios when he does. How did that not land? Zekken hitting the brakes. Oh, the second time of asking. Alpha goes back in for it. And Alpha decides, screw it, a pop with the ult. Holds his ground, stands as long as he could, but he goes down. Sentinels now flooding towards the site. Still have mid control, but still 2 to clear on the site itself. The rate's got up, they've got options here. The buy now looking a little less lethal at this point. So they slow the tempo, Mike. They want to get a grip on this.
You got a Bucky and a Stinger to work with. Sheriffs to complement it, but utility perfectly placed here. And a chance for Sentinel to sweep through sight, but the crossfire doesn't amounts to nothing.
Perfectly cleared, perfectly cleared. And Kayak just cut out of the round. John QT needs the help. Maybe
Okay, I'm back.
But he gets it.
Chobra, what'd you do? Why isn't Fnatic winning that round?
Yes.
You can never trust Chobra to watch party properly.
To offset potentially a lesser purchase, which is on the brink here for Fnatic.
Oh.
What?
Again, though, there's nobody swinging into bottom mid here.
Yeah.
From Sentinels. It's seconds up close, but.
Wow, I missed one hell of a round apparently.
If that went the other way, that one shot, look how close that was. Even Alpha's like, how? But still, just if that had gone the other way, who knows? But
Come on, Fnatic, close us out. I want to play PoE, but I want you to win.
This time out and needing it now.
Listen, you losing now would let me grind more Path of Exile, but I need you to move. I need you to win this tournament.
A little nervous now.
I gotta be vindicated.
The hard work's already done, considering the pistol and the second.
My top one is already cooked. My Pacific support is already burnt.
Now in terms of the economy.
I need this. I need
well,
this.
Hunter's Fury Chronicle with his as well. Kayak 2 away. Certainly for Sentinels now in a pretty comfortable position with basically 4 players at 4K and above. Second with his ultimate as well. Certainly.
All right, off the timeout. What do they adjust here?
To ride a lower purchase.
You still got buys, but yeah, this would be the last one. You got Hunter's Fury.
Tense
You got
round
Steel
now.
Garden.
You're looking at Kron, you're looking at Crashies as well. Those ults are here.
Chat, just so we're clear, I like wake up at
What's the early approach?
9-10 p.m. every day. Not that that in and of itself is healthy, but I also, whenever I have to like stream or cast matches, I purposely don't sleep. Like even if I wasn't streaming more games, I don't sleep until like several hours after, because if I ever want to do any work afterwards, etc., if you sleep right afterwards, your body will always get tired near the end of the match. I do not recommend doing that for your health, but it's just the way I've learned to deal with it when I was casting in different time zones.
Now for Sentinels.
You should all sleep after the match is over if you're not starting your day, but
A trip as well, and Alpha with a very deep position actually.
why was Haven the map that Genji decided to dude, Kami, did you go back and watch the game? Kami, you will, oh my god, you are gonna be so mad because literally G2 was about, G2 almost made it happen. Like they had the right idea.
30 seconds left.
Now actually the clock.
And it's friggin'
Apply further pressure now.
Tommy, I don't want to talk about it.
Confirmation here.
G2 should have ended that game on Haven. Oh.
Okay,
Paranoia for paranoia, I guess.
We're down to 10 seconds. Oh, Kron just turreting about, and they've got to try and power forward. Kayak's still
They're gonna go for this?
Yeah, he's down to 15, but his presence alone is a problem. Sen looked lost.
Is there Wi-Fi on a better sleep schedule, IO? So it's actually funny. We kind of alternate because she has to get up really early for work to get ready for work. So she gets up around like 3 or 4 a.m.
I said able to dip away, deny that trade. Sentinel's just kind of hoping that somebody from Fnatic would play into their hands.
Did John QT throw the last year's win? No, I don't know. Apparently, I went to sleep and woke up, and apparently that was like all the rage. I don't know why people are saying that.
Grinning really on the back of that.
I mean, I don't like if he had more bullets on his rifle. Sure, you could say that, I guess, but He had to push with the Sheriff. I mean, we see everything happening, but... Ooh, Sen tried to full send it. This is not how I wanted... I would have played the Tejo against this.
Trying to get this plant in motion. John's gone down here in the end.
Apparently, a lot of people are arguing that like John like trolled that last round, and I don't think that's true at all. Especially if you consider heat of the moment. But even without that, I mean, I just think unlucky, you know? Oh, dude, it's from above.
They had no idea the paranoia not going to affect him either. Send this right back to him. Bang now blind.
They know he was above.
Got them the two that made this look doable.
It has pushed them away. Fnatic still playing it safe. Huge. There's the pinch. What a good three-man play.
Looking for the defuse. They've got this one. And Sentinel's looking quiet here now.
Map point now for Fnatic. Purchase going to be a little shaky on the side of Sentinels.
Honestly, John just unlucky. He isn't the same caliber of player as my GOAT, Toxin.
Yeah, both are over the top.
Like,
totally
like you can like you can nitpick every single scenario in the way that John could have won that. He could have had his knife out earlier for a bit longer, you know, but like
Icebox looking more and more likely.
he literally was 0.01 seconds late to the shot. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, unlucky.
This time. Quan and Crashies have been good at this.
Like, there's not much more to say to that.
Takes a glance, but doesn't fancy it.
No, but nitpicking that is like saying, if that's how you watch games, it's like, why are we even watching this? It's like, oh well, you know, they should have actually just used their util there to clear, and then you just win every other duel because you pushed them away. You know what I mean? Like, that's why an FPS is fun to watch, is because in the heat of the moment, like, the other thing I think he was afraid of is like if Forsaken had refilled the smoke for a brief second. Like, there's so many things to consider in the heat of the moment. And like, it's much easier. Consider this. We have an easier time in general keeping tabs on the timer of the spike. And sometimes we miss it even with like casting and whatnot. And for players, like, yeah, like you should know, but in a heated, you know, situation where it's like going down trade by trade by trade and it's suddenly a 1v1. I don't think that's I think that's terribly toxic of people to be like John through that. I think that's terribly toxic of people to say that John threw that. Anyway, we are going to play some ads because that's not toxic. Cha-cha real smooth. What the hell? I'm more interested in how John QT missed. I mean, I see people like dissecting it frame by frame, but you know what's crazy is that in the moment, I never even second guessed that he might have hit the shot. It looked like he missed. So like, I don't know. I'm so confused why this is. I think it started with Sen fans just being mad, and then people were like, "Oh, maybe it was really close," and now everyone's looking into it. But yeah, like Forsaken finished diffusing like literally as Sean stepped out. It's like, yeah, you could argue he should have ran faster, but like, what if Forsaken had stayed in the smoke for like half a second longer and, you know, got into the smoke and then stayed in there for half a second longer because he knew John had to push, and then like went back for the second half, you know? Like just in G2 Gen G, we've had like 3 rounds where both sides were not quite sure if the second half was doable or not. Same with Sen and Fnatic. So I think, like, yeah, could it have been played better? Maybe. I mean, sure, in hindsight, with all the information that we have, but I think that's one of those situations where it's like, I wouldn't even look at that and be like, it could have been played better. I just think unlucky, you know? That's really a situation where you just got to say unlucky and move on. I mean, obviously for John and like the team, maybe you look at it and you see even the micro things you can fix, but as a viewer,
day. You love to see it, people. Some great Valorant is being played here in Toronto.
I don't really like the majority of Valorant players.
Here alongside Kukuka and Mimi as we look to break everything down here, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. First up, though,
I wonder if they started doing the standing desk because they realized the desk was taking so much power, and that's what caused the power outage.
But this time, I mean, guy just absolutely magical on that agent.
And after what we saw yesterday, we thought that maybe we were not going to see the continuance of that maybe he was
I don't know. I think if you're going to do something like this, it has to have meaning, and it has to be special. Like, if they did this for the finals weekend, I'm down for it. But, like, give a little bit more for the crowd to work with. I don't know. I'm probably nitpicking, but Chad, I just get annoyed. I get annoyed when productions do things for the sake of production.
The style of attack side that Fnatic was calling fit Alpha so perfectly, and it allowed him to have so many moments where he took over these rounds, ends with nearly a 2.0 KD, and in those slow rounds, they're letting him walk into mid, they're letting him walk into main, they're giving him utility to do that in these mid rounds, and Alpha.
But hey, if it's because they wanted to shut down the desk just to make sure, then like,
no one on SEN was
I mean, yeah, I get it. Then I'm down with it.
Second was down 4, and the majority of that was Alpha just going crazy at the start of this round.
The oil
It
upside.
makes you want to have the chamber meta back, just so you can have everybody.
Makes me want to have the chamber meta back. Bold.
Do we want the chamber meta back at all?
My people! My people! No, they say yes. They say yes.
My people.
We want to hear. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now.
See, that's like a good interaction. Like, if you're gonna do more of that, like, I'm fine with that.
Got to see our duelists head-to-head. We also got a little bit of waylay as well, Mimi. And
I mean, yeah, like, I get it. I get that you're experimenting, but like, you could have experimented in the final weekend. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I really think the biggest
Or you could have experimented from the very beginning.
their defense, and in that way, I would have maybe liked to see them go into more of a.
Like, I like that they're experimenting, but I feel like there is a.
For the loss in this one, I think the biggest reason
Basically, here's what it feels like. It feels like things were going so well that they're like, hey, we should start like trying everything that we wanted to try, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's better that than not try, but also, could we not do it in a structured way? You know what I mean?
It doesn't matter that it's Alpha out there getting the kills. Kayak has so much impact in every single one of those rounds, because all of that does not work if you do not have a Euro.
Yeah, there's like barely any interaction, which is always weird.
And especially looking ahead, looking at our last map, the question is, what is Kayak going to be playing? Are we going to see the Sage? Because we have seen Sentinels play and actually
The thing is like, this is a very common shot in sports.
So we have to think about what Fnatic's going to do.
We absolutely do.
But it's like very distanced from the crowd in front of the field, or like if they're doing this in front of the stage as the players are like walking on and getting ready, like that's cool. Or if they're doing it in front of like a fan zone but pretty distant so we see it in the background, that's cool. If there's like a glass pane separately set up for a standing zone, that's cool. And like, this is cool, but it's just like, at a certain point, if it's not the final weekend, I'm sitting here wondering like, so why are we doing this? Like, why is it different? Because to me, you're giving me a subliminal message. So this is a lesson in production. You're telling me that this is meant to be different, right? You're telling me that this matters. Like, it's something is different about this segment. But literally nothing is different. Because I don't think they started this specifically at the first day of playoffs either, right? It was only like
goes to show just how good
2 days ago, and we're on 5th day of playoffs.
To pick a Sen, to force Sentinels into this position.
So it's like, and it's not only the elim matches, you know what I mean? Like, there needs to be something that tells me like, oh yeah, like, they're telling me to focus because it's something different. All right, lock in. And I did that the first time, but now I'm like, I mean, cool. Like, it's cool. I'm glad they're experimenting. But, you know, if I have to say I'm glad they're experimenting, then I think it's not immune to feedback. That's where I stand on it.
I know you guys say it feels good for Fnatic, but the reality of the situation is when you're in this moment, when you feel the energy of the crowd, just like the way Zelsis is getting the crowd hyped right then and there.
Yeah, like stuff like this, like.
You simply can't beat that.
Yeah, like,
simply can't beat that.
You know, we could have used more stuff like that.
Absolutely could be, but you see Zelsis doing that. Boaster's been doing the same thing on this stage.
Valve crowds are generally less interested when compared to other games like CS. I think it's because the average Valve fan is younger, but there may be other fans. I mean, I think that's partially on the production / talent as well, though. I don't think we do as good of a job of like getting you invested into the game.
Hey, yo, Fnatic fans, where you at? Is it going to be Fnatic?
Can't they sit at the caster desk though?
Surely the Sentinels fans aren't going to be let down. Let me hear you, Sent fans.
Wait, what? Why would they sit at the caster desk?
I feel the energy in here, Mimi.
It's two of the biggest fan bases in Valorant. Two teams that
I'd go as far as say two of the biggest fan bases in esports. Because I've been following Fnatic for years, since freaking Battlefield days. So let me tell you, this is a team that's prolific in our sport. But here we go. Agent Select coming in. Let's see what we end up getting here, team.
I mean, surely we get
Sentinels, right? This is what they were playing the other day. Second playing on that
Chronicle stage? No, surely it's Kayak stage.
What Fnatic is going to do? We see some hovers here, and even though we did see the Sage, it was not in Chronicle's arms. I don't know if they're going to lock this Agents, Mimi.
Yeah, it could be a little change up. I do hope to see Fnatic stay with some variant of the Sage comp.
No way.
Does lock in the Jet there, so the one duelist in the server.
Really?
The newest player to Tier 1 Valorant.
A lot of pressure on that young man, but he has a big opportunity here to send a fan-favored squad home, and we're waiting for the final two lock-ins. We'll see what happens.
Last hope of Europe here for Fnatic. Sentinels, if they win today, they
boring
get their third
Ken
match
today.
This year against G2. Lost to them both times in both America's finals.
We need the man on your screen. Well, not this one. Of course, this one for the side of Fnatic, but Narrate has been having such a good series.
I mean, it's I don't think it's fair to say it's just Riot's approach. I think it's a mix of everything. I think it's a mix of how Riot sets things up to begin with, but I think Valorant talent can do a lot more as well. And I say that as someone who obviously was talent. I've always thought that we have so much work to do as broadcast talent. Of like getting people invested into the actual game. Okay, so Chronicle is playing the Sage. Wow. Okay.
Let's go! Map 3 starting right now. Fnatic, Sentinels, Hypoc Pansy, over to you.
Well, they have their analyst desk, Connie. They're purposely moving away from their desk. That's why I'm saying like, and again, like you guys are right. Credit where credit is due. I am down for them trying something new, but I think like if you were experimenting, try it once and then save it for the finals. You know what I mean? Like it's like, oh, it worked. All right, let's now like make this something special. Unless you're, I don't know. Unless I guess from now on every master is gonna have standing desks, which is like. I guess that's okay. I guess they just want to make this the norm. That's fine.
Again, the adjustment here coming out of the Tejo meta to now have Chronicle on the Sage. Again, not necessarily a concern, but certainly here the switch up. Really a comp to catch Sentinels off guard.
I do think Golden Boy, this last segment was probably the best version of the standing desk. So I will say, you know, maybe they're just taking slow steps with it.
To hopefully put something in motion here for Fnatic on the decider.
All right, last map of the night.
I'm glad the desk mentioned it as well. Narrate, the man on the screen, he has been influential to Sentinel's success. And respect given so far.
Do you think having a Slacks or Action Slacks of Valorant would be good? I mean, I think Vans was kind of filling that role though, right? Like the Slacks KC role. And I think that was good. And I think that's why they're trying more things, is because they realize they have a crowd that's very interactive. Oof. And the way they have the arena set up is
Alpha
it
does
leads
have
to
the
that.
Sheriff, so does Kayak. So these are two big hitters.
So I'm
Same
glad
for
they're
Sen
doing that
Zelsis,
stuff.
though. 2 players towards back yellow, 2
4-man
towards
retake,
B long.
2 sheriffs.
How are they going to cross up to this one?
You have
Great still
recon
got Dizzy
and
to
double
invest if
shock dart.
The contact comes in. Bang, waiting to swing on yellow.
Dizzy
Now
timing
joined
and
with
paranoia.
Mental on
Oof, this is going to be
the
tough for
other 3.
Fnatic.
Shock dart not going to be all that much of an issue.
Paranoia. 2 people try to get ahead of it. Oh, massive Dizzy.
From Zen so far. It's only Alpha to be
Oh,
drawing
Boaster, you
blood.
needed that.
Oh my God, Alpha. He tried it.
Oof.
He gave it a go. But Sentinel standing strong here in map 3.
Convincing pistol round here. Said
You mean morning?
respect shown from Boaster and now conceding all that space.
It's like the first map of the morning,
Faith in the retake.
but the last map of the night.
Beautiful opening here from Alpha. From down range.
Chobra, I blame you for getting me addicted to Ken Ken. Well, if there's anything
If Sen keep
you should get
getting
addicted
close,
to,
right, if they
it's
get that,
probably
there's so
Ken
much
Ken.
until Peleon, you need Chron alive. You need that
So I think you
wall
should
still
be
in play,
thanking
right?
me
Here's
for
one of the
that.
first
Safety for that defuse, for sure.
Stinger, triple bulldog, sheriff
Not really a big factor
for
in this sort of
Sentinels.
round. You're looking at Sentinels keeping it
Fairly
clean
big
here.
buy.
Wanna keep
Fairly
those
big buy.
Bulldogs up. That's 3 of them there. The
But
Stinger
it's
could be lost
icebox, so you
potentially, as
definitely
with
want to
that
make sure you're
Sheriff,
able
but
to win that.
Those Bulldogs are prized possessions and a rate, allowing them to scale up off the back of the utility. But there's a lot of bodies now on this side of the map, Mike.
We're looking for something cheeky. Rinse and repeat here for Sentinels.
Oh, my eyes are on Kayak. If you're having him play Jet,
Boaster already.
he's got to be able to go big. He did well on the Sage.
Boaster slipped pretty deep in this. Now Alpha's found a shot on the rate.
Okay.
It's not over. Smoke's still in hand. Viper Util on top, going to slow this down. And Bang getting curious. Catches Boaster, clears it out. This is good. This is really good. Sen not feeling any of that pressure, apart from Alpha, who is firing here, by the
Okay,
way.
if he gets one more,
Apparently that
it's a
Ascent map
pretty
gets
good
him
round for
confident.
Fnatic.
Absolute monster on Icebox.
But these are the 3
Ooh,
valuable
they're
weapons.
starting
can't
to
afford
empty
lose
because
this.
they want to make sure they can
Furious,
carry.
but-
Oh my God, you two!
Don't think he will yet. Won't catch.
You just
sight
forced
of
me
anybody
down.
On the retreat. Sight of anybody on the retreat.
Friggin'.
We fall to the spike. Sentinels go 2-0 up. Kick things off here on the side. Planting the seeds here towards B. Early on, important to show presence on this side of the map.
Yeah, no flash is going to be tough, but if you are able to make sure that they have to use their util to get onto site, it's not that bad. The problem is they've been very diligent about at least keeping the Dizzy and the Paranoia. The Omen is the difference maker. If this used to be a Jet, right? If the Omen used to be a Jet, then I think Fnatic actually has a pretty easy time. It's pretty straightforward. But being able to keep the Paranoia and an extra smoke in post-plant is going to make things quite difficult for Fnatic.
Certainly unorthodox here, and you mentioned it. Here's the
Because you can
ultimate.
use the
Hopefully
Gecko
take the
KO combo, pick up the Dizzy, take your time, and then guarantee better positions with the addition of the Omen smoke. And then you have Paranoia on top of Dizzy for the post-plant.
Yes, it could be picked up. It's done well. And it has been.
Yeah, I was wondering if we'd see any more triple Senti type stuff.
Still waiting. Could potentially do some damage if they go for a plant.
I do think it's kind of rough in today's meta, but
Alpha strides in again. This time bigger weaponry. 2 tucked on site though, and that's a surprise. Kayak falls and Sen still holding a lot of ground here. No trades at all.
they still don't know that it's a double on the site. And then the Thrash.
Fnatic in this? They got to do something to clear these 2 players.
Thrash is real late on joining.
Unwilling to be moved.
There's the trade. They don't realize John QT is still there.
Stunning from Sentinels. A perfect play in the bonus round.
Huge conversion for them. Not sure if Narrate did manage to find an upgrade there, but
Since Bind is coming back, Vicelock back in the menu.
Coming into round
Yeah.
Really real positive so far. I mean, Kayak almost caught completely off guard by
Since Bind is coming back, Waylay Phoenix on the menu. I'm like, oh, the new map, Waylay Phoenix, chat.
As I was saying, the only real positives here, Chronicle and Alpha. Good progress towards their ultimates, but in this round, you only really pin things on a Blade Storm.
Oh my god, you used to like horses and you found out you were addicted to them? Or addicted to them, allergic to them? I was reading Kami's chat in YouTube. He was saying you could have been addicted to horses. Oh no, that's sad.
Deny them over on that A site. Oh, Kron Okay, catching John QT. This
Jeez, with a classic.
makes it a little bit trickier. But still, it is only pistols. Sheriffs, yes. They are heading towards that A site.
Waylay Phoenix through ass? No, chat. I'm telling you. There's like 2 or 3 maps. Waylay Phoenix could be so good.
Nice shot on the first, but Crashes gets cleared at the same time, Mike. This is looking pretty comfortable. But that back line, if they wanted the traditional post plant, won't be able to be had.
Safe plant, though. Obviously, awareness of the threat here. Rifle in the hands of Kayak, though. It's going to be mitigated by SEN's positioning. Really
It wouldn't be a consistent comp. Oh, saw him. Oh, shoot. Bang thought he could get away with it. That was snappy from Kayak.
Paranoia with Zekin has to be big here, but no real ability to swing off it.
Oh.
And Zelsis has to go clutch.
And the wall as well.
On the case. Kron,
Yeah, he's trying. Yeah, that's a done one.
That time is not on his side. He can't do a thing about it. Fnatic with a Mastercard Thrifty. Catching up
They're looking for the kills.
Yeah, Zelsis still clearing up, but the round is Fnatic's.
Big round.
Sentinel's early work here to try and draw an extra body across the map here. Maybe open up a site a little easier. Get everything right on the way in, but just can't stick the landing here. And the wall deciding things for Fnatic. Talking about that early progress, Alpha and Chronicle.
Kayak's got the op.
Bring theirs into round 5.
Big win condition.
The other thing Fnatic bring is an operator for Kayak. It's 1 and 4.
You do have Boaster and Chronicle supporting him.
Actually going to be expecting this. The awareness there.
So I think SEN is, yeah, they're wary of it. They have a good comp to push the op away. But the big question is do they try to go fast on it?
How do they path up this again?
You know they're picking it up.
Man. He's got to be chomping at the bit.
Oh, but the Sage and Viper have rotated out.
Give it a shot there.
It does get to a bit of a 50-50
Oh my
here.
goodness.
He knows he's in danger, and
Okay,
yeah, right
he just
timing back
bails.
away, doesn't get punished. Making
Okay, they
Sentinels burn
still
a
use
little
the
bit more of
orb
that
to slow them
utility
down.
to
So
scale
now
up.
you know that there's at least one more here.
Force himself on a deeper line now.
Snakebite used as well. That's 3 people on B. So Zelsis starts to creep in. But Killjoy util's still there. Nanoswarm activated.
Actually, just dealing
Oh,
with the
Fnatic
utilities
just
on the rotation.
ditches it for the rotate? Surely not.
Poster hangs about in Snowman.
But Alpha has to leave the site, so they're just going to reset. They're not giving it up entirely, but they're just like, okay, we have to reset. We've lost all our util. That's rough. So now you have to play retake again. The wingman doesn't plant. Boaster sees that.
There's that lockdown.
Huge. The lockdown is huge.
They've got to make a move on it. And Kayak watching.
Good cover.
Perfectly poised above for 10 seconds.
They can't get
There's not
out.
much to be done. Lockdown does go down and the plant is in.
Oh, they destroyed it just in time. Wow.
Just about salvaging this round as the 4 players close by from Fnatic now flood back
Huge.
in, make it 5. Great flash.
Huge pop flash. Kayak still gets one though. And oh, what?
Unwilling to move from the site. Resilient till the end.
Great movement from John. Holy.
From the site itself. Now Zekin in the rate. Gonna try and hold on to this. Kayak barely alive goes down.
Oh, that is a nasty adjustment.
Time is ticking.
This wall was also poorly placed.
I think it's too far gone, surely. Again, similar.
Oh, 0.5 again, man.
Seconds, holding on.
Dude, John QT was insane.
To run down the clock here.
Dude, John had an insane... Dude, his repositioning was so good. The pop flash, and then the peek out, insane tap, and then he repositions here. Oh my gosh.
In the wall going up, but providing no safety whatsoever.
Damn, rough.
The force an early timeout here from Fnatic once more. Forced to reconsider their approach potentially. Now back down on just pistols. This time around, Blade Storm in hand though. Something to offset that slightly.
Send in the clock versus Fnatic.
Well, Sentinels off
Marshall
to a
is narrating.
start here They're attacking
Thank
side of
you,
Icebox.
Tina.
And we haven't seen John QT
For the hydrate,
have this
everybody
level
drink some
of
water.
impact in the previous maps.
No,
He's been
no.
quiet. He's been doing his job. He
Again,
leads.
a thankless task to
It
be on
is.
this role.
It certainly is.
Make sure you're drinking
Seeing
water.
Getting that fire going now is huge for them. That could be a
Not
big
soda,
difference
not
maker
energy
here.
drinks, not milk.
Got to see someone pick that up, and he absolutely has. And overall, the read's been right from Sentinels. This has caused this timeout from Fnatic. They need bigger planned solutions.
I didn't know people called him Eminem, but that would make sense.
It's been hard to get reads behind. I liked what Boaster did there to check behind it. Then almost second guessing of maybe Narrate's utility coming back in. It's been a lovely
Wingman's
game.
they're almost anticipating that that's the plant coming through. You could see still questioning that. So crucial work from Boaster, but
Oof, only one round. That's rough. And now you're back to an eco.
the seams. The final few seconds of
And
that round.
then Sentinels has good ult economy. It's because he is Eminem.
Played Storm Pop.
What?
Negated early on in the round.
There's 3 players pinged on the knife too, so big info, even in a round like this. You can see the instantaneous rotate from Kayak, maybe trying to offset the expectations.
I think they lined up the
knife.
fragment dead on right before he started planting.
Still going to be taking their pathing towards this A side of the map. Alpha taking a glance down middle, seeing no one on the cross, and it is going to be this A side hit. Sentinels now, you can scale up well, keep it clean. Crashies does have the Sheriff, but Chronicle's already been cleared. Easy work for them on the site. The plant next on the cards. This is, as said, concise work.
The wingman helps a lot here too because you can set the plant while you're taking post-plant position, so you're not getting the bait and switch. Bang! He needs the cover. Zekken's got him covered.
Oh! No help needed apparently on that one for Kayak.
Oof, dude, that was painful to watch.
To balance the pressure from CT. There it is. Crashies catching John QT.
Crashies?
Now Zekken and Narrate split in this, trying to fight it forward. Narrate finds a corner to play from the
Zekken's
Kayak.
been taken out.
Delivering death. Beautiful from Fnatic against the odds again.
Oh my
Storm to
gosh.
carve out this round. The MasterCard Thrifty converted here. Fnatic find their second. Strip away any of that comfort Sentinels were trying to establish. Actually humbling the economy.
Jeez.
The bait and switch perfect between Alpha and Kayak, and he continues further, finds 3 on the round. Massive value in a Thrifty.
What a round.
Bit more energy on stage as well.
That was an insane round.
In the decider.
Don't want to see him go quiet now.
Dude, that actually,
Again, hometown favorites
oh my
pretty much at
god,
this
that
point, right?
actually
Regional
sets Sentinel's
on their
econ
side,
back.
but actually Crashies
Whoa,
blind connection
what?
gets Narrate. That's a huge scalp to claim. And straight through him.
Oh, and that forces him to rush forward on the eco.
Him out on towards Zekken as well. This is getting rough around the edges. Sen not having the same sort of success on the starts this time.
Make it very difficult to recover anything here.
What are you doing?
It's 20 HP. Stinger.
What with the O just always cracks me up. It's just so accurate.
Want to do what Fnatic just did. The layering of util.
I mean, Sen just has to hope. Sen just has to hope that Fnatic will reset.
Kind of difficult now, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say that information could be key to Sentinels, but still. Kayak, eyes trained. Chronicle just on guard as well, on the front line.
I'm not going to go deep enough to dissuade Kayak, but feels very indicative still of this pathing towards the B site, right?
30 seconds
Kron
left.
getting curious.
Oh, Kron.
Spots out one.
Okay,
There's more.
okay.
Yeah, he's farming them up
Okay.
now. Fnatic keeping 5 standing. A valuable timeout for them. Just
Huge.
had a moment ago, getting them back on the same page.
This next round will be the big one, though, right? Buys come back for Sentinels. See if Fnatic can adjust to that. Full buys for Sen with the util. This round you had ults against an eco. Last round it was a nice thrifty with a good flank.
An anti-eco, effectively. Sure, you could argue it's a big ultimate to draw out, but for round conversions here for Fnatic to keep within touching distance.
Timeout. I think it's a nice timeout from Sen.
Again, if you're looking at SEN here,
right? Reset things a little
they
bit.
do have 4 ults.
Talk about the adjustments that might be coming in for the next round.
Run here a set play in mind with these ults, Mike. They could certainly do it, but also they need that ethos check-in, right? Maybe a little bit of a change
And
up there.
probably SEN is going to look for some timing on a mid-aggressive lurk. Because you got flanked on the previous round, and this round, obviously, you just didn't have any other presence on the eco.
The age-old lockdown into a pit.
See what Fnatic's adjustment to that is.
Curious to see how Kayak does approach
Yeah, SEN got away in the early couple rounds with the util dump that they haven't really worked mid that much. Can't believe Gen G went home. Actually, yeah, it is a little surreal. And then one of these teams is going to go home.
That conversion,
it's crazy.
The bonus can really knock you for 6. That can take that confidence out.
For Sentinels, home is quite near, so it's all good.
That one, they were up out of their chairs early.
It's still like a 6-hour fight, 7-hour fight. This is a pretty long time.
Now Fnatic showing signs of life. 3-4. Timeout called from SEN. But plenty of cards to play now.
Yeah, so there's the mid presence. You've got big ults, huge ults.
3 players stacked up
from Sentinels.
Onto this barrier.
Kayak off alone though.
Fnatic
kind of has a read, right? You've got the anti-lurk killjoy set up. And you've got presence on kitchen. So I can use both TPs just to get rid of the turret instantly.
Can't sit back on that util.
Nanoswarm used as well.
The eyes of both Boaster and Alpha.
But you know that makes this site weaker. People have to now kind of take care of mid because you've destroyed the turret. One extra person at bare minimum.
Duck into a bit of cover, maybe don't give away the position.
And Fnatic says, okay, well, they're not making a move on it, so we're going to re-clear this. This is a big re-clear from Alpha here. Allows Boaster to join up on A. They get a pick.
Ooh, big catch there as well, though. Can anyone
That's a huge catch with the ult.
They're not close enough to catch him.
They're denying the pit. It's going to go down. But that draws out the lockdown as well. Boaster might be okay with that.
Zeken's HP is a factor.
5v4.
But they're playing on site here. They're not backing away.
They kind of need to. They want to. Especially with an op being on the other side as well. Ooh, you know there's 2 on screens. That's an amazing dizzy. Okay, Boaster gets 1 kill. Huge reaction to the alarm bot from Narrate. John QT, a little slow on that. The numbers are so in favor of Fnatic. Holy. Trevor, do you think Fnatic's old comp is better? I like the old comp. But I'm okay with this if it's simply just to really enable Kayak to like make solo decisions and take aggressive, risky angles with the op. I think in theory the older comp is better, but
all tied up now, 4 apiece.
But the old comp was with Tejo, right?
Tailor-made, right? That was the best plan coming in. Maybe called by Kaplan.
The old comp was with Tejo, so that's probably a big part of it. Because if you're going to play KO Gecko, then I don't think Sage is that strong. Then I think you want double controller.
Show their faces and plant their flag. And actually post back on a very deep angle behind this A site. Set up here from Sentinels.
SEN still have, okay, they still got the Viper's pit on Bang. They still got
yeah, but they need to win this round, otherwise they're out of creds. I do think Sentinels needs
at the same time, Alpha strikes really
1 or 2 more rounds here, minimum.
There it is. John QT starting to fire up too.
The alarm bot. He's been spotted. Oh!
You're not gonna do this, are you? A 1v3? A 1v3 Kayak?
No,
really?
no shot you go for that, Kayak. I mean,
calm under pressure, and SEN taking a step back in this now.
I can't believe he went for that. No, I know they had money, but like, holy. Oh, I mean, if he had landed that shot, Fnatic just instantly wins the match. Oh my gosh.
His third.
Yeah, even Zeken was like, what? Or even Zelsis was like, what the hell?
find a response here after 3 unanswered rounds. Do still have the pit. So with a TP from Zekken
Roaster
as well.
saving with a Guardian.
Now back on the res for Chronicle, so not many ultimates in play.
That's because Kayak had to buy down.
Yeah, make that
So
an
maybe
extra
that wasn't worth it.
Command now for John QT. Fnatic have found their space once more in mid. Kayak in the same position, but this time
KO Gecko is, I mean, KO Gecko's thing is util dump. KO Gecko is a shock and awe comp, right?
He was on that flank before.
You just util dump onto a site, you get the plant with the wingman, and then you have a couple extra post plants. You've got mollies. The Omen now helps with the paranoia to help against the retake. Fnatic is a retake comp, so there's, I think this adjustment from last year's composition is good for Sentinels against the Sage comp, but when you've got an op like this, that's the tough part. Oh, they were ready for it.
Trying to scale up cleanly. Alpha can deny the plant, and now problems for Sen. Gotta put bodies behind this here.
now actually Fnatic can try and
you know, Alpha's here.
Oh, but he's not cleared.
They just set the
What?
fire and didn't clear it. That's not good enough, but still a
2v2.
Spike in hand, and TP is out of there. Zekken wants safety. Secure
Oh
plant
boy,
is what he'll
Celsius
get.
has to run across. Crashes is way ahead. They have to group.
Celsius now picking up the pace a little bit. Crashes and Boaster paranoid of a lurk. Sentinels able to regroup here.
Crashies has key utility. So much to play in here. Still paranoid about maybe closer players. Zekken waiting.
Bit of a team hit there.
It, spotted.
You know where both of them are.
Away. Boaster trying to creep forward. Couldn't snap in time.
Needed that.
Like
He was waiting for the jump peek.
Totally in sync there from Celsius and Zekken. Safe plant comes through on the back of the TP.
Is Fnatic's stupid comp gonna make them lose? If they lose, I don't think it's because they changed to the jet. I don't think that's... I mean, like, I think it just means that they couldn't find something else that was comfy.
To face Zekken that opens this up. And Sentinels follow through. 6 on the board for them.
Because if you...
Rifles except for the
you would
blades
need
on the side of Fnatic.
someone to either play...
No command and a pit here for Sentinels.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have the Viper Omen, I guess. You could have gone double controller. It is a little weird that I feel like Fnatic, the Viper fits them well on a lot of maps. I think double controller, the Asteroid all fits them very well. And yet they seem to be the team that's using all that stuff the least.
Spam coming through from Bosa, but not finding anything. Actually, yeah, bang, sorry.
He took a lot of damage.
Why Jet and not Neon?
Still really close
Just
by
op
here.
comfort, elevation, gives you elevation options on Icebox, which I think is crucial. Neon is fine on Icebox, but if you're going to play Neon, you have to play a Neon comp.
Trying to catch a player, Kayak, careful. He doesn't want to overdo this, but Sen now scrambling forward. Spike back in hand. A punish! What is that? Quan and Boaster both in unison. Just cashing the push up. Punishing Sen, wanting that safety. Leaving
Well,
Celsius in a 1v4.
also just win all your duels, I guess.
Fnatic nearly getting back on level.
I feel like if they play retake comps, doesn't Gecko better? But like, who's gonna play the Gecko? So you're saying take out the Silva? I don't think so, because you actually want full info. You need the Sage to get in alive safely. You're taking it bit by bit as you get into the site. So you want full info, and then you get in, set up wall, force the defuse, etc. I think Gecko's solo initiator on Icebox is rough. I think Gecko's good on Icebox, but you need a double initiator.
Alpha's got his and Crashies. That's 3 heavy hitters. On the other side, you have Bangs there. Didn't really get the chance in that last round to bring it in.
It is very back and forth. Sen would like one more.
As did John QT. So, scaling up as expected. This is something we've grown used to now from Sen. posted, careful. Always caught that timing, but from afar, that
Huge.
is gorgeous from Crashies. Good connection. Oh! Another, but big info and big
I think he thought his second arrow was exactly where Narrate was standing.
Down 70. Bang on a stinger now implies. Is he going to try and get up close and personal in his pit?
What do you mean if you played Neon, you'd have to play a Neon comp? If they picked Neon, so wouldn't it be a Neon comp? No. Just because you pick Arena doesn't make it Arena comp. Sometimes it just means that you don't know how else to play the map, so you just hope your fragger goes and aims. But you have to build around it, is what I'm saying. You have to either have a strong purpose for the Neon to create space for a lot else, but I think that's risky on Icebox solo. Ooh. But you need other things that allows the Neon to take space easily. The spam.
The hero set needed.
He gets one kill, but
we noted how far away Kayak was. But
what
is that? What in God's name is that? But it may be for nothing. Kayak would have to be a hero, and it's not gonna happen today. Celsius keeps SEN in the lead on this half, 7-5.
Dude, for a brief second, the yay round flashed across my eyes, chat, when he hit that shot. For a brief moment, I was like, oh my god. It's happening. Oh my gosh. Is 5 enough? Yeah, it should be okay. But we'll see. This is where we're gonna see if the Jet really pays off for the comfort or not. Because I think on defense you get away with a lot with the op. Ah, dude, I can't that run round the 0.5. Oh my gosh. Come on, Fnatic, I need them to win. They can do it. Kayak's so good. Kayak's so good. They can do it. Is Ye doing well? Yeah, he's slowly regaining some form on EG back in Americas. They play the old comp. Fnatic changes Teo with Silva. I feel like it's okay. Silva Gecko's okay. I think that's a very, like, all-around comp, though. It could be okay. Like Sage, Silva Gecko. Forgot to ask, did Munchkin do a single thing different on any defense run? Oh, Kami. They started their defense half with Killjoy util doubled up with the Viper util on A and B. It was a big change. They had they started with like alarm bot down in sewers and turret on B and stuff. And then halfway through the half they went back to the old stuff. Can coaches talk during halftime? Yes. Yes, you can. When I watched TMA's videos on the stage when Meta he said there were X number of different comps, and then he grouped them in archetypes. The way he described comps sounds similar to how TMV handled archetypes. I mean, yeah, I saw his video. Generally, that is... You're going to see that in any character-based game, I think. People will have different criteria, but you'll have similar archetypes. I also agree a lot with Anders' Holy Trinity type, MTG type breakdown of aggro, control, mid-range. Do you think Fnatic's Ascent comp is good in Sunset? I think it can work. I think it's riskier in Sunset. I think it's much riskier in Sunset, but I think it can work. Oh, unmute. Sorry. Sorry. Man, I was so good about it all yesterday and today.
This could be an issue.
Certainly could. I mean, happy to sit back and play towards a retake here. Deep investment.
Okay, they wall off the flood. So this is going to be the big thing, right? Sentinels, again, with KO Gecko, is going to be really good at flooding the site. That's generally how KO Gecko was played all last year. Was once they get the read it's on A, they'd all just station here and here. And then as you hear the spike tap, you'd flood in with all the util. Dude, what the hell? So the Sage Wall is going to be big because that forces them to all come in through one side.
There's no flank coming through either, so this is all in from SEN.
Christ, look at that paranoia. If they were a little bit closer, it could have been lethal. But Fnatic still holding
Yeah, the wall forces them all into predictable areas, but the wingman, never mind, taken care of.
Celsius outgunned here and outnumbered. Fnatic
Okay.
getting the first.
On the board here, and Boaster on his feet.
Oh boy.
Like they might
Oh
tie
boy.
things up here to kick off the second half. Again, looks like that's going to be the approach, or just
Ayak is
missed
so
around
clean.
here. Sentinels. You can check that if you're an out Fnatic to get this clean plant, reset back into deep post-plant positions. Really bang that can cut sight lines here with the wall. But plenty of tools for Fnatic to lean back on. Just narrate play side once more. Actually, yeah, maybe looking like a little bit of aggression.
Just a little bit of noise on B, trying to see a reaction. You've got alarm bot out.
That in check.
Yeah, it certainly should do. He only has the ghost.
Was tagged. Then the turret again. Alpha Air is just tying them up, but Sentinels reads this and says this has to be A. Killjoy is just toying with us. They have the right read technically, but there isn't much else they can do.
And it's simplistic in approach, Mike. They're not making too much of it. Alpha going to catch
Ooh,
Zelsis.
Alpha even gets Zelsis.
Round on the flank. And we're into 3 players remaining. For Sen, this wasn't a round you were expecting to win.
Certainly not. Well, they can do any damage, but with the smoke going up and really huddled outside heaven.
Surely they just go down to the spike at this point. So Alpha's on the hunt.
Make Fnatic's life even easier. Alpha's on the hunt though.
Hello.
Oh, gets one more.
What's he doing now?
Crashies, crashies. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Crashies, you have a Vandal. Chill, 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 chill.
Yeah,
don't lose that
certainly don't want to lose the right.
Oh my god.
Was up here potentially with the
Oh
stinger.
my god.
Different story, but 4 survive and Alpha just bringing a ghost in here. Like I said,
Damn,
going forward,
triple
Kill
Vandal
outside teammate,
Phantom
and then
plus a
falling.
stinger.
Yeah, taking the box.
Good carryover round. Alpha Air didn't buy.
We're all even.
Really strong bonus.
7-7.
Big buy round here.
Yeah, and I want
Watching Genji was rough, not gonna lie, seeing Texture sad as it. Yeah, Texture was like, you could see the emotion. You could see he was like really trying to take it upon himself to just make something happen, taking so many risks in so many rounds.
These are experienced legacy teams, right? I know from the original iterations, it is only Boaster still standing. But these are the big boys, right? When you're talking about these 2 teams, none of them are slouches by any means. They should be able to keep their heads calm, keep themselves cool under this pressure. It's now tied all
Okay, so now 4 rifles and a stinger on Boaster.
Game on between both of them.
My eye's gonna be on at what point they start pressuring mid, because pressure on mid ruins the flood as well. Huge pick from Zekken.
And a 45 HP does have the regen. No res here from Chronicle. So we'll have to continue plow on as 4. Zekken setting up for the paranoia. Yes, slow work once more from Fnatic.
They've been testing
Start to creep.
Sentinels' patience
They
the
start to
entire
creep
game,
in.
Feels like Zelsis rewarded as well. Locked in towards punishing middle.
Big pick.
Alpha's slipped
The
ahead.
turret's gonna see him eventually, so it doesn't mean too much. But they are already starting to pressure mid, so that's something.
So what's the game plan?
Do you think
So
Fnatic Permaman's
scattered
pro?
throughout this, Mike.
So that Kayak won't become a shipwreck.
Not dealt with the turret. He's waiting for maybe somebody to show. Now have a chance over the top of Boiler potentially. Yeah, Boaster can lurk ahead here with the poison orb. I mean, almost pinch onto B.
Second?
So
Oh,
still
Second's
finding
clean.
success.
You thought you had a better shot at it, but it is still Zekken stood there. Everyone
30
else was sent
seconds.
over towards A pretty much.
Alpha Year basically has to go hunt for kills. That's their only win condition.
They have to dig so deep for these players.
Chronicle.
Smart work. Alpha nice.
Ooh.
But again,
Ooh.
10 seconds.
to try and get any further would be surprising. Yeah, caught up in his own
Ooh.
utility, really making a mess of that.
On, can you get one more?
Budakron 1v4, perhaps? Not to be. Nice spacing from Sen. And the awareness here, Mike. I mean, it's not flashy Valorant at this point,
No.
but Sen know exactly how Fnatic are trying to play this.
Sure, certainly just trying to force the hand of Sentinels.
Why does he hate Pro so much? Well, I think it's when it came out, like with the season and the map rotation, so they had it on the back burner, and then eventually it just kind of became so many teams permabans.
It's tough to then just charge towards B because Zekken has so much space. There's nothing to kind of pick up the slack towards B main. Operator
Okay, attack off.
Alpha, yeah.
Has to pay off.
Yeah.
Has to pay off.
But we know that Boaster can op, obviously Kayak can op. Alpha, let's see if he's got it on the Killjoy here. Again, Rez is there for
They want to punish any early peaks, early control on A. This is also a way of trying to make sure that they can take advantage of all the long sight lines that defense would normally want to look for.
But they're close on this A site now.
Kayak relaying information there with sound cue, but probably unaware of Bang's position here.
This is going to actually make them think about Bang's position a little bit, but what Bang's hoping for is they're going to pre-fire this corner, and Bang wanted to try to see if he could get a pick if they swung around through the one-way.
Yeah, very sweaty Valorant here.
Oh, yeah.
Just waiting for a peek to punish, but able to actually push deep enough to get a wall up.
He swings.
Is he to try to delay?
I thought maybe with the Dizzy going up, they could have maybe caught someone, but still held towards backside. The plant's gonna come down, but they're so close here.
Dude,
Bang
both cloud
considering
bursts.
The punish. But Kayak
Saw him.
his buddies back.
Okay. Oh.
That's a fumble though.
Oi, 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 Boaster.
Coming through there because Kayak ain't that vulnerable.
Ooh, this is getting really tense, Mike. You can see it, you can feel it. Drifting closer, Paranoia goes in.
Gets ahead of the flashes. Big swing from Kayak. Is that going to narrate? Is that going to narrate? Ooh, nice cleanup. Damn, big round.
Game of this. Scaling up well together, trading in well if they felt that presence. But this style, Fnatic happy to play with.
Bear in mind, Sentinel said they were expecting this, right? This is how they knew Fnatic were going to approach today. Fnatic seeming to
Do they know about the op?
success with it.
Why is he pulling a Lysor?
This is so tense in some of these situations because you see
Did we hear a shot from the op?
just apprehensive of when to pull the trigger on some of this utility and get the ball rolling.
Icebox last map is hype too.
Maybe some early round aggression to remove some of that comfort with so many bodies.
Okay, they don't know about it. All right.
Just didn't stay. That's it now. He's evolved. But it's probably the reason for this timeout. Again,
absolutely is, yeah.
This tempo and pace, like, I mean, if you look at regionally, like Americas, there are teams that play to this sort, I don't want to say to this extent, but they
I
do
wonder,
play a more slower game style, but they can then scale
I
up. They
think
just play like a bit
SEN
more variety to it. You look at G2 who are kind
Oh,
of
well, they're on a loss. No, I think they
meticulous in approach, a little bit more
can
patient.
if they wanted.
And obviously Sen
Scratch
know
together
well
an
how to
op.
play against it, but here against
I wonder if Fnatic just clears A again with the op early.
Very steady. This is way slower than actually traditionally we see Fnatic play even, so you can see they're really dialing into that approach.
I mean, how many
Yeah, these cost drops are half melted because they've been in the
Every
sunlight.
step is very hard fought for, very cautious. I mean, Alpha was up on towards pipes with that operator deep before
Annoying.
even contact happened. That was, you know, it took so long to get there. So Sentinels maybe needed to check in, get their heads
Okay, never mind.
straight on here.
I was way off.
As it has been 3 rounds to
But they will just go A again.
the one response from Sen so far.
Sen looks like they want to go forward. They might go for the Omen TP. Fnatic look like they're somewhat ready for it.
There's only really Zekken with Bang sitting with anything notable in the bank behind this.
Never mind, they're just going to hold. They want to protect. Get one away from the Thrash.
Getting the rate just one away. So maybe a little bit of aggression, as I said.
Ooh, now they know. They did want to play. Oh, what is that?
Oh, it's clean stuff here. What? That's what happens when you try and get aggressive against this sort of pacing. Kayak now caught though, denied by the Dizzy. Narrate trying to puff out the chest a bit, try and control.
Yeah, but look at Boaster.
He's done very well.
He ties at least one up in mid. Stops them in their tracks.
That's the dream. Oh my God, Alpha.
Oh.
Bang took a step. He was like, maybe I can help out Narrate. Maybe not. And Alpha combat operating.
Oh my goodness.
Narrate tries to take a second
Whoa,
target
let's
inside
chill.
Kayak.
4v2.
Yeah.
4v2, chill.
Plant hasn't come through just yet. Kron does have the res, so look to maybe get Kayak back on his feet. Not necessarily needed here, as we can see on the minimap. Celsius and Narrate probably considering the save already. A 2v4. Certainly not comfortable. Would feel
Just a
like
save.
roll of the dice. Let's try and get this started.
This has to be a mentality reset as well for SEN. Because Fnatic look locked into this.
아, 눈 떴는데 젠지 땡큐가.
Yeah, like I said, this is the sort of round
아,
begging Sentinels.
젠지 입장에서는 아쉬운 경기였죠.
Hey, you wanna take some map control? You wanna
근데
get early
그냥 솔직히 제가 무슨 말씀을 드렸었냐면 그냥 젠지가 올해 초에 보였었던 약점들이 다시 드러나는 경기였던 것 같아요. 그러니까 아직은 성장하는데 시간과 좀 역량이 더 필요하구나를 느끼는 경기였던 것 같아요. 그냥 콜의 이슈가 많았는데 그게 제가 봤을 때는 아직도 약간 팀 전체가 굉장히 원활하게 유하게 흘러가기는 아직 좀 불편한 점이 있는 것 같아요. Talking about Gen G, what I said earlier about how I think it's more their macro depth that's affecting their calls there a bit.
It becomes harder and harder to justify that aggression with.
There are like 3 people in Fnatic that actually use an op, yeah, and they're all pretty darn good.
And really, the bigger picture cost of that. Now with Fnatic knocking.
Okay, but the Thrash, this is what SEN was building up for in that previous round. They have the Thrash now, and that's going to be big. Now they know about the op as well, so they're not going to peak this early.
The 2 big names here in Toronto.
Meanwhile, Boaster's trying to work B main, so he was working mid that last round, and then 3 rounds ago. Now he's going to try to work green a little bit, put some pressure on it with this wall. He does need to at least trip this alarm bot at some point, now that it's been switched over.
On the filthiest angle in the map. Looking up towards Belt. Nobody there, folk.
And the silence feels so oppressive, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a drone, but they haven't cleared out the alarm bot. They don't know that it's been swapped over. Okay, now they're starting to push forward. Crashies. They're trying to go for a fake on here. No.
Posted here and maybe consider
They want to reset at 40 seconds. They want to go for a full fake. Alarm bot hasn't been cleared yet, but the Jet's going over. And they're going to play mid. This is a bold call. Alarm bot as well. But that's 2. The Sage. The Sage's been tagged. They know they have to run.
Yeah, this is looking a little...
Oh, the Sage getting tagged is rough. He's going in to cut off the rotate. Celsius gets 1 kill.
And the spike is still down towards B-Long. What?
But that is a crazy kill. Crashies just swings. And then Alphair waits for it. Alphair gets 2. Dude, I cannot believe they made this work. But the Chronicle just full sending it was actually so key.
But you've still got Alpha's ult if needed.
Dude, Sentinels, they thought they had the 0 point on a perfect timer. And Fnatic just full send the rotate. Seconds ahead. Do they suspect it? The flash. He sees one, but Boaster's already in the smoke. Oh. Well played by Fnatic. I mean, dicey, but well played. I think Sentinels got caught off guard by the mid rush. They were so focused on it.
You come back just as Chronicle's making this cross in mid. It certainly doesn't feel like Fnatic are teed up.
They were so focused on it that Crashies is able to swing in, get one kill.
Found, and things crumble for Sentinels.
I'm getting a bit nervous now.
I'm
look
very
at this
nervous,
half.
yeah,
Look
but
at this half. Look at the timeline.
I mean, look at the purchases as well.
Yeah.
Now forced it back in on this
And you've got Rez, you've got
And this is going to
lockdown.
test Sentinels, their mental, over and over.
Like you said, it's almost like they're playing.
I think Kron full sending it because basically you want to keep them tied in here because they had to get onto site. They didn't full clear the site. Obviously, Kron, I'm not saying Kron had to die, but Kron had to full send it so they would pause, and then Alpha is able to get a trade. That sets up a crossfire. Otherwise, if they didn't have Kron go here, and if Kron like waited to try to get a kill himself, he would be baiting the people in main, and the spike wouldn't be able to get in.
Here we go. Again, that Rez has been in the back.
Big Rez, but the paranoia, there's no trade.
Back to the grave, and you're right. Where was the support in this?
It's almost leaning into the game plan here. This comp, you can allow somebody to take a hyper-aggressive peek, but that Rez has to be safe.
Stalling out.
Oh my god! Oh, dude, amazing trade from Narrate, but still there's more from Fnatic. Holy, dude, Alpha just says I'd win. Oh my god.
Down now, going to secure the cross for the plant, and Alpha is feeling absolutely out of his mind.
Holy, that is a dude. That is shades of CNN right there. Oh, Chronicle. He's like, whoa.
Hard fought 4 steps here though, and Alpha getting left more and more on an island. He can't escape.
He's stepping backwards.
A heartbeat found in the Sentinel side.
Chronicle, you gotta go big.
Kron still standing. Smoke on the spike should draw the attention. They're playing it calm.
Chronicle's waiting for one more.
Composure from
Huge.
Kron.
Oh, the ping. It's huge.
This is outstanding from Fnatic. Zekken has to try and master.
Oh my god.
Stride from Fnatic.
He just Fortnite danced on him.
And now, just the mental of Sentinels has to be broken in tatters from how these rounds play out.
Dude, I mean, but this is like Alpha dies in the post plant, but if Alpha doesn't get that jump peak, like who knows how long Fnatic would have taken, man. And Kron absolutely had to kill Zelsis. He thinks about checking the smoke, but I think Crashy's calls that he's got the ping in. So he just stays because he's thinking about peeking the smoke. And if he peeks that smoke to try to spam the spike, Kron dies there. Dude, Alpha is on one.
It is like poetry in motion today. Lethal about it though. Feels like he can't miss, and Sentinels.
thank you for the parentheses. Thanks for the honesty, Cannonball. We'll let it slide. Understandable. I mean, banger of a match, but obviously one side's not going to feel that way.
Ahead of Alpha there. Boasted are coming through and probably plant the seed of a B-site hit.
Dude, Alpha's
heading that direction. Alpha finds another
what the I always feel like Alpha is like
Alpha feels like he can do no wrong,
he's still a little young. He's still a little like he's still got a little bit more maturity as a player that I'd like to see, a little bit more consistency, etc. And then he just has these games where he's like, no, but I'd win. And it's like, yeah, that's why we always respect your name. Yeah, good reminder.
How do they fight back in to try and deny
He also has broken the stand-up and you lose curse. He already broke it yesterday in full, winning the match as well. He's already started winning the rounds afterwards this whole Masters.
They have to hold on to these weapons. They forced up once more.
Yeah, like the variance is still a little bit there, but man, when they need a carry, does he step up? Okay, he is feeling it, man. There's no shot he gets that kill, man. It's an outlaw, so he's not even scared. Dude, what the hell, man?
Gets caught in the end, but that is just madness we are seeing here.
Holy man. That's like the happiest I've seen his gameplay look. He's just giddy. He's like, oh yeah, this is Valorant, man.
Monstrous performance from Alpha.
Oh my god.
24 and 13. A map where previously some of his greatest moments.
Yeah, 24-13. Holy.
Look at that timeline.
Good God.
Just one blip along the way.
He's still on the outlaw.
Who knows as well, because
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was like the one round where he was able to just overheat all he wanted.
Giving away that they tried to play up to this fantastic. Dark gonna come in. Is Kayak ready though? Players nearby. They
Oh, he's not ready for bang. They have the wall bang. Oh, they kind of had the setup.
They draw first blood without a quick trade.
Chronicle no res here either.
Do they use the 100 Sphere? I don't think they do, because that gives Sentinels an easy lockdown round afterwards, in case you don't win.
Terrified of him. So should Sen. For now, he carries on. The disrespect.
What the Alpha? Calm down.
From Alpha this game. He's drawn 3 players just to deal with him.
Look at the respect he's
What?
In terms of util, in terms of pressure. Try and shut
Well, dude,
down.
Alpha's just playing a different game.
As well, so back into a much healthier position now.
Alpha's just playing a different game. And then they're gonna do the fake again. Crashies breaks it.
You can see the Crashies trying to draw them away from this.
No oh, he sends the recon as well.
Yeah,
They don't bite. Yeah, they've learned, but they also it's not a fully stacked site. Paranoia. Huge timing. Huge timing. All right, Fnatic, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. Alpha's gotta chill. He got the one round. You gotta chill. They gotta take away the weapons. They gotta take away whatever weapons.
As the clock ticks,
you gotta go for this. You gotta go for the kills. You gotta go for the kills. Oh no.
The upgrades here, but Zelsis will come through. 2 with the stinger. Up to 9 now. 3 left to find and walking the tightrope. In terms of the economy.
Brilliant setup at the beginning of the round.
This proactivity. Sentinels just showing
what an adjustment from Sen.
And bravery, Mike, to go for that play.
Nice kills, boys. That's fine, that's fine. Nice kills, boys. Let's go.
To be able to kind of keep themselves feeling in this after what's been a very hard half.
Ooh.
You can see the score
Oh, I thought Kayak was gonna go for the fast tube.
Sen. It always feels like
they changed their setup.
With this team.
Oh no, they had the turret here last time too. They were just watching from here.
Now are deadly. Alpha at a new high almost.
It's just going to be a straight mid to B this time. They've conditioned them that it's just a slow lurk in mid, and Fnatic's just looking for a fast hit this time. They're going to creep up as a group. No turret mid, so you know it's going to be kitchen. Cutting up angle by angle.
Margins are able to slip through.
Oh my god.
Turret dealt with, but it's actually Boaster underneath tube, so a little bit of misdirection here.
It's just, oh my god, the fake is so good. Boaster breaks it from here.
That might be enough. They've got the keys
oh
to the castle
my
now.
god.
They don't even know the level of success they've just found. This could be
the thrash has to be used to clear kitchen.
But the final boss of Alpha has just caught bang.
Oh, it's so over. You can't even retrieve that thrash. Dude, what a call from Boaster on the last round. Dude, what a bait on that turret. As soon as he confirmed it's not Boiler, it's so good. It's so good.
Icebox once more, Lauren. There,
holy.
And the redemption delivered here in Toronto. Sentinels eliminated.
Dude.
You gotta feel good about that after a Fnatic fan. Dicey along the way, but
yeah.
A beautiful approach here on map.
Kayak looks like he's ready to rest. Yeah, dude. I think he might still be recovering from the food poisoning as well, no?
It felt like that too, right? That really oppressive.
Maybe he's just tired. Because yesterday, I guess he looked fine.
And again, you saw how great Sentinels were on their attacking side, but it just wasn't enough.
Or not yesterday. That was 2 days ago. Yeah, so he might still be recovering from the food poisoning. Yeah. Yeah.
Champs, a lower round 2 history there. Meeting again today, Fnatic.
I mean, it was a banger game. Sure, there's mistakes from both sides, but... Oh! They're back. Fnatic's back. They just dumpstered Qbert. Holy cow. Oh my god.
27 and 14.
Holy.
7 first bloods. Just
In a best of 5, I still think Fnatic's map pool is bad. Get out of here with your facts. Fnatic's going to the grand finals.
Again, this team, strength to strength here. Kaya keeping up as well. I think
Dude.
would have had their flowers throughout this. Truly a monstrous series all the way. And as soon as we're ready here, we will be diving down.
Oh, don't even give me the utter disrespect. You can be angry because SEN lost if you're a SEN fan, but like this isn't even close to the toxic things we've seen. And I think trash talk is good for what it's worth.
We will jump down to the interview just now.
Fnatic, they've taken down Cuba and Sentinels here in Masters Toronto.
What a good game.
Alpha, you carry Fnatic in 2022. You carry Fnatic in 2023. 2024, how are you still carrying Fnatic in 2025?
I'm just built different. I don't know what to say. Just built different.
I'm just built
I think you might be
different.
right. The chamber is so beautiful. Are you the best chamber player in the world?
Currently, yes. But I will say Ye was better.
Ye was better.
Oh, the respect. Okay, currently, yes, he gets a little bit in there, but okay.
For you to lose to SEN champs, you got your revenge. How does that feel?
I'm super happy to get revenge because they didn't deserve on champions to win against us, and we showed them why they didn't deserve.
Wow, strong words from
Dude, Alpha here is feeling it today.
Alpha had a good performance. Chronicle, let me
Oh
find
my
it. You guys
God.
follow me. Oh, Crashies is here, by the way. You did a great job, Crashies. Chronicle.
Oh my God.
This is the furthest you've been at a global event, a Masters, since Tokyo. It's been a long time.
The players are
We
getting
miss
used to
for
it.
you.
I think
Absolutely. It's nice to also club Sentinels after Champs 24. So it feels absolutely
dude, they
good.
really wanted that revenge. That was an insane game at Champs as well.
Nothing bad. We just smashed them so badly, so I decided to show it again how bad it was.
A lot of people have these conversations about who's the
He's like, well,
GOAT
Cuba
of
didn't do
Valorant,
anything.
And they say, if you win here, there will be no dispute. Would you agree?
No, I also need to win Champs after that.
Okay, he's got ambitions. I'm going to let you do this, and I have one more treat for everyone here. Boaster, I have no questions for you. No questions. I might need the camera to move back for this. No questions for you, but we have not seen a single dance at Masters Toronto. Come on, guys. Not one Boaster dance.
Yinsa putting one on the spot.
Play us out.
People have been asking for it, though. Damn, on the spot, too. Oh, my God. No, I think they did. I think production told them like, hey, make sure you're like focusing on the interview when you're answering. You can like sign while you're, because earlier I saw one of the PAs like talk to the Jogamo right before the interview. So I think they did that. It flows a lot better. So that's good. That's a good adjustment. That's a good improvement.
There, it was a much closer map here on Icebox, but still, it's just incredible.
Oh
to me how
man,
these high pressure matches.
I mean, chat. I'm gonna just say I feel so vindicated. Shout out to Fnatic.
And they are just
oh
going
man.
that second half.
Yo, and okay, Anders.
I believe that sets us up
Anders,
now.
we need to have a talk. I mean, I'm sure you need to have a talk.
In the top 4
But
again,
we need to have a talk.
So cool to see.
Yeah, that is so sick.
Thank you for the raid, first of all. Thank you for the raid, first of all. But Anders, we need to talk about a particular round. We need to talk about a particular round in that even game. And that's all I'm gonna say. I was this close to celebrating against my fellow Koreans, and you let me down. GG's today, though. GG's today. Well played. It was great to see. It was great to see G2 power through today. It was good to see.
Not live up to expectations here.
I swear, if we lost that plant, would have haunted my nightmares for years.
I know they would have wanted more, but these guys definitely showed some good stuff.
Oh my gosh.
To make it here.
Oh, without a doubt.
Oh man. I mean, I think today was such a good day, though, chat. Of
massive victories there to
VCT games. I think today, because like it was highly charged, there were scrappy, like it was so emotionally charged. There were like lots of mistakes, but also incredible call adjustments throughout both matches. We had great IGLs in all 4 teams. Really, really. Yeah, these were both finals quality matches. Like it was really fun games today.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not playing my best, but
Gen G and Sen are the only teams I root for. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. They'll bounce back though. I think Gen G, I think G2 just exposed the weaknesses that still haven't been shored up. Chobra, look at Alpha and Kayak's first blood. Ooh, let's check that out, shall we?
That are playing so well. Alpha, he's been with you for a long time, joining the team in 2022. Now finding this performance again. What is it like to be able to be an IGL? Have a
Holy,
like that,
dude, Kayak still had 15?
Yeah, I mean, I love having Alpha.
Oh, he had 7 on the Neon. I almost forgot that Fnatic actually started to get some frags on that map.
Teammates such as Alpha, and
oh, that's crazy. Dude, Alpha's 7-0!
And I was like, I just want to play until
he
decides what he wants to do, and then we'll see what happens after that. But
that's fair.
I really want Alpha.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Also just having Crashies, this new guy coming in.
Yeah.
Absolute lovely guy. Brings up the move, brings up the vibes, and is shooting like a boss. Kayak, what can I say? New guy.
Wait, Boaster's 7-0 as well? Dude, Boaster's 7-0 first kills for the match.
Yeah, man. Look, I think that
holy,
the Fnatic, as we have seen here, is the reason why you consistently find yourself in high-pressure moments, because you guys are all able.
I don't understand Paper X. People say, well, they're not W gaming anymore. Quite honestly, they've evolved from that.
And I know we talked about,
but they are also just mechanical freaks.
For you, but what does it mean to play in front of this Toronto
dude?
crowd?
Yeah, how many double kills does Kayak have this entire
I know there's a fan from Japan
tournament so far? Kayak, dude, Kayak has 11 double kills in this match.
Going crazy. They're looking at me whipping on my monitor. I'm like, stop watching, stop watching.
Hey, cover it up, cover it up.
We've never had an event like that before, where the players are right
he had
behind
9 in the RRQ game, still tied for the most.
You were playing up to it more than any other player. Never thought I'd see a Valorant player hit the L dance.
And he had 9 here. Alpha at 13. That's incredible, man.
Half the time I don't even know what to do when we went around, so I was like, I can't keep.
That's a lot of double kills.
I think Boaster could keep shaking his
holy.
butt, right?
That's my call to go to bed. Oh, you gotta go to Toronto. Happy Kitty, go have fun. Go have fun for us. We'll be on the lookout.
To get to this point, but the job's not done yet.
Chobra, can you invade the Gen G headquarters and get them to change things up for Haven? They're undefeated, so they probably won't change anything. Good. Keep it that way. One more team down. One more team that Nongshim's beaten in stage 2. You know what I'm saying, chat? One more team that RB gets to style on.
In many finals, and they're one game away from being in yet another.
Yep.
And then you got G2 Fnatic hashing it out in the lower bracket. Like, what is going on?
I mean, I have a teammate that can get double kills each round is insane. Yeah, no, I mean, dude, Kayak, even though he wasn't in tip-top condition today, he was still pretty insane. But Alpha just popped off in that last map.
Red Bull home ground.
Oh, in the off season, okay.
Yeah, but we weren't even ready there. We weren't
27-14.
We're slow grinders ramping up, and it seems like we're looking pretty good.
I tried to walk into the Gen G headquarters once and got stopped at the door. Wait, really?
Little things here and there. But
that's funny.
I'm really chuffed. And G2, they're looking good, but I like beating them.
Yeah, Nongshim RB. So what would my pick'ems be for the top 4?
Asked, are you the GOAT if you win this Masters? But he said, nah, fam, I got to win champs as well in order to be.
All right. Well, GG's on that. Let's go back to the bracket, shall we? Where to go? This. Dude, my pick'em is so cooked. Dude, why is this match happening? Oh, this match should be on the upper final, right? What's going on here? What's going on here? Oh my gosh. What is your civilized reaction? Well, I knew about it a little bit before you guys. Which is why I told everybody last week that, you know, if you don't want to be a bandwagoner, you better go buy your Nongshim bundle last week. Nah, you didn't trust Paper X. Well, Well, coming into the tournament, I rated Paper X the most likely to win from Pacific. But in this bracket, I was like, well, I've already seen the highs and lows of Paper X and RQ. I was like, I gotta give some faith in to their prep. That didn't pay out, you know. You got Sentinels knocking out, correct for you. I guess so. Bro, we have the same pick'em. Well, I don't think you should be proud of that. But okay, in the remaining bracket, chat, this one I really don't know. I had way too much RQ belief. Me too. I mean, I came in thinking the reason I still stand by that, like, power ranking wise coming into the tournament, I ranked Paper X highest in Pacific just because I think they had the most X factor to, like, battle through. But once I saw that, like, you know, ooh, I don't know, some weaknesses are showing, I thought RQ's prep, maybe something worth banking on. RQ did disappoint, but also, like, well, a rough game, right? You get slapped by a Wolves who's just getting fired up. That's rough. But this one, Paper X Wolves, honestly, chat, here's what I think. I honestly think on paper, like, I think the on paper prep, I give, like, Wolves 52-48. But, like, in game, is probably like 51-49. You know? Which means it's 101-99 Wolves. I feel like, oh man, because quite frankly, Paper X's prep against Sentinels in the first map was really good, but I mean, they both basically countered each other's maps. Paper X not playing tail for their entire stage 1 helped them a lot, no? I mean, I don't know if it necessarily helped them, but they didn't have to, like, adjust hard away from it, I guess. The fact that the weakest looking APAC team in stage 1 went the farthest, I mean, they turned up at the right time with the right fixes. Yeah, this one's a hard 50-50. G2 Fnatic? I mean, I don't care if Anders is still here. He understands. I just have too much. It's about the heart, chat. Map pool? Who cares? Who cares about map pool? Who cares about the draft? It's about the heart, Anders. It's about Alpha believing and Boaster getting his Fortnite dances on. On paper, though, chat, Fnatic's map pool is kind of cooked. Like, I'm, like, actually kind of sorely disappointed. Like, I'm still rooting for, I'm sorry, Anders, but I'm just so big on this Fnatic. I'm just such a fan of this Fnatic team. I'm rooting for them to win the tournament, but, like, their map pool is cooked. Their map pool is so cooked. It's honestly, it's like, it's a miracle they got 9 rounds on the Sunset. Like, that's already a win. Like, I would consider this a win for Fnatic. I am 100% okay with you rooting for them. Can't ever say they are the strongest team because they could just show up and lose any day. What, Paper X? Yeah, dude, Fnatic. Like, how are you permabanning Pearl, looking terrible on Sunset, and, like, having a questionable Haven? I don't know, man. I thought they stay with the iSpot comps. Honestly, I do wonder if this was like a... Well, no. I mean, honestly, but I think that just goes to show they might be a little bit slow on certain adjustments. Because I think they wanted to keep the Sage. Fine. You want to keep the Viper, obviously. But it's like, okay, out of the remaining... So let's say Kayak still plays the Sage and you're playing non-duelist. I mean, I guess Kron plays the Omen? You know what I mean? Like if you're playing double controller? Because I think going Sage... I think Sage double Shotgun on Initiator Viper is too all in. I think that's too all in. I think it's too easy to read. Do the top 4 teams go to a different arena or something or no? I thought they did, but apparently they don't at Toronto. Genji and Fnatic, the 2 teams confident playing Haven, have arguably the most questionable Havens in recent history. They're saving Pearl for Grand Final. That's my cope at this point. That's my cope, because guess what? If they get there, I mean, they're playing into the lower finals, quite frankly. If they get there. Because, like, both of these teams are happy to play Pearl. So, like, they better have something cooked up. It's either that or chat. Okay, listen. I would actually, like, order a Fnatic jersey. I've never bought an esports team jersey before, by the way. The only ones I have are ones I've gotten gifted. I would actually order a Fnatic jersey if they first picked Pearl tomorrow. If they were like, this is do or die. Not tomorrow, in 2 days' time. Then I would... Well, okay, wait, hold on. Let me clarify that. If they first picked it and it doesn't look like garbage, they don't have to win it. They don't have to win it, but... No, not you first picking it. Fnatic has to first pick it. If G2 has first pick and they pick Pearl, that it's nullified. Well, I guess if Fnatic doesn't ban it, I guess if Fnatic doesn't ban it. Yeah. Oh, you're down. You're down for them to pick Pearl. No, they'd have to pick it, though. Floating it all the way to the end. But also, if they opened it up, like, unless Anders and Josh RT are, like, superstitious, I feel like that's, like, an easy pick for G2. But, like, literally, that's how much I need, like... Otherwise, they're cooked, chat. Otherwise, they're cooked. They need 4 map. I mean, yeah, they would need. Yeah, they need to ban a lot of different things. I mean, they can win a BO5 with 2 bad maps, right? I mean, technically, sure. But the problem is they have like 2 3/4 of a bad map. Yeah, I mean, literally, if they picked it, chat, like if it gets played in the first 2 maps of this match, I would order a Fnatic jersey. I would actually order it, because like then I would be like, oh, they're even like all the reason more to believe in them. And it has to not look garbage. They can lose. It has to just not look garbage. They have time to counter strat though. I think you're missing the point. I don't think they have a comp at all for Pearl. That's my concern. I don't think it's really about whether they can counter strat G2 or whoever. I just don't think they have any idea what they would play if they had to play Pearl. Although they are... No, I mean, honestly, Fnatic, listen, like, you're already playing Chamber Yoru. I mean, listen, that's a workable comp. It's a respectable comp. It's a respectable comp. Honestly? Honestly? Are there any other ways to get you convinced to buy a Fnatic jersey? Well, actually, if they win the tournament, I would buy not even like I would buy a Crashies jersey if they win the tournament, because they would have vindicated me so hard. Everything else I got wrong wouldn't even matter. Everything else I got wrong this entire tournament wouldn't even matter. Fnatic has played pro one time in relatively relevant time. If you think this icebox looks bad, then don't they have 4 bad maps? Well, I'm giving them like a 3/4 on Haven and icebox. What if you buy me a Nongshim jersey? I could do that. We'll probably do another giveaway, but I don't know if we'll have a stock for jerseys or jackets. I want to do like a jersey. The jackets are so nice. The Nongshim jackets are so nice. Hopefully there's some new stock for stage 2, especially with the new signings. So Crashies is the backbone of current Fnatic. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying, chat. Must I remind you? You know, me out here knowing how to watch Valorant games, and then friggin' stage 1, friggin' good old Valorant fans. Must we go through this again? I don't know about Crashies. I'm a fan of him, but putting him over Rians is wild. How did he sneak in? Crashies crashes at Toronto. Just ridiculous. Chat, this was a mystery top 10 list. There was no number 1 because I just thought it was too close. So we just did top 9, chat. And everyone just wanted to hate on good old Crashies. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Okay, but seriously, chat, Fnatic's kind of cooked. I'm going to predict them because I'm actually legitimately rooting for them. But they're so cooked. They're actually so cooked. The objective pick'em here is like G2, like by far. Like by far. It doesn't even matter if G2's shown weaknesses. Like the map pool is actually just so unbelievably skewed. This is a 50-50 though. I think this one really comes down to who feels more pressure. Because both of them, I think, like would, you know what I mean? Like they're at a crucial moment where they might feel the pressure and it gets to them. I think my objective pick'em is this. My objective pick'em is this. And then Wolves wins to keep G2 in second place, baby. I don't know about the grand final, but my objective pick'em would be this for the grand final. But my heart, what is that? My heart says, does my heart say Wolves wins? No, my heart says this. So it's just like the exact opposite. My heart says this. Fnatic might be the most permaban team in VCT history, no? Pearl, Sunset, Abyss are all horrible. No, that's just, I think that's just been the strategy they've always had. It's just We just have to win. We just have to not play it. And I think they've kind of gotten away with it by either reaching grand finals from uppers or not reaching it at all. Incredible that we have a good top 4, though. What a banger. Dude, Wolves is making absolute history, though. Dude, Wolves looks so good. Wolves looks so good. The spring glow up is insane. I'm happy because I'll be honest, like, I wasn't a doubter because I just didn't care enough. But I kept thinking, like, dude, this, like, there's a lot. I always see these, like, spring fans that are like, spring's gonna do it. And it's like, you are not adjusting to the new roles, man. But he's friggin' killing it. He is killing it at this tournament. He's actually top rated so far. That's actually insane. Dude, poor texture. Poor texture. 0.94 kills per round. Oh, man. If Wolves win, TMV is going to sound insufferable in my chat. Trust me one last time. Paper X wins against Wolves. Fnatic beating G2 in a close match and making it to a grand final with Paper X Fnatic, but I do believe this match is Paper X's time to dominate. You were so close. You were so close, K-Kun. What's the Fnatic tweet? That's messed up. That's messed up. That's messed up. Oh my god. They are cooking them. I mean, you dish it, you get it served. It goes both ways. Damn, Leaf and Trent. Verno still hanging on to top 5. Verno hanging on by a thread. Oh, chat. You want to know who's exactly top 8 at Masters Toronto? Couldn't be my goat Crashies. Dude, I still think it's ridiculous that CFAT has 11 clutches, by the way. That's so insane. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Kayaks highest. We got 3, 4 at 0.2 or higher. Rarga, Jimmy. Oh, actually, very, very understandable first kills per round. I mean, texture basically coming back into form, but very, very understandable first kills per round in terms of the duelists. Are you doing your VFL changes tomorrow? Oh, yeah. We got to do... Oh, wait. So how did I do? Patman. What? Chat, why is Firefox denying VFL? What's going on with VFL? It's probably certificate expiry, right? Oh man, TMV actually was selling our information, chat. Our Discords are just... Oh no. They're done for. It's the same for me on Chromium. Yeah, it's probably like a certificate or something. I guess we'll just do it tomorrow. We got time. We'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow or the day after, because we have 2 days break, right? I'll probably stream both days for at least a little bit at night, but probably not for like the entirety. Oh man. What a day though. Today was so fun. Today's matches were so fun. Today's matches were great. So to celebrate, chat, we're going to play some PoE. But YouTube chat, I'm not going to be streaming for much longer, so probably I'll just wrap up the YouTube stream here. And then that'll be that. I probably won't start up a new stream. But for Twitch, we'll stay and hang out. So YouTube, thanks for watching the watch party. I'll see you guys on the stream tomorrow. Thanks for joining. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Or sleep. Please get some sleep. And then for Twitch, let me swap everything over.